Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Matthew. I know a lot of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be fun if everyone left a comment to let me know where in the world you're listening from. You can also like and subscribe to the episodes if you enjoy them. Okay, let's kick back, relax, and get started. I never should have gone up to that cabin, but I needed to get away from the noise of the city, from the financial troubles that kept me up at night, and most of all, from my own restless thoughts. As a lifelong resident of Chicago, I wasn't exactly the outdoorsy type. I much preferred my creature comforts, watching the Cubs game with a cold beer, shooting pool with the guys from work, maybe taking my motorcycle out for a weekend ride. But lately, those simple pleasures had lost their appeal. No matter how many extra shifts I picked up driving for Uber, I just couldn't seem to get ahead. The bills kept piling up, and my dreams of opening my own mechanic shop seemed more distant than ever. I was barely making rent on my cramped studio apartment. Something had to change. That's when my buddy Steve mentioned his family's old hunting cabin a few hours north, deep in the Wisconsin woods. He hadn't been up there in years and said I could use it any time, no charge. A free place to stay where I could clear my head and figure things out? I jumped at the chance. I borrowed some old camping gear, loaded up my Toyota Camry, and hit the road out of Chicago, eager to put some distance between myself and my problems. Little did I know I was driving straight toward something far worse. The woods around the cabin were dense and still, the summer foliage so thick it seemed to swallow the dirt access road. I hadn't seen another car for miles. By the time I arrived and lugged my supplies inside the dusty, bare-bones shelter, the sun was already sinking below the tree line. Too exhausted to gather firewood or figure out the ancient propane stove, I ate a few granola bars, chugged some water, and collapsed into the musty cot. The scratchy wool blanket made my skin itch, but I was too tired to care. My city life already felt a world away. Through the grimy windows, the darkening forest kept watch over the tiny cabin. An owl hooted in the distance. Tree branches cast jagged, grasping shadows across the walls. Crickets and cicadas buzzed in a rising chorus. I didn't know it yet, but something else lurked in those woods. Something that would make me regret ever coming here. As I drifted off to an uneasy sleep, a twig snapped loudly in the woods nearby. I startled awake, then strained to hear anything else, but all was quiet. Probably just a squirrel or deer, I reassured myself, already slipping back into slumber. If only I'd known how wrong I was. An eerie howling jolted me from a fitful sleep. It sounded like no animal I'd ever heard before. A guttural, almost human-like wail that made my hair stand on end. Heart pounding, I waited for the cry to come again, but the night stayed silent. A wolf? A coyote? They didn't sound like that, did they? Wide awake now, I noticed the woods felt different, charged with a crackling energy and deathly still. No soothing insect songs, no rustling leaves, just a suffocating, oppressive quiet. Shivering despite the stuffy heat, I burrowed deeper into the cot, suddenly wishing I was back in my dumpy apartment. I must have eventually drifted off because when I opened my eyes again, pale dawn light filtered through the dusty windows. Though I hadn't had a drop of alcohol in weeks, my head throbbed like the morning after a bender. Every joint ached. Stumbling to the kitchen tap, I splashed water on my face and tried to shake off the unreasonable dread clouding my mind. Coffee. I needed coffee. Rummaging through the old cabinets, I found a tin of grounds that smelled stale but not rancid. Better than nothing. While the ancient percolator burbled and hissed on the propane stove, I stepped outside to clear the cobwebs. The bright morning sun did little to chase away the wood's ominous aura. An unnatural hush still blanketed the forest, broken only by the occasional distant bird call. Towering pines and gnarled oaks stretched in every direction, dense underbrush overtaking the forest floor below. No obvious paths in or out. Unease prickled my skin as I realized just how isolated I was out here. Miles from the nearest town or main road. No cell service. What was I thinking, coming to this remote place alone? I shook my head. I was being ridiculous. This was exactly what I needed. Solitude, peace, and quiet. A chance to reset. Steve used to come up here all the time, and he was fine. Back inside, I savored the brew's rich aroma as I sipped the strong black coffee. Unpacking my meager groceries, I assembled a quick breakfast and went over my agenda for this little retreat. I'd hike around a bit, try to relax, maybe do some journaling and soul-searching, take stock of my life and figure out a plan B now that my mechanic shop dreams had stalled out. A sudden blow against the door made me spill my coffee with a yelp. I stared at the door, pulse racing, listening hard. Another thud landed, followed by a heavy shuffling and snuffling. "Hello?" I croaked, my mouth bone dry. "Is someone out there?" I inched toward the door, fighting the urge to scramble back into a far corner and hide. Hefting the cast-iron skillet from the stove, I gripped the doorknob with a sweaty palm. I silently counted to 3, heart in my throat, then flung the door wide. The rusted hinges shrieked in protest. I brandished the skillet with a strangled battle cry, but the weathered boards of the small porch were empty. No sign of any creature, just a wall of trees and the same suffocating silence. Then my eyes fell on the tracks. Unlike any animal prints I'd ever seen, they were massive, easily as long as my size 13 boots. The shape almost looked human-like, but with vicious claws instead of toes. A chill rolled through me despite the warm sun. What the hell could have made those? After my pulse slowed to a less thunderous pace, I examined the strange prints more closely. Each footprint, if you could call them that, sank deep into the soft loam edging the cabin. Definitely fresh. I swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the too-quiet forest. I was no wilderness expert, but I'd camped and hiked enough to recognize most animal tracks common to the upper Midwest. Wolf, bear, deer, coyote. These looked like none of those. The unsettling fusion of human and animal characteristics made my stomach churn. I stood and turned in a slow circle, scanning the shadowed gaps between the trees for any signs of the creature. But other than the uncanny silence, the woods looked perfectly ordinary, still and sun-dappled and green. Maybe this was all some prank, a ploy by the locals to scare gullible city slickers. An uneasy laugh escaped me at the thought. No way. Those tracks were too large, too real to be faked. Something was out there. But what? I shook my head sharply, dispelling the eerie train of thought. I was letting this place get to me, seeing monsters where none existed. Determined to shake off the willies, I marched back inside to pack a day pack and hit the trails. A brisk hike and some fresh air would clear the irrational fears clouding my head. The path, an overgrown logging road really, meandered through towering oaks and hickories, a verdant tunnel pierced by dusty sunbeams. The forest felt almost supernaturally hushed, muffled, like a physical weight against my eardrums. My boots crunching on the dirt, and my slightly labored breathing sounded obscenely loud in the stillness. Twig-thin branches snatched at my clothes. Rocks turned underfoot, threatening a twisted ankle. Nettles and thorns scratched any exposed skin. The hostile woods seemed to resent my presence, working to expel me as a living body rejects an infection. Each minute dragged like an hour, and I pushed myself faster, suddenly craving the cabin's meager safety. I stumbled into the clearing around noon, sweat-soaked and scratched to hell, nearly weeping with relief at the shabby little shelter. I'd only been walking a couple hours, but it felt like days. I made a beeline for the water pump, never so grateful for the tepid, iron-rich flow. That's when I saw them. More of those eerie, half-human footprints stamped in the muddy patch around the pump. A trail of them led directly to the cabin door. But that was impossible. I'd been walking in the opposite direction all morning. Ice lodged in my gut as the horrible realization struck. The prints were fresh. Something had been right here at this cabin while I was away. I staggered back, my heel catching on a root, sending me sprawling painfully on my back. Gasping, I stared at the brilliant blue sky overhead, a jigsaw puzzle of leaves. My heart jackhammered against my ribs. What if the creature was still here, watching me even now from the green shadows? I had to get away, get to my car, drive until I found self-service and could call. Who? The police? And tell them what exactly? They'd think I'd lost my mind. Hell, Maybe I had. My problems in Chicago suddenly seemed laughably tame compared to whatever horror was stalking these woods. If I survived this, I swore I'd never take my crappy studio apartment for granted again. On quivering legs, I pushed to my feet, never taking my eyes off the tree line. The cabin loomed behind me, no longer a refuge, but a trap waiting to be sprung. I'd go inside just long enough to grab my keys and wallet. Then I'd kiss this nightmarish forest goodbye forever. But I never made it that far. 1 step, 2 steps toward the cabin. A shadow detached from the woods to my left, pacing me. Another joined from the right, moving far too fluidly and quietly to be human. My breath caught in my chest, paralyzing me. Ever so slowly I turned my head, already knowing what I would see, but still disbelieving. They emerged from the tree line on all fours, wolf-like in shape and posture, but too broad, too muscular to be true wolves. As they prowled closer, slaver dripping from their muzzles, their features came into sharper focus, and I finally saw what they really were, or rather, what they had once been. Men. Their limbs were grotesquely elongated, jointed at odd angles. Masses of scar tissue fused skin with fur, like a taxidermist's half-finished creations. Jaws stretched into protruding snouts lined with jagged fangs. Clawed, half-human hands flexed, sinking into the loam. But worst of all were their eyes, glowing red, yet achingly, nauseatingly human. A scream worked its way up my dry throat, emerging as a cracked wheeze. What are you?" I choked out, knowing I wouldn't like the answer. The nearest beast lifted its head and grinned. A rasping, barking laughter shook its frame. "We are the price," it growled in a voice never meant to issue from a human mouth, "and you, trespasser, are our prey." The creatures began to circle me, moving with a sinister grace both animal and human. My legs shook so hard I could barely stay upright. Cold sweat plastered my shirt to my back. A sour taste flooded my mouth. Price? Prey? I don't understand." My words emerged thin and thready with panic. "I didn't mean to trespass. I'll leave. I'll go now and never come back, I swear." The leader, the one who had spoken, shook its great shaggy head. Amusement glinted in those glowing red eyes, a terribly human expression in the canine face. "Oh, you'll never leave. You'll pay the price, as all do who dare enter our forest. As we did, long ago." I shuddered, both from the threat and the eerie intelligence in its gaze. Dear God, there was no reasoning with these things. They weren't just animals, but they weren't human either, not anymore. And they meant to kill me. I glanced toward the cabin, gauging my odds of making it inside before they pounced. As if reading my intentions, the leader tensed, coiling to spring. I braced myself to bolt, knowing I would almost certainly die in the attempt, but I never got the chance. In a blur of teeth and fur and claws, the creature launched itself at me, faster than my eyes could follow. I flung my arms up with a strangled cry, stumbling back. White-hot pain tore across my chest as its claws opened my flesh like knives through paper. The force of the blow knocked me off my feet. I crashed to the dirt, gasping, warm blood soaking my shirt. The metallic reek mingled with the beast's thick musk, reeking of carrion. The leader loomed over me, its breath fetid in my face. My heart hammered a staccato beat. Terror sweat stung my eyes. I knew I had only seconds to live, and that it would be neither quick nor painless. But damn if I'd just lie down and die for these freakish things. Groping blindly, my fingers closed over a large rock, half buried in the soil. I swung with every ounce of strength I had left, cracking the beast across the muzzle. It yelped, more startled than hurt, but the blow bought me a precious second. Shoving its bulk off me, I rolled and scrambled to my feet, leaving a smear of blood on the ground. The other creatures snarled and surged forward at my movement. I snatched up a dead branch, brandishing it before me like a club, and staggered toward the cabin. If I could just get inside, maybe I could hold them off or escape out a window. The pack rallied swiftly, cutting off my route. I swung the branch in wide arcs, trying to keep them at bay, but they dodged with infuriating ease. They harried me from all sides, forcing me away from the cabin and any hope of refuge. Step by stumbling step, they backed me towards the woods, preparing for the kill. The leader locked its horrible red eyes on mine, unholy glee shining in their depths. I could almost hear the human mind that used to inhabit the body screaming alongside my own. Was this how those men had felt before the forest claimed them? This overwhelming despair, this animalistic terror in the face of an inevitable end? The rough bark of a tree trunk scraped my back, halting my retreat. Nowhere to run. The creatures tensed, fangs bared. My vision swam black around the edges. So this was how I died. Alone, hunted and afraid. In an evil forest I never should have entered. As the beasts lunged for my throat, I closed my eyes, my last defiant thought a silent apology to my family for my stupidity. At least my end would be quick, but it wasn't my time after all. A thunderous boom shattered the glade's eerie silence. The lead creature jerked mid-leap as if punched, suspended almost comically in the air for a single heartbeat. Then it crashed to the ground and lay still, a bloody hole blown through its misshapen skull. The other beasts whipped toward the sound, lips curling back from blood-stained fangs. I sagged against the tree trunk, knees weak with relief and confusion. What the hell just happened? "Get down, son, now!" A gruff, authoritative shout, followed by another deafening retort. A second creature yelped and thrashed in the loam. Still dazed, I dropped into a crouch, clutching white-knuckled at my makeshift club. From the corner of my eye, I saw him. A tall, weather-beaten man in faded flannel and scuffed boots, lowering a smoking rifle from his shoulder. He looked to be in his 60s, his face a crag of lines and sunspots under a battered baseball cap. Keen blue eyes flashed as he stepped into the clearing, ejecting spent shell casings with deft motions. "Didn't anyone ever teach you not to hike these woods alone, boy? Especially not after what happened before?" He spoke almost conversationally as he sent another round through a lunging beast's heart. The creature crumpled, almost at my feet. I scrambled back with a strangled cry. Who are you?" I crow. "Name's Bill. I'm the groundskeeper around these parts." He fired again, and another creature fell still, its snarls silenced forever. "And you're damn lucky I was out checking my traps today, or these mongrels would have ripped you to ribbons." I stared dumbly at the gore-streaked old man, unsure which was more shocking, his casual demeanor or his deadly aim. You knew these things were out here? What the hell are they?" "I'll explain later. We gotta move before the rest of the pack comes sniffing round." Bill extended a gnarled hand, hauling me to my feet with surprising strength. His eyes fell on my blood-soaked shirt, and he frowned. "You hurt bad?" No, I don't think so," I stammered. The adrenaline was fading, leaving me lightheaded and queasy. Bill grunted and slung my arm over his shoulders, half dragging me in the direction he'd come from. We crashed through the underbrush for several tense minutes, Bill pausing every so often to scan the trees and sniff the air. Finally, we stumbled into a small clearing dominated by a ramshackle hunting blind. He hustled me up the rickety ladder and through the door, which he barred securely behind us. In the corner sat an ancient radio set, a kerosene lantern, and a dusty first aid kit that looked like a relic from the Korean War. Bill shoved me down onto a wooden crate and began rifling through the kit. "Get that shirt off and let's see what we're dealing with," he ordered. I obeyed with shaking hands, hissing in pain as the fabric peeled away from the lacerations on my chest. Bill cleaned and bandaged the wounds with brusque efficiency, ignoring my winces and muttered curses. "So," he began conversationally, taping a final piece of gauze in place, "I reckon you got questions." "About 1,000, yeah." I glared at him, my shock slowly hardening into anger. Starting with what in God's name those things are and why the hell no one warned me about them. Bill sighed and settled back on his haunches, lacing his fingers over his stomach. "Folks around here call them bar guests. Bloodthirsty critters, not quite wolf nor man. Legend has it they're the vengeful spirits of men who died badly in these woods." I swallowed hard, remembering the horrible human intelligence in those red eyes. How could something like that even exist? It's impossible. "Son, when you've been in these hills as long as I have, you learn the impossible ain't quite what it seems." Bill scratched his jaw thoughtfully. Way I heard it, bunch of fellas from the city came up here years back to do some hunting, only they wasn't after deer. A chill traced my spine. The man's eyes had gone distant, seeing into a dark past. No one knows quite what happened. Poachers harvesting game off season maybe, or something worse. All's clear is there was an accident with their guns. More than one man got shot bad. And these woods, well, they got a long memory for spilled blood. Bill shook his head grimly. Folks say dying soaked in fear and pain. It changes a man, twists him up with the wild dark till he ain't hardly human no more. Those hunters never made it home, but something sure walked out of this forest wearing their skins. Something unnatural and hungry for revenge on any soul unlucky enough to cross its path. I stared at him in horror, seeing again the grotesque fusion of human and beast, fur and scar. Bile scorched the back of my throat. Bill nodded slowly, acknowledging the awful truth. Yep, and that's what you ran afoul of today, boy. The bar guests don't take kindly to strangers in their woods, especially not after what was done to them. You're just lucky I've been tracking their movements and preparing for an ambush. He patted the butt of his rifle, almost fondly. I had the sickening sense this was far from the first time he'd put it to such use. My head spun with the enormity of it all. That such evil could not only exist but be accepted as just another hazard of these hills. Bill must have read the numb shock on my face. He reached out and gripped my shoulder, his calloused palm rough against my skin. Now you listen to me, son. I know you're scared and hurting, and this ain't nothing you was ever trained for. But you gotta dig deep and find that steel in your spine, you hear? 'Cause this fight ain't over, not by a long shot. I met his hard stare, seeing my own disbelief and terror reflected in his faded blue eyes. But behind that, like a banked fire, glowed a steely resolve. This old man had been battling the bar guests for years, I suddenly realized. Decades, maybe. And he was still standing, still holding the line between their savagery and the unsuspecting world. If he could do that, then maybe I could make it through this night. Maybe I could survive to see the sunrise and leave this shadowed, stinking forest once and for all. Not as a beast's next meal, but as a man who had faced true horror and lived. Taking a deep breath, I nodded slowly. Okay, I hear you. My voice cracked and I swallowed thickly. What do we do now? How do we make it out of here? Bill smiled then, a slash of grim humor utterly devoid of joy. Well now, he drawled, heaving himself to his feet with a creak of joints. That's the trick, ain't it? I reckon step one is not dying. Think you can handle that part, son? I laughed, a brittle sound too close to hysteria. But I pushed shakily to my feet beside him, meeting his eyes without flinching. Yeah, I said, and was surprised to find I meant it. Yeah, I can handle that. The old man nodded approvingly and turned to the door, unbarring it with a screech of rusted metal. Beyond, the waiting woods whispered a voiceless greeting, dark and eager. And together, we stepped out to meet it. The sun had sunk below the tree line by the time Bill and I emerged from the blind, painting the forest in shades of menacing shadow. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig underfoot made me flinch and reach instinctively for a weapon I didn't have. Bill seemed to sense my building panic. Deep breaths, son. They hunt mostly by smell. Long as you keep downwind and move quiet, we got a chance. I nodded tightly, trying to steady my galloping heart. We crept through the underbrush in single file, Bill on point with his rifle, while I stumbled along behind him, senses straining. Sweat plastered my shirt to my back despite the evening chill. How far to the cabin? To my car? 10 minutes' hike seemed to stretch into hours when every shadow concealed monstrous, hulking shapes waiting to pounce. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, stalked like a wounded deer. I prayed silently, promising any deity who would listen that if I made it out of here alive, I'd never set foot in the wilderness again. A branch cracked like a gunshot somewhere off to our left. I whirled with a gasp, but Bill's outstretched hand halted my panicked flight. He raised a warning finger to his lips, scanning the trees with narrowed eyes. Another branch popped, then another. The noises circled us slowly, tightening like a noose. A low, eager whine drifted from the darkness, raising every hair on my body. They've caught our scent. Bill's voice was low and taut. Get ready to run, kid. What? I stammered, but the rest of my question stuck in my throat, because the shadows between the trees had come alive, boiling with dark, slinking shapes and glowing red eyes. Run! Bill roared. I'm right behind you. Go! I ran, crashing blindly through strangling brush and snatching thorns, my pulse a deafening drum in my ears. Baying howls shattered the night at my back, spurring me faster. Bill's rifle boomed once, twice, 3 times. Yelps of pain mingled with snarls of fury. I didn't look back, couldn't, or the sheer horror of what pursued me would paralyze me to the spot. I fixed my eyes forward, searching desperately for the cabin's weathered slats or my car's rusted bumper. My foot snagged an exposed root and I went down hard, skidding in the damp mulch. The wind knocked from my lungs in a grunt. I struggled to rise, but a heavy weight slammed me back to the earth. Putrid breath washed over the back of my neck as a rumbling growl vibrated through my spine. I twisted my head to the side and found myself staring straight into a bar guest's terrible face, its drooling muzzle inches from mine. I screamed, a thin, cracked sound that belonged to a child, not a grown man. The creature's jaws gaped, rimmed in blood-stained fangs. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for the pain, the rending and tearing as it ripped out my throat. The boom of Bill's rifle split the air above my head. The barguest jerked as the bullet tore through its skull in a spray of bone chips and gore. Its full weight collapsed on me, and I heaved desperately at the twitching mass of matted fur and leathery skin. Bill appeared above me like an avenging angel, yanking the carcass clear with one hand and dragging me up with the other. Blood streaked his face, and his shirt hung in tatters, but his eyes gleamed with manic focus. No time to catch your breath, boy. They're coming back around. I staggered upright, lungs searing. The night pulsed with the pack's eager howls, drawing closer by the second. We plunged into the trees once more, crashing heedlessly through the undergrowth. There was no attempt at stealth now, only flight, a primal, pounding urge to escape, survive, live. My sides ached. Vicious stitches stabbed my ribs. Just when I thought my overtaxed legs would give out, we broke through a wall of foliage into a blessedly familiar clearing. And there, looking just as I'd left it a lifetime ago, squatted my family's ancient cabin. And just beyond it, glinting dully in the moonlight, my equally ancient Toyota Camry. I could have wept at the sight. Beside me, Bill skidded to a halt, panting, and raised his rifle once more. Get to the car, he snapped. I'll hold him off. I didn't need to be told twice. I pelted across the clearing, gravel spraying beneath my boots. Thrusting my hand into my pocket for the keys, a jolt of pure electric relief surged through me as my fingers closed over their reassuring ridges. I was going to make it. I was going to survive this nightmare. Already my mind spun ahead, visualizing the police station where I'd babble out my story, the reporters who would dismiss it all as another backwoods tall tale, the stiff drink and hot shower waiting at home. All these thoughts flashed through my head in the fleeting seconds it took to yank open the door and fling myself behind the wheel. The engine sputtered once, then roared to life. I twisted in my seat, one hand poised to throw the car into drive and gun the accelerator. Bill, I screamed, come on, let's go. But it was too late. The barguests boiled out of the trees like a dark tide, their howls deafening. For a single, suspended breath, all I could see was the stark silhouette of the old man against the night sky, and the ravening horde descending upon him. Then they hit like a wave against a levee that has stood too long, a bulwark never meant to last. They dragged Bill down in a writhing tangle of limbs and fangs and terrible human screams. His rifle boomed again and again, until abruptly, shockingly, it fell silent. I must have cried out, must have released some thin, wordless keen of horror and grief. But I couldn't hear it over the roaring in my ears, the hammer of my own heart. Some final vestige of sanity screamed at me to move, to flee this place of blood and shadow and never look back. My foot found the accelerator. The car surged forward in a spray of dirt and leaves. The last thing I saw before the woods swallowed the clearing was the twitching, unrecognizable ruin that had been Bill, a man who saved my life at the cost of his own. And crouched over him, their eyes like burning coals, the bar guests, watching me go. In the years since that night, I've never returned to those woods. I moved far away, to a new city and a new life. I don't drive much anymore and never on dark country roads. I avoid the wilderness, content with manicured parks and well-lit paths, because I know with a bone-deep certainty that they're still out there, waiting, watching. The price, eternally stalking the forest that made them, eager to claim any foolish enough to enter their domain. And sometimes in the darkest hours of the night when sleep eludes me, I fancy I hear them howling and laughing, and calling me back to the shadows I barely escaped, back to the fate I left Bill to, bleeding in the black woods. They'll never let me forget, and God help me, I never can. I'd always been drawn to the solitude and serenity of the deep woods. Living in the bustling city of Chicago, dealing with the stress of my accounting job and the constant pressure to make ends meet, I often dreamed of escaping to a place where the only sounds were the whispers of the wind through the trees and the occasional cry of a hawk circling high above. So when I saw the ad for the remote cabin tucked away in the vast wilderness of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, I knew I had to go. I had been saving up for a while, putting a little aside from each paycheck in hopes of taking a much-needed break from the grind of urban life. And with autumn settling in, the timing seemed perfect. I packed up my old SUV with enough supplies to last me a couple weeks. Non-perishable food, bottled water, warm clothing, and some basic camping gear. The drive from Chicago was long, almost 8 hours. But as the miles ticked by, I could feel the stress and tension slowly melting away, replaced by a growing sense of excitement and adventure. By the time I reached the small town nearest to the cabin, dusk was already painting the sky in deep purples and blues. I stopped at the local general store to pick up the cabin keys from the owner, an old-timer named Hank. "You sure you want to head out there all by yourself?" Hank asked, eyeing me curiously as he handed over the keys. "It's mighty isolated. Nearest neighbor is miles away." I chuckled. "That's kind of the point. I could use some peace and quiet." Well, just be careful out there, especially at night. There's things in those woods, things that ain't entirely natural, if you know what I mean." There was a strange look in Hank's faded blue eyes, but I chalked it up to the superstitions of a man who'd likely spent his whole life in this remote corner of the country. I thanked him, tossed my supplies in the SUV, and headed out towards the cabin as the first stars began to peek out in the darkening sky. The dirt road leading to the property was narrow and winding, flanked by towering pines that seemed to press in from all sides. By the time I reached the cabin, full night had fallen, and I had to use my headlights to navigate the final stretch of overgrown driveway. The cabin itself was small and rustic, made of weathered logs and featuring a simple porch that faced out into the dense forest. Inside, it was sparsely furnished but cozy, with a fireplace, a well-worn sofa, and a small kitchen area. A narrow ladder led up to an open loft bedroom. Too tired from the long drive to unpack, I simply grabbed my sleeping bag and climbed up into the loft, collapsing onto the creaky wooden floor. As I drifted off to sleep, I remember thinking how utterly still and silent it was out here. So different from the constant background noise of the city. The only sound was the low hooting of an owl somewhere out in the inky blackness beyond the thin cabin walls. Little did I know that the tranquility of that first night would soon be shattered, and my peaceful getaway would spiral into a nightmare I could never have imagined. Because deep in the ancient forest that surrounded me, something was stirring. Something that would soon reveal itself and change the course of my life forever. I woke late the next morning to golden sunlight filtering in through the dusty loft window. For a moment, I simply lay there in my sleeping bag, savoring the incredible quiet, breathing in the piney scent of the forest that permeated the cabin. After a simple breakfast of granola and instant coffee, I set about exploring my surroundings. The cabin was set in a small clearing, with dense woods pressing close on all sides. A fire pit and a dilapidated shed were the only other structures on the property. I spent the day hiking the faint trails that wound through the trees, marveling at the beauty of the autumn foliage, the maples ablaze in vivid crimsons and golds, the birches shimmering pale yellow. The forest seemed to go on forever, a vast primeval wilderness that swallowed me up in its depths. As dusk began to creep in, I built a small campfire near the cabin and heated up a can of soup for dinner. Basking in the warm glow of the flames, breathing the fragrant wood smoke, I felt a deep sense of peace wash over me. This was exactly what I had needed, a chance to unplug from the hectic modern world and reconnect with nature. But as full darkness fell and the night pressed close around the dwindling circle of firelight, Hank's ominous words from the day before drifted back to me unbidden. There's things in those woods, things that ain't entirely natural. A shiver ran down my spine and I chuckled uneasily to myself, feeling foolish for letting the old man's superstitious ramblings get under my skin. Suddenly, from somewhere out in the blackness of the trees, came a sound that made my blood run cold, a long, high, mournful howl that shattered the silence of the night. It sounded close, maybe only 100 yards or so from where I sat by the dying fire. And yet there was something about it that wasn't quite right. It was deeper, more guttural than any wolf or coyote I'd ever heard. The howl rose in pitch, taking on an almost human quality, before trailing off into the dark. Heart pounding, I leapt up and quickly doused the remnants of the fire, plunging the clearing into darkness. I hurried into the cabin, locking the door securely behind me, as though that flimsy bolt could hold back the unknown terrors of the forest night. In the loft, I huddled in my sleeping bag with my flashlight clutched tightly to my chest, straining to hear any further sign of the thing that had made that chilling sound. But the woods had fallen silent again, offering no clue as to what lurked in their shadows. Sleep was a long time coming that night, and when it finally did claim me, my rest was troubled with strange, unsettling dreams. Visions of something huge and dark loping through the trees on two legs, its eyes glinting red in the moonlight, the wind carrying the stench of damp fur and fetid breath and old blood. I jerked awake shortly after dawn, unsure if it was the pale light slanting into the loft or the lingering unease from my nightmares that had roused me. Fragments of the dreams came back to me, hazy but still deeply disturbing. That howl in the night no longer seemed quite so easily dismissed in the light of day. I tried to shake off the irrational fear as I went about my morning routine, telling myself that it had surely just been a coyote or some other normal forest creature. But as I forced down a protein bar and some water for breakfast, my appetite strangely absent, I couldn't fully convince myself. Determined to clear my head, I set out on another hike, following one of the trails deeper into the woods than I had the previous day. But the soothing tranquility I had found before seemed to have deserted the forest. The sunlight filtering down through the fiery canopy seemed wan and watery, the birdsong oddly muted and sporadic. And all around me the trees almost seemed to be watching, the gnarled trunks and reaching branches suddenly taking on a more ominous aspect. About an hour into my hike, I came across something that stopped me dead in my tracks. There, in a small clearing just off the path, was the torn and bloody carcass of a deer. It looked quite fresh, only partially eaten, but it was the manner of predation that made my skin crawl. The kill was far too large and too vicious to be the work of any coyote or bobcat. Half the deer's ribcage was simply gone, wrenched away as if by incredible strength, viscera strewn across the blood-soaked earth. And there, pressed deep into the soil around the grisly remains, was a scattering of immense three-toed footprints, far too big to be from any animal I recognized. A creeping dread began to wind its tendrils around my hammering heart as I recalled the stories I'd read online in the past. The stories I'd always laughed off as mere folklore and legend. Stories of a hulking dog-like creature that stalked the deep woods, not quite wolf and not quite man. The dog-man, they called it. Half beast, half something else. A relic of a primordial world that existed in the shadows just beyond the firelight of civilization. I turned and hurried back towards the cabin, no longer able to deny the icy fear that gripped me. I was no longer alone in these woods, and whatever shared this wilderness with me was like nothing I had ever known. As I burst back into the clearing where the cabin stood, I froze. The door of the shed stood ajar, sagging on rusted hinges, and I knew with absolute certainty that I had not left it that way. Heart in my throat, I crept closer, peering into the dark recesses within. A shape lay crumpled against the back wall, partially hidden under a moldering tarp. Hands shaking, I pulled aside the rotted fabric to reveal the desiccated remains of a human body, little more than a skeleton clad in the tattered remnants of clothing. Tatters of leathery skin clung to the bones, and the skull grinned up at me with empty sockets, scraps of hair still clinging to the pate. It looked like it had been there for years. Choking back a scream, I stumbled away from the grisly discovery, my mind reeling. What was happening here? What nightmare had I unwittingly wandered into? The forest that had seemed so tranquil and idyllic just a day before now felt dark and alien, filled with ancient secrets and unimaginable horrors. And somewhere out there in the lengthening shadows of the afternoon, I could feel it watching me, the beast that the old-timers whispered about around campfires, the unnatural thing that roamed the deep woods, the dogman. And I knew that once full night fell, it would come for me. I had to get out of here, had to find my way back to civilization before darkness swallowed the forest once more. But as I turned towards where I had parked my SUV, my heart seized in my chest. The vehicle sat awkwardly on the edge of the clearing, two of the tires shredded, deep claw marks scoring the metal doors. I was trapped, alone and defenseless, stalked by a nightmare made flesh, and the only question that remained was whether it would toy with me, draw out my terror, or simply rip me apart as it had that deer in the forest, leaving my bones to molder alongside the forgotten remains in the shed. As the sun began its inexorable descent towards the horizon, staining the sky the color of blood, I knew I would soon have my answer. With my SUV disabled and darkness swiftly approaching, I knew my only chance was to fortify the cabin and pray that it would be enough to keep the creature at bay through the night. My hands shook as I dragged the heavy wooden table and chairs from the kitchen, piling them against the front door as a barricade. I wedged the cabin's few rusted tools, an axe, a shovel, a crowbar, into the gaps, jamming the door as securely as I could manage. In the shed, beneath the grim sentinel of the desiccated corpse, I found a few dusty cans of kerosene. I hurried back to the cabin, heart pounding, and began soaking rags in the pungent fluid, stuffing them into the cracks around the windows and doors. The fumes made my head swim, but I didn't dare risk even the smallest gap that might allow the beast entry. As the last of the daylight bled from the sky, I retreated to the loft with my flashlight and the old axe, the most substantial weapon I had been able to find. From my elevated vantage point, I could see out the small window that overlooked the clearing and the dark wall of trees beyond. For a long time there was nothing, only the night sounds of the forest, the breeze sighing through the branches, the distant hoot of an owl. But then, as the moon rose over the treetops, casting the world in an eerie silver glow, I heard it. It started low, a deep, guttural rumbling that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of my feet. Then it rose into that same mournful howl I had heard the night before, echoing through the woods, growing closer with every passing second. And beneath the howl, I could hear the sound of something huge crashing through the underbrush, snapping twigs and branches, bearing down on the cabin with terrible intent. My heart hammered against my ribs as I gripped the axe with white knuckles, my wide eyes fixed on the window. And then I saw it. It burst from the tree line at the edge of the clearing, a monstrous silhouette backlit by the moon, far larger than any wild animal had a right to be. As it loped towards the cabin on powerful, strangely articulated legs, I could make out more details. The shaggy fur, the twisted amalgamation of wolf and human features, the eyes that glowed red in the darkness. the dogman, the beast of legend. And it was here, at my door. It hit the cabin like a battering ram, the log walls shuddering with the impact. I heard the groaning of the lumber, the splintering of wood as the creature hurled itself against my flimsy barricades with relentless fury. The kerosene-soaked rags seemed to deter it not at all. If anything, they merely seemed to enrage it further. Again and again it slammed against the walls, the door, the shuttered windows. The cabin shook, dust sifting down from the rafters, the roof timbers creaking ominously. I knew it was only a matter of time before the beast found a weak point, before the old wood gave way beneath its terrible strength. And then, with a shattering crash and a roar of bestial triumph, it was inside. I heard it ripping through my barricades like they were made of matchsticks, heard its heavy tread on the floorboards below. The reek of it flooded the cabin, the stench of wild animal musk and rotting meat. It snuffled and growled as it searched for me, a sound filled with hunger and fury and a terrible alien intelligence. In the loft, I pressed myself back into the corner, the axe clutched to my chest, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I knew I had only seconds before it found the ladder, before it was upon me. And then I saw the eyes, glowing red in the darkness at the edge of the loft, heard the scrape of claws on wood as it began to climb. The beast's head rose into view, its lips peeled back from jagged yellow fangs, strings of drool swinging from its maw. It fixed me with a predator's stare, filled with a horrifying mixture of animal bloodlust and something disturbingly close to human hatred. I braced myself as the creature hauled its huge body into the loft, knowing that I had mere moments left, that my life would soon be over in a welter of blood and agony. But I was determined to go down fighting, to sink the axe into the thing's skull even as it ripped me apart. I would not let the beast take me easily. With a roar that shook the rafters, it lunged. Time seemed to slow as the beast hurled itself towards me, its massive jaws gaping wide, its claws reaching for my flesh. In that crystallized moment of terror, I swung the axe with every ounce of strength in my body, a desperate cry tearing itself from my throat. The heavy blade sank into the side of the creature's neck with a sickening thunk, biting deep into the corded muscle. The dogman let out a high, awful shriek of pain and rage, its hot blood splattering my face and chest. But the blow was not enough to stop its charge, and it slammed into me like a freight train. We crashed to the floor of the loft in a tangle of thrashing limbs and snapping teeth, the axe handle slipping from my grip. I felt its claws rake my shoulder, white-hot lines of agony, smelled its carrion breath as it lunged for my throat. Desperately, I seized handfuls of its shaggy fur, straining with all my might to hold back those terrible jaws. We rolled across the floor, smashing into the walls, knocking over the meager furniture. The beast was immensely strong, its muscles coiled with a supernatural power, but the wound I had dealt it was taking its toll. I could feel the hot gush of its blood soaking into my clothes as we grappled, could hear its breathing growing more labored and ragged. With a burst of desperate strength, I managed to get my feet up under the thing's belly and kicked out with all my might. The dogman flew backwards, smashing through the flimsy railing of the loft and tumbling out of sight to the floor below with a heavy thud. Gasping for breath, I staggered to my feet, snatching up the fallen axe. Below, I could hear the beast thrashing and snarling, but it sounded weaker, its movements more sluggish. I knew I had hurt it badly, perhaps even mortally. I descended the ladder cautiously, axe at the ready, dreading what I might find. The dogman lay in a spreading pool of its own blood, the long gash in its neck pumping out the last of its life in crimson spurts. But still it tried to rise, its baleful red eyes fixing on me, its jaws snapping weakly. Almost without thought, I brought the axe down on the thing's skull, again and again, until it moved no more, until the light faded from those hellish eyes, and it lay still at last. Only then, standing over the twisted remains of the nightmare-made flesh, did I allow myself to believe that it was over, that I had somehow survived. But even as I stumbled out into the pre-dawn light, leaving the blood-soaked cabin and the corpse of the beast behind, I knew that I would never be the same. I had stared into the abyss, into the primal heart of darkness that beat beneath the veneer of the civilized world, and it had forever marked me. The authorities never quite believed my story when they found me staggering down the forest road, miles from the cabin, caked in blood, both mine and not. The official report spoke of animal attacks, of delusions brought on by stress and isolation. But I knew the truth. I knew that there were ancient things that lurked in the shadows beyond the firelight, horrors that defied explanation. I had faced the dogman and lived, but a part of me would always remain in those woods, forever looking over my shoulder, forever listening for that eerie howl on the night wind. For once you've gazed into the eyes of the beast, you can never truly go back to the world you knew before. The primal wildness that lives in the depths of the forest. It lives in the depths of the human soul as well, and it can never be forgotten or denied, only endured. And so I endure, day by day, with the memory of that night forever seared into my mind, the scars on my body a testament to the reality of the impossible. For I have stood at the edge of the abyss and faced the nightmare within. I have met the dogman, and I have survived. In the years since that fateful night in the cabin, I have tried to piece together the fragments of the truth, to understand the nature of the thing I faced and the grim history of that lonely stretch of woods. The remains in the cabin shed, I learned, were those of the previous owner, a man named Jeremiah Hawkins, who had disappeared over a decade ago. His family had a long history in the area, stretching back generations, and the locals spoke of them only in hushed whispers. There were stories of strange rites practiced deep in the forest, of blood sacrifices and pacts with dark powers, of a clan tainted by evil. And always, woven through these whispered tales, were the stories of the beast, the dogman that stalked the woods, the cursed guardian of the Hawkins' dark legacy. Some claimed it was a demon summoned by the family's black magic. Others, a human transformed by ancient Native American curses. But all agreed that it was unnatural, a thing that should not be, a horror that had haunted the deep woods for untold years. I pored over old newspaper articles, faded historical documents, obscure folklore collections, trying to untangle the web of secrets and lies. But the truth remained elusive, shrouded in mystery and superstition. All I knew for certain was that the thing I had killed was real, and that the dark history of the Hawkins clan was somehow intertwined with its existence. But though the beast was dead, I could not shake the feeling that something of it lingered, that the ancient evil that had birthed it still held sway in those shadowed woods. The scar it had left on my body and on my soul throbbed like a warning, a reminder that there are some mysteries better left buried, some doors that should never be opened. And yet I find myself drawn back to those woods year after year, unable to resist their dark siren call. I wander the overgrown trails, past the crumbling ruins of the old Hawkins homestead, my heart quickening at every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow that flits between the trees. For I know now that the dogman was only a symptom of a deeper malignancy, a rot that festers in the very heart of the forest. And I know that, in some strange way, my destiny is tied to this place, that I will never be truly free until I unravel its darkest secrets, or until they drag me down into the depths forever. And so I continue my lonely vigil, the keeper of a grim knowledge, the guardian of a truth too terrible to speak aloud. For I have seen beyond the veil of the world we think we know, glimpsed the nightmares that lurk in the dim corners of reality. And I know that in the end, all our vaunted science and reason are but fragile candles flickering in the endless night that surrounds us. For in the deepest shadows of the forest, in the darkest reaches of the human heart, the old gods still hold sway, the ancient beasts still howl. And woe to those who dare to tread in their domain unprepared, who seek to plumb the mysteries that should be left alone. I am forever changed, forever haunted by the knowledge of that other world that exists beside our own. But I will keep watch, will stand sentinel at the edge of the abyss, for I know now what price must be paid for the blissful ignorance of civilization, and I know that I will never be able to pay it. The dogman is dead, but the darkness it served lives on, and I will forever dwell in its shadow, a grim reminder of the truth we so desperately seek to deny. For I have met the beast, and I will carry its mark until the day I die. My name is Liam Novak. I'm a park ranger in the remote wilderness of northern Minnesota. I took this job to get away from my problems back home in Minneapolis. I was drowning in debt, my girlfriend left me, and I was drinking too much. I needed a fresh start. Being a ranger suited me. I've always loved the outdoors, hiking, camping, fishing, and I liked the solitude. Most days I didn't see another human soul, just miles of dense forest in every direction. It was a hard job, though. Long hours, tough conditions. In the winter, the temperature could drop to 40 below, and in the summer, the mosquitoes were relentless. But I didn't mind. Out here, my problems seemed small. I felt free. There were occasional dangers, too, of course. Black bears, moose, the odd mountain lion. Nothing I couldn't handle with some common sense and my trusty bear spray. Or at least that's what I thought, until that fateful summer when I crossed paths with something I still can't explain. Something that haunts me to this day. They call it the dog man, a creature that walks upright like a man but is covered in dark fur like a wolf. It has the snout of a dog and the glowing eyes of a demon. People claim to have seen it stalking the woods at night. Most dismiss it as folklore, just a scary story to tell around the campfire. I did too, but that was before I looked into its eyes myself. It started with campers reporting strange sounds coming from the woods at night, howling that sounded almost human, snarls and growls that made your hair stand on end. At first I chalked it up to coyotes or maybe a pack of wolves passing through, but something felt off. The sightings came next. A hiker claimed he saw a large, dog-like creature walking on two legs. Another swore the thing came sniffing around her tent in the night, leaving strange tracks in the mud. I tried to reassure them it was just a bear, but I wasn't so sure myself. The reports kept coming in. Then the attack started. First it was just deer, torn apart and half-eaten. Park rangers in the next county found a mutilated moose carcass. They said it looked like it had been ripped to shreds by powerful claws and teeth, like no animal they'd ever seen. Deep down, I knew something was very wrong. This was more than just a bear or wolf, but I had no idea how bad it was about to get, or that the nightmare was soon going to show up at my door. Late one evening, I was in my cabin filling out some paperwork when a frantic knocking made me jump. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door to find a woman standing there, sobbing and shaking. "Help me," she begged. "It took him. It took my husband." Her name was Sarah. She and her husband Tom had been camping near Otter Creek when something attacked their campsite. She described a huge, snarling creature covered in black fur. She said it grabbed Tom and dragged him off into the woods. I tried to calm her down, promised we'd organize a search party at first light, but she was hysterical, insisting we had to go now or there wouldn't be anything left to find. Against my better judgment, I agreed. We took my Jeep as far as we could, then set out on foot, shining our lights into the dense underbrush. An hour later, I spotted something on the trail ahead. Pieces of torn, bloody clothing, a boot, a scrap of something that looked horribly like flesh, but no sign of Tom. I was about to turn to Sarah to convince her we needed to head back when I heard a guttural growl that froze my blood. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, and there, at the edge of the light, two glowing red eyes stared back at me. I've never been so terrified in my life. Those red eyes burned into mine with a predatory, almost human intelligence. I fumbled for my bear spray with shaking hands as a dark shape detached from the shadows and moved toward us. It was like a wolf walking on its hind legs, but larger than any wolf I'd ever seen. "Run, Sarah," I yelled, but she seemed frozen in place, fixated on the advancing creature, tears streaming down her face. "Tom," she whispered. I grabbed her arm and yanked her away just as the thing lunged. I felt hot breath and snapping jaws brush my neck as we crashed through the forest in blind panic. Branches whipped at my face as my heart hammered in my ears. At some point, I realized I'd lost Sarah. I paused, gasping, straining to hear over the sound of my own ragged breath. But the woods were silent. The creature was gone, and so was Sarah. Shaken, I stumbled my way back to the Jeep and spent a sleepless night wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. But I couldn't get those red eyes out of my head. I knew one thing for certain now. The Dogman wasn't just a myth. It was real, and it was out there somewhere. I tried to tell myself I'd done everything I could, that more people would have died if we'd kept blundering around in the dark. But the guilt still ate at me. I hadn't been able to save Tom. I'd left Sarah behind, some protector I was. As the sun rose, I met with the other rangers and the police to coordinate a search party. But I didn't tell them what I'd seen. I knew they'd think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I was. I'd barely slept in days and my nerves were shot, but I had to find them. Tom, Sarah, the creature, some kind of answers. For 3 days we combed those woods. We found the scattered remains of Tom's shredded corpse, but no sign of Sarah or the thing I'd seen. Had she escaped? Had it taken her like it took her husband? I didn't know. The official report said Tom had been killed by a bear. The press even picked it up. Grizzly bear attack in Minnesota woods. But I knew the truth, and I knew I couldn't rest until I faced it again. Even if it killed me, I had to try. It's been months now since that night. The trail has gone cold and the case was closed. Everyone else has moved on, but I can't. I won't. I know it's still out there, watching, waiting. Part of me wonders if Sarah is still alive, if she's now a prisoner of that thing in the woods, or worse, if she's become one of them. They say sometimes when a human is bitten by a werewolf, they turn into one themselves. Every night, I sit on my porch with my gun in my lap, watching the tree line and listening. I've become a ghost, a shell of my former self. I've lost weight, grown a wild beard. People avoid me now, whispering that I've gone crazy, and maybe they're right. Maybe I have. But I made a promise that I'd be the guardian of these woods, that I'd protect the innocent from the monsters that lurk in the dark. And it's a promise I intend to keep, even if it costs me everything. I am the guardian. I am the watcher in the woods, and I'm coming for you, Dogman. I needed to get away. Between the bills piling up, the long hours at a dead-end job, and a messy breakup, I was barely keeping it together in my cramped Detroit apartment. My buddy Steve had a remote cabin deep in the woods of Michigan's Upper Peninsula that he said I could use anytime. I'd never been much of an outdoorsman, but the idea of leaving everything behind for a while was too appealing to pass up. I threw some clothes, camping gear, and a week's worth of food into my beat-up Corolla and hit the road, my financial and relationship worries receding in the rearview mirror with each passing mile. As I drove, the busy interstate gave way to quiet state highways lined with towering pine trees. After 4 hours of driving, I turned onto a rutted dirt track that Steve had assured me would take me straight to the cabin. Dense forest pressed in on both sides as the car bounced and jostled over the uneven road. I felt a rising sense of unease as the canopy grew thicker overhead, blocking out the late afternoon sun. Had I made a wrong turn somewhere? Just as I was considering turning back, the trees opened up into a small clearing dominated by a rustic log cabin. I breathed a sigh of relief. This was the place. The cabin was small and primitive, with no electricity or running water, but after the chaos of the city, it felt like a sanctuary. I unloaded my supplies and set about making a fire to ward off the October chill. As night fell, I sat by the crackling flames, savoring the stillness of the forest. Maybe this trip was just what I needed to clear my head and figure out my next steps. I banked the fire and retreated into the cabin, settling into the musty cot with a worn paperback. Sleep came quickly, but my dreams were troubled. I was running through an endless forest, pursued by something I couldn't quite see. I woke with a start, my heart pounding, unsure where I was. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, the familiar contours of the cabin came into focus. Just a nightmare. I rolled over and willed myself back to sleep. Sometime later, A sound jolted me awake, a long, mournful howl that sent shivers down my spine. It sounded close, and unlike anything I had ever heard before. As I lay there in the darkness, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart, one thought crystallized in my mind. Whatever had made that sound, it was no ordinary wolf. Morning brought a bit of respite from the paranoia of the previous night. As I sat on the cabin's narrow porch sipping instant coffee, the forest felt peaceful, even welcoming. Birds flitted between the golden-leaved maples, and the light filtering through the canopy had an almost ethereal quality. I chided myself for letting a nightmare and some distant animal get under my skin. After breakfast, I set out to explore the surrounding area. Steve had mentioned an old stone quarry a half-mile from the cabin that offered some decent fishing. I packed a lunch, grabbed my rod, and set off into the woods, following his sketched map. The day had turned warm, and before long I had stripped down to a t-shirt, enjoying the feel of the sun on my shoulders. I reached the quarry by midday, a quiet, almost circular lake ringed by sheer stone walls. The water was strikingly clear and looked promising for fishing. I set up on a flat boulder by the shoreline, baited a hook, and cast into the glassy surface, watching the rings expand until they lapped at the edges of the quarry. Time slipped away as I absorbed myself in the simple rhythm of casting and reeling. The sun crept towards the western horizon and the air began to cool. I had just decided to pack it in when I got a strong tug on the line. The rod bent nearly double as I struggled to reel in my catch. Finally, a large trout broke the surface, thrashing against the line. I pulled it ashore, feeling a sense of triumph. As I gathered up my gear, I felt the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. That strange feeling of being watched was back. I scanned the tree line, seeing nothing but lengthening shadows. I shook it off and began to walk back towards the path. A twig snapped somewhere in the woods behind me, much too loud to be from anything small. I quickened my pace. Another snap, closer this time. My brisk walk became a panicked run. I arrived at the cabin breathless and shaking, slamming the solid door shut behind me. I leaned against it, trying to slow my breathing. It had just been my imagination, right? I built up the fire and attempted to distract myself by cooking the trout. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. As night blanketed the forest once again, the howls began. They sounded different than before, almost mournful and much, much closer than the previous night. I huddled by the dying embers until dawn, too terrified to sleep. Exhausted and edgy from a sleepless night, I decided over breakfast that I needed to cut the trip short. I felt silly. It had probably just been a coyote or feral dog that I had heard. But the isolation of the cabin had begun to feel more menacing than peaceful. I would much rather be back in my rundown apartment than jumping at every nighttime sound in the forest. I spent the morning packing up my belongings in a fog of fatigue. Nagging paranoia aside, a part of me regretted leaving this tranquil place so soon. Maybe after a couple good nights' sleep back in civilization I would feel differently. I could always come back and give it another shot. I did a final sweep of the cabin's interior, checking for forgotten items. As I stepped onto the porch, a flash of white at the tree line caught my eye. I turned to look and felt my knees nearly buckle from shock. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood an enormous, wolf-like creature, easily the size of a black bear. But it wasn't the size that made my blood turn to ice water in my veins. The creature stood upright on two legs, its front limbs hanging down like grotesque arms ending in paw-like hands. Tattered fur hung from its emaciated frame. Milky eyes stared out from a protruding snout filled with jagged teeth. The creature swayed back and forth, making a horrible whining sound. In a flash of insight, I knew two things with absolute certainty. One, the creature had been stalking me since my arrival at the cabin. And two, it was unquestionably, terrifyingly unnatural. Raw panic propelled me into motion. I leapt off the porch, hurling my bags into the car. The creature took a staggering step towards me, then another. I fumbled for my keys with shaking hands, finally managing to wrench open the door and throw myself inside. As I turned the ignition, I saw the creature loping towards the car in the rearview mirror with shocking speed, its eyes blazing with feral intensity. I stomped the gas pedal to the floor. The tires spun out and caught traction, sending the car lurching forward. In seconds, I was fishtailing down the rutted track, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that abomination. I didn't slow down until I reached the main road 20 minutes later. My hands ached from gripping the steering wheel, and my heart felt like it might beat out of my chest. Questions raced through my mind. What was that thing? Where had it come from? As the adrenaline began to ebb, I felt a hysterical laugh bubbling up. I was acting like I'd seen a monster. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was a bear with mange, or someone playing a sick prank. Either way, I had the sudden urge to put a couple 100 miles between myself and those woods. I merged onto the southbound highway, setting my sights on home. But deep down, I knew I could never unsee what I had just witnessed. As the forest receded in my mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The creature, whatever it was, would haunt my nightmares for a long time to come. "Look, man, I know what I saw." Steve sighed and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. We were sitting at his kitchen table, a six-pack of beer between us. It had been 3 days since I got back to Detroit. 3 sleepless nights punctuated by vivid nightmares of the creature stalking me through darkened city streets. I'd finally broken down and called Steve, spilling my guts about what had happened at the cabin. I half expected him to laugh it off, tell me to lay off the whiskey before bed. But instead, he had just gone quiet. "I'm not saying you didn't see something," he said finally. "But a werewolf? You have to admit it sounds crazy." I bristled at the word werewolf. Ridiculous movie monsters of the full moon, pentagrams and silver bullets. What I had seen was more primal, more terrifyingly real. "It wasn't a damn werewolf," I snapped, then immediately regretted my tone. Steve was just trying to wrap his head around it. Hell, so was I. This was something different. Steve considered me for a long moment, then got up and left the kitchen. I heard him rummaging in the other room. He returned holding an old cigar box, which he set on the table between us. "My grandpa spent most his life in the UP, trapping and fishing," he said, opening the box. "He used to tell me stories about the things he saw in the woods, things that didn't quite add up." He pulled out a faded Polaroid and slid it across to me. The photo showed a shirtless man in waders standing by a river, holding a string of salmon, but I barely registered him. My eyes were drawn instead to the background, to a blurred white shape half hidden among the trees. Even out of focus, the shape was horribly familiar. "Grandpa took that the summer of '73, Steve said quietly. "Always claimed there was something unnatural in the woods that year. Animals gone missing, strange tracks. And that wasn't the only photo he took." With cold fingers, I thumbed through the rest of the Polaroids. Each one showed a tall, pale figure lurking in the forest, never quite in focus. In a few, the creature appeared to be looking directly at the camera with disturbing intensity. "He called it the Dog Man," Steve continued. "Said the old-timers spoke of it in whispers, a creature that was neither man nor beast, stalking the deep woods." I looked up at him, a chill running down my spine. "Why didn't you tell me about this before I went up there?" Steve shook his head. "Honestly, I always thought they were just stories. Something to tell around the campfire to give folks a scare. I never imagined." He trailed off, his eyes distant. We sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of realization heavy between us. Finally, I drained my beer and stood up. "I need to go back," I said. "I need to know for sure." Steve looked at me like I had just suggested a scenic cruise on the river Styx. "Are you insane? Even if this thing is real, you want to what? Go looking for it?" I thought of the creature's dead eyes, the way its sinewy limbs had propelled it towards me. Thought of the mind-bending wrongness of its very existence. He was right, it was insane, but so was spending my life looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow. "I have to," I said simply. "I have to know I'm not crazy." Steve held my gaze for a long moment, then sighed. "Then I'm coming with you." I opened my mouth to protest, but he cut me off. "That's my family's cabin. And more importantly, You're my friend. I let you go up there alone once. I won't make that mistake again." I wanted to argue, but part of me was relieved. Relieved to not have to face this alone. Together, we began to plan our return to the woods, back to the den of the dogman, back to the nightmare. We took Steve's truck, a battered old Ford that looked like it had seen its share of rough country. The drive was mostly silent, each of us absorbed in our own troubled thoughts. As we bumped down the dirt track towards the cabin, the sense of dread that had been steadily building in my gut crescendoed into a gnawing fear. Steve must have sensed it too. He cut the engine in the overgrown driveway and turned to look at me, his face grim. "Last chance to turn back," he said. "No shame in it." I met his eyes, saw my own unease mirrored there. But underneath it was a steely resolve. I shook my head. "I'm not running from this, not again." We climbed out into the gathering dusk, the slam of the truck's doors unnaturally loud in the forest's stillness. The cabin looked just as I had left it, a squat silhouette against the darkening trees. But the sense of peace, of sanctuary, was gone. Now it felt like bait in a trap, luring us into the dogman's lair. I shouldered my backpack, feeling the reassuring weight of the hunting knife inside. Steve had insisted we arm ourselves, though I wasn't sure what good it would do against the creature. He carried a high-powered hunting rifle, the kind used to take down grizzly bears. As we approached the cabin, a sound drifted through the trees that turned my blood to ice. It was a howl, long and mournful, but shot through with a distorted human quality that made my skin crawl. It sounded close. Steve and I exchanged a glance. No words were needed. We hurried into the cabin, bolting the door behind us. Steve moved to the window, peering out into the gloom. I busied myself building a fire in the hearth, more for the light and comfort than for warmth. We settled in to wait, perched on the edges of the worn armchairs like sprinters at the starting line. Adrenaline jangled through my system, making my leg bounce and my palms sweat. Every creak of the old cabin's timbers, every rustle of the wind in the eaves made me flinch. An hour ticked by, then two. Steve paced restlessly, occasionally pausing to scan the tree line through the dingy windows. Each time he turned away in frustration. I was starting to wonder if we had made a mistake, if the creature was long gone, when Steve went suddenly rigid. "Movement," he hissed, "by the tree line." I leapt to my feet, hurrying to his side. At first I saw nothing but shadowy trunks and underbrush. Then something shifted in the darkness, a pale form detaching itself from the deeper gloom. The breath caught in my throat. It was the creature, the dogman. It moved with a lurching, almost stumbling gait, but I knew how deceptive that was. I had seen firsthand the shocking speed it was capable of. As it neared the cabin, details leapt out in the flickering light spilling from the windows. Tattered fur clinging to emaciated ribs, overlong arms ending in wickedly curved claws, and the eyes. Dear God, the eyes. Milky white and pupilless, they seemed to bore straight through me, into the marrow of my soul. Beside me, Steve made a choking sound. I tore my gaze away from the creature to look at him. He was ashen, his eyes wide with a fear I had never seen in the unflappable man before. In that moment, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. We had come seeking answers, confirmation of the impossible. But now, staring our nightmare made flesh in the face, all I wanted was to be as far away from this cursed place as possible. The creature took another staggering step forward. It was no more than 30 feet from the cabin now. Close enough that I could hear its labored, rattling breath. Close enough that I knew with bone-deep certainty that the flimsy walls and bolt lock were not going to keep it out. It threw back its head, uttering a hoarse cry that was somewhere between a howl and a scream, yet so much more terrible than either. The sound raked across my mind like rusted nails, opening up chasms of gibbering terror. In that moment, pinned by the dogman's dead gaze, I knew I was looking into the abyss, into a darkness that had existed long before man first dreamed of monsters. The creature tensed, its sinewy muscles coiling beneath the ragged fur. Time seemed to stretch and slow. I saw its haunches bunch, saw it prepare to leap. In that crystallized moment of terror, some primal instinct took over. I dove to the side just as the creature crashed through the window in an explosion of glass and splintering wood. Jagged shards sliced across my cheek as I hit the ground and rolled, feeling the whoosh of displaced air as a clawed hand swiped through the space where my head had been a heartbeat before. Chaos erupted in the small cabin. The creature howled in frustration, thrashing among the wreckage of the window. I tried to scramble up, to put distance between myself and those scythe-like claws, but my feet tangled in the remnants of the curtain. I fell hard on my side, the air escaping my lungs in a rush. The floor shook as the creature took a staggering step towards me, then another. I could smell it now, a rank odor of wet fur and carrion. It loomed over me, milky eyes ablaze with feral hunger. I scrabbled backwards, my hand groping for something, anything to defend myself with. My fingers closed around the handle of the fire poker. I swung it with all my strength, felt it connect with the creature's leg with a sickening crunch. The creature stumbled back, a shrill yelp escaping its throat, but seemed more enraged than hurt. It lunged forward, jaws snapping, forcing me to roll away. Then the cabin erupted with the deafening boom of a rifle. The creature jerked as if punched, dark blood spraying from its shoulder. I looked over to see Steve braced against the far wall, the rifle clutched in white-knuckled hands. He chambered another round, his face lit with desperate courage. The creature whirled to face him, seeming to have forgotten me entirely. It stalked forward, a new note of menace in its rattling growl. Steve fired again, the muzzle flash lighting the room like lighting. The bullet struck the creature high in the chest, but it barely slowed. "Run!" Steve yelled, his eyes never leaving the advancing monstrosity. "Get to the truck!" I hesitated for only an instant. Steve fired again, and in that moment I saw my chance. I sprinted for the open door, a sob of relief and terror escaping me as I burst out into the cool night air. Behind me, I heard a terrible, wrenching scream and a clatter that could only be the rifle hitting the floor. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I ran, lungs burning and legs pounding, but I didn't stop until I reached the truck. With shaking hands, I threw myself inside and groped for the keys. As I turned the ignition, I cast one last looking at the cabin. The door gaped open like a missing tooth, but nothing moved within. Tears blurred the view as I slammed the truck into gear and roared off down the track. Bitter self-recrimination warred with gut-wrenching horror as I sped through the night, as far and as fast from that place as I could. I should have never left him. But the memory of those teeth, those claws, was enough to chase any thought of heroism from my mind. In that moment, I was reduced to the most primal of imperatives: survive. I raced on into the velvet dark, the cabin and its nightmare denizen dwindling behind me, until it became just one more shadow in the dense wood. I knew that shadow would haunt me for the rest of my days, lurking in every darkened room and moonlit thicket. But I was alive. By some twist of fate or act of providence, I had escaped the dogman's grasp. And for now, that would have to be enough. The police found no trace of Steve. I led them back to the cabin, babbling my story between bouts of hysterical tears. But apart from the shattered window, the scene was eerily mundane. No blood, no alien footprints, no evidence at all that anything out of the ordinary had occurred there. They didn't say as much, but I could read the skepticism in their eyes. To them, I was just another city slicker who'd gotten drunk and spooked in the unfamiliar woods, and now his friend was paying the price. The search efforts lasted for weeks, police and volunteers combing the dense forest for any sign of the missing man. But as the days marched on with no leads, the searchers dwindled until it was only me left, haunting the tree line like a ghost, calling his name until my voice grew hoarse. The official theory is that Steve had a misadventure in the woods. They believe he lost his way in the dark and succumbed to exposure. A tragic but not uncommon occurrence in the remote wilderness of the Upper Peninsula. No one entertains the notion that he fell victim to something far darker than the night, something that defies explanation. When the searches ended, I returned to Detroit, to the bustle and grime of the city. But a part of me never left those woods. It stays there still, forever peering into the darkness between the trees, straining for a glimpse of pale fur and milky eyes. The dog man took more than my friend that night. It took my certainty, my sense of a rational world. I still see it in my dreams, stalking through the moon-dappled forest of my subconscious. I wake in the night, heart pounding and the echoes of its howl ringing in my ears. They say time heals all wounds, but some run too deep, cut at something too fundamental. So I'll carry my scars, both seen and unseen. I'll walk through my days with the weight of that knowledge pressing at the back of my mind. The knowledge that there are things that lurk at the edges, things our tidy explanations can't account for. Not all monsters are make-believe, but perhaps that's the price of survival, of having gazed into the void and coming back, however imperfectly, to walk in the daylight world once more. The experience changed me, there's no denying that. It made me warier, but also more appreciative of the simple securities we take for granted. A door that locks, a light that banishes the dark, a loved one's heartbeat in the night. I still drive by Steve's house sometimes. I see his truck in the drive, gathering rust. I think of our last night together, of the easy camaraderie between us, rendered precious by the horror that followed. I think of his crooked smile, his effortless bravery, there at the end. I should have died with him. It eats at me, the brutal unfairness of it, that coin flip of fate. But I didn't. And now I owe it to him, and to myself, to do more than just survive. I owe it to live, to honor his memory by being the man he knew I could be. The kind of friend who doesn't run. So I'll keep putting one foot in front of the other. I'll count my blessings, even as I scan the shadows. And on the dark nights, when the wind keens through the eaves like a lost and lonely thing, I'll whisper a prayer for his restless soul, because he's out there still. They both are, the hunter and the hunted, locked forever in an endless pursuit through a primordial wood, just beyond the edges of the firelight. One man's eternal nightmare, glimpsed for a terrifying instant through a shattered window. A story to freeze the blood, spoken in hushed whispers as the campfire dies. The story of the dog man and the friend I left behind. I needed to get away. The stress of my failing business and souring relationship had become too much. Spending some time alone in the remote quiet of nature seemed like the only way to clear my head. I loaded up my old pickup truck with camping supplies and hit the highway, driving 6 hours north from my home in Indianapolis into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Dense forests of pine, fir, and aspen stretched for miles in every direction, the roads cutting narrow swaths through the wilderness. My destination was a rustic cabin I had rented online, nestled on the shores of a small lake deep in the Ottawa National Forest. No electricity, no cell service, no other humans for miles. It would be the perfect place to unplug and reflect, or so I thought. I arrived just as the sun was beginning to set, golden rays slashing through the trees. The cabin was small and simple, a single room with a fireplace, a cot, a table and chairs, and an old propane stove. Out front was a little dock extending into the glassy, mirror-like surface of the lake. The air was crisp and pine-scented. Aside from the occasional distant bird call, it was utterly silent. After unloading my supplies and starting a fire in the hearth, I sat on the small porch and watched night fall over the forest. Stars emerged in the inky sky, more than I had ever seen before. The Milky Way cut a hazy swath directly overhead. In the distance, from somewhere in the vast woods, a lone wolf howled a plaintive cry. Despite the tranquil beauty, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling in my gut. The forest that had seemed pleasantly quiet a moment ago now felt too quiet, oppressively silent. The blackness between the trees seemed to conceal invisible eyes watching my every move. I shook it off, chalking it up to my overactive imagination and city-dweller paranoia about the woods at night. Weary from the long drive, I retired into the small cabin, barred the door, banked the fire, and climbed into the creaky cot. As I drifted off to sleep, I heard a strange sound echoing through the night, a cross between a human scream and a wolf's howl. A chill ran through me as I remembered the old legends I had read about creatures stalking the vast forests of the north. I awoke the next morning feeling groggy and unrested, as if I had barely slept. Gray light filtered through the small, dusty windows of the cabin. I emerged onto the porch with a steaming mug of coffee and looked out at the lake and froze. There, clearly visible in the muddy bank, was a line of large, canine-like footprints leading to the water's edge before disappearing. They were far too big to be a regular wolf or coyote. The shape was strange too, almost humanoid. A chill ran through me as I recalled the eerie howl I had heard the night before. I tried to rationalize it away. Perhaps a hunter with a large dog had passed by for an early morning swim. But in my heart, I knew something wasn't right. I quickly retreated back inside the cabin, double-checking the locks. As the day went on, I tried to distract myself from my growing unease. I hiked through the gorgeous autumn colors of the forest, careful not to stray too far from the cabin and the lakeshore. I saw no other signs of the mystery visitor from the night before, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes in the dense forest. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me flinch and whirl around. My nerves were on a hair trigger. I kept thinking I glimpsed a dark shape observing me from behind a tree trunk or boulder, only to look again and see nothing. Just tricks of the dappled light through the leaves, I told myself. By late afternoon, leaden clouds had blanketed the sky, and a chill wind whipped across the lake. I built up the fire and huddled close to its warmth. As the light faded to dusk, I couldn't bring myself to step outside again. Irrational as it was, I felt safe within the four walls of the cabin, like they could protect me from whatever lurked in the forest. Night fell like a physical weight, pressing in against the small windows. Beyond the glow of my single kerosene lamp, the world was utterly black. No moon or stars tonight, and then I heard it, that same spine-chilling howl from the night before. But it sounded closer now, just beyond the edge of the small clearing. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee back to civilization. But I was miles from anything, trapped alone in a tiny cabin, surrounded by an ocean of dark wilderness. So I just sat in terrified silence, gripping my hunting knife with white knuckles, staring unblinking at the door until gray dawn finally broke. After a sleepless night of constant vigilance and heart-pounding adrenaline, I awoke in the morning ragged and twitchy. The pale light did little to allay my fears. If anything, the events of the last 2 nights in this hauntingly remote place had pushed me to the breaking point. I couldn't take the isolation and paranoia anymore. I hastily threw my few belongings into my backpack, my hands trembling with exhaustion and nerves. All I could think about was getting back to my truck and putting these godforsaken woods in my rearview mirror. But as I shouldered open the heavy wood door of the cabin, I stopped short. My veins turned to ice and a scream caught in my throat. There, gouged into the dirt all around the small clearing, was a fresh set of those massive canine tracks, at least a dozen, circling the perimeter of the cabin. Whatever had made them had been here, just feet away, as I cowered inside, stalking me. Pulse pounding in my ears, I stepped cautiously off the porch, following the trail of disturbed earth and snapped underbrush it had left behind. The tracks led from the lake shore straight to the door, and then around to the back of the cabin. Steeling myself, I crept around the corner. The rear wall of the cabin was a scene of destruction. Rough-hewn logs had been smashed and gauged by powerful claws, some splintered and broken through as if by massive jaws. The shutters were hanging from their hinges where they had been frantically torn at, like the creature had been trying to get inside, to get to me. I felt my sanity fraying at the sight, my mind struggling to process what could have done this. Fighting down hysteria, I spun and sprinted for the trail where I had left my pickup, crashed heedlessly through the woods. The trees felt like they were closing in around me, the shadows concealing my nightmares made real. It was only a quarter mile to the trailhead, but it felt like an eternity. My lungs and legs burned as I ran like I had never run before. But even worse was the feeling of being pursued, of hearing heavy footfalls and panting breath behind me, gaining on me. I imagined slobbering jaws and blood-red eyes just at my back. I willed myself not to look, knowing if I did, I would die of sheer terror. After an eternity, I burst from the trees onto the gravel road. Ahead, I could see my old pickup waiting, a blessed sight. I felt a surge of hope. I was going to make it, but that hope shattered into horror a second later. Because there, standing upright in the bed of the truck, silhouetted against the gray sky, was an unmistakable figure, over 8 feet tall, with the powerful body of a man, but the head of a wolf. Its dagger-like teeth glinted as it opened its jaws and let out a blood-curdling howl. The creature fixed me with a murderous glare, its eyes full of feral hunger. I froze, all thoughts of reaching the salvation of the truck vanishing. We stared at each other across the empty road. The hairs on my neck stood up as I realized it was savoring this moment before striking. It had clearly been stalking me, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. And now it had me exactly where it wanted. The stare down couldn't have lasted more than a few seconds, but stretched to eternity, the predator and its helpless prey. Then, in a terrifying blur of teeth and claws, it lunged for me. Pure adrenaline and survival instinct hurled me into motion. I dove sideways off the road, feeling the wind from its body as it soared past, barely missing me. I scrambled for the only cover I could see, the woods. Behind me, I heard the creature crash to the ground, momentum carrying it far. It snarled with rage as it whipped around. I didn't wait for it to recover. I fled blindly into the trees, hurdling fallen logs and brush, scratching skin and clothing as I tore through the branches. My only thought was to disappear, to put any distance between myself and that monster. There was no plan, no rationale thought, just abject terror. I had seen the size and power of the creature's body. I knew in any straight chase it would run me down in a heartbeat. My only hope was to lose it in the dense woods, to confuse it and evade capture until I could find safety. I ducked and jinked in random directions, trying desperately to obfuscate my trail. But each time I risked a glance behind me, I could still hear its thundering pursuit, see flashes of its huge figure between the trees. It was relentless. My lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass and my heart hammered impossibly fast. I didn't know how much longer I could keep running. Then, miraculously, I broke through the tree line and found myself at the rocky shore of the lake. There, to my amazement, was a small aluminum rowboat pulled up on the rocks, its oars resting inside. I recognized it from the cabin's description. The owner kept it for guests. I risked a look back. The creature was still crashing through the forest behind me, but hadn't emerged yet. Sending a silent prayer of thanks to whoever had decided to provide this unlikely escape vessel, I splashed out into the frigid shallows and dragged the boat out until I could climb in and row. I pulled at the oars with every last drop of my fading strength, propelling the tiny craft out into the center of the lake, just as the creature exploded from the underbrush onto the shore. Its enraged howl echoed across the water, but its bulk made it back off from the crumbling rocks at the water's edge. For the moment, at least, the lake was a barrier it could not cross. I was safe, but stranded. I let the oars fall from my numb hands and collapsed in exhaustion. Overhead, the leaden sky opened up at last, and a cold autumn rain began to fall. I drifted on that dark lake for what felt like hours, at the mercy of the wind and current. The rain came down in relentless sheets, and the small boat tossed in the choppy waves. I huddled on the floor, my soaked clothes plastered to my skin, shaking violently from cold and spent adrenaline. The fog of exhaustion and hypothermia made everything feel distant and dreamlike. At times I wasn't sure if I had really escaped, or if I was still running ragged through that endless forest, the creature's breath hot on my heels. But the icy pitch and yaw of the boat and the sting of the rain were all too real. I felt helpless, totally adrift. In fleeing that nightmare on the shore, I had cut myself off from any hope of reaching my truck and the road back to safety and sanity. Now I had nothing but this tiny shell of aluminum between me and the primordial dangers of the water and woods. Questions churned sluggishly through my stunned mind. What was that creature? Some twisted genetic freak or prehistoric remnant? Or I shuddered to consider something supernatural. I had never believed in such things, in ghosts and goblins, in the old tales and whispered myths. But what I had just seen defied any natural explanation. The only clear thought I clung to was that I had to survive this. I had to find a way off this lake and out of these God-forsaken woods. I owed it to my family, to the people I loved, to myself, to live and tell this tale, even if no one believed me. An interminable time later, through the gray veil of rain and mist, I started to make out the smudged shapes of trees and rocks. The wind must have pushed me across the lake. I was nearing the far shore. As I drew closer, I spotted a flash of color through the dreary woods, the red walls of some kind of structure. A sudden surge of hope and relief spurred me into action. I grabbed the oars and rowed with renewed purpose, fighting the wind and current to reach that distant beacon. Soon, I could make it out more clearly. It was a small cabin, not unlike the one I had fled. Rough-hewn and rustic, with a stack of firewood out front and a thin plume of smoke rising from the stone chimney. As I watched, the front door banged open, and a figure rushed out into the rain, waving arms over its head. A person. Another human soul in this vast wilderness. I threw my back into the oars and closed the final distance. As the skiff ground into the sharp rocks of the shore, I nearly sobbed with relief. The figure splashed out into the shallows and grabbed the gunwales, dragging the boat up onto the bank with strong arms. I looked up into the weathered, grizzled features of an old man. He had a wild beard and hard eyes that had clearly seen much, but they crinkled with concern as he reached a hand down to me. "You're safe now, son. Let's get you inside." I sat in a daze as the old man helped me into his cabin and wrapped me in blankets by the roaring hearth. As warmth seeped back into my shocky limbs, my spinning mind started to settle. The man pressed a tin mug of strong black coffee into my hands and pulled up a chair across from me. He watched me closely, not saying anything, just waiting. I took a shuddering breath, the events of the last few days pouring out of me in a torrent, my voice cracking with emotion and urgency. Through it all, he just listened, his grizzled face grave, shaking his head slowly. When I finally ran out of words, he sighed deeply. "You're lucky," he rasped. "Damn lucky. Sounds like you met the Dogman." I just looked at him. The what? Dogman. Michigan's own homegrown monstrosity. Folks been telling stories about it for hundreds of years. Some kind of twisted, unnatural offspring of man and beast. Stalks these woods, always seen near water. And it's got a taste for human flesh. An involuntary shiver ran through me. It was all true. The old legends, the wild tales, they were real. What is it? Where did it come from?" The old man shrugged. "No one rightly knows. Some say it's an ancient spirit of the land, here before the tribes. Others reckon it's the spawn of dark magic from the old world, brought over by some depraved cult. It's an abomination, whatever it is." I looked down into my mug, watching the inky surface catch the flickering firelight. My voice was hollow. "So, what can we do? How do we kill it?" A humorless bark of a laugh. "Kill it? Son, you don't. Greater men than us have tried for generations, all lost to its foul hunger. Silver, fire, modern guns, it don't make no difference. The Dogman can't be killed." He stood abruptly and started rummaging through a cabinet, pulling out backpacks and gear. "Nah, there's only one thing to do. Only thing you can do against something like that." The old man looked back at me, and the firelight caught his eyes. There was something feral there, something haunted. His voice dropped low and deadly serious. Run and don't ever look back." I took his advice. We fled those woods, abandoning all our things. He led me through the wilderness for 3 days until we reached a ranger station where I could call for help. I never went back. The police investigated, even sent a search party to the lake, but they found nothing conclusive. Most of them didn't believe me, or didn't want to. But I know the truth. I still see those red eyes in my nightmares, still hear that unspeakable howl on the midnight wind, and I'll never stop running, because in the dark places, the wild places, the old places, there are things we were never meant to see, things we can never escape, things we can only run from. My life was a mess. Debts piling up, job stress through the roof, a girlfriend who just walked out. I needed to get away from it all. Living in the bustling city of Chicago, I'd always dreamed of escaping to the tranquil forests of northern Wisconsin. So when my uncle mentioned I could use his remote cabin in the woods for a week, I jumped at the chance. I threw my camping gear, some clothes, and basic supplies in the car, and made the 6-hour drive up to Nicolet National Forest. The cabin was deep in the wilderness, miles from civilization, a perfect place to clear my head. My uncle warned me that the woods could play tricks on you, especially at night. Local legends spoke of strange creatures roaming the forest, but I chalked that up to backwoods superstition. I arrived in the late afternoon, the cabin appearing out of the dense pines. It was a rustic little place, but had everything I needed. 4 solid walls, a roof, a fireplace, basic furnishings. No phone, internet, or TV, but that's what I wanted. Total isolation. That first evening, I got a fire going, cracked a beer, and sat on the porch watching the sun set over the treetops. The forest slowly went from gold to crimson to purple. A light breeze whispered through the leaves. I breathed in the earthy smell of soil and pine. Maybe life wasn't so bad after all. But as night enveloped the woods, the atmosphere shifted. An unnatural stillness filled the air, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The darkness pressed in from all sides. Every creak of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. Ridiculous, I told myself. Just my city slicker nerves getting the better of me. Still, I retreated inside and double-checked the lock on the door. As I lay in the musty bed, a long, mournful howl echoed through the night. Probably just a wolf or a coyote, I thought, pulling the covers tight. I eventually drifted off into an uneasy sleep. I awoke with a start. Pale light filtered through the grimy windows. Morning already. Had I really slept that long? I lay there for a moment, trying to figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it, a shuffling, snuffling sound, coming from below the floorboards. Some animal must have gotten into the crawl space, a raccoon or possum probably. I'd have to check it out. I pulled on my boots and a jacket and went out into the chilly morning air. Mist drifted between the trees, catching the slanting sunlight. Dew soaked my jeans as I knelt to peer under the cabin. The crawl space was about 3 feet high, just a bare dirt expanse supported by rotting wooden beams. It took my eyes a moment to adjust to the gloom. I could still hear the shuffling. Then I spotted it, a shadowy shape about 20 feet in, but it looked too big to be a raccoon. Just then, the shape turned. 2 glowing amber eyes stared straight at me. A chill ran down my spine. Those were not the eyes of any raccoon. They almost looked human. The thing lurched forward with unnatural speed. Shit! I scrambled backward, cracking my head on the edge of the cabin. By the time I staggered to my feet, whatever it was had vanished into the depths of the crawl space. My heart pounded. What the hell had I just seen? Part of me wanted to just jump in the car and get far away from this forest. But I took a deep breath. I couldn't let my imagination run wild. There had to be a logical explanation. I spent the rest of the morning reinforcing the cabin as best I could, shoving an old bookcase against the trap door to the crawl space, making sure all the windows were locked tight. It helped me feel a bit more secure, though I couldn't shake the uncanny feeling of being watched from the woods. That afternoon, I tried to distract myself with a hike. The forest no longer felt peaceful, but dark and ominous, full of unseen threats. An icy tingle crept up my back. I couldn't shake the sense that something was stalking me, just out of sight behind the trees. Branches seemed to reach for me like grasping claws. As dusk fell, I hurried back to the cabin. The windows were like pitch-black mirrors, reflecting the last blood-red rays of sun. I thought I glimpsed a dark bipedal silhouette flitting between the trees, but when I turned to look, it was gone. Inside, I deadbolted the door and collapsed onto the couch, jumping at every nighttime sound. What had I gotten myself into by coming out here? My uncle's warning echoed in my head. The woods can play tricks on you, especially at night. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Or was there really something out there? Against my better judgment, I dug out my phone. No service, of course. With a sigh, I retrieved my uncle's ancient laptop from my bag. Time to find out if those local legends were just stories or something more. Fortunately, my uncle had downloaded a bunch of information on the area before my trip. Time to find out the truth about what lurked in these woods. I sat cross-legged on the dusty floor, the laptop balanced on my knees, and started digging through articles my uncle had saved. One jumped out at me, Dogman of northern Wisconsin. I felt a tingle on the back of my neck as I started reading. The article described a cryptozoological creature said to roam the forests of Wisconsin, particularly the northern region where I was staying. Witnesses reported a beast that walked upright like a man, but had the head of a wolf or dog. It was described as tall, powerfully built, with shaggy fur and glowing amber eyes. Some even claimed it had human-like hands, tipped with razor-sharp claws. Sightings dated back decades, with hotspots near my exact location in Nicolet National Forest. Loggers, hunters, campers all had stories of seeing the creature, hearing its blood-curdling howls, and finding its massive three-toed tracks. Many were convinced it was real, not just a legend. As I read on, a creeping horror sunk its claws into me. The creature I'd glimpsed under the cabin, the glowing eyes, the hulking shape, the unnatural speed. It all lined up too well with the descriptions of the Dogman. Had I really seen this mythical monster? Or just an illusion born of isolation and paranoia? I slammed the laptop shut and pressed my palms against my eyes. Think rationally, I told myself. Creatures like that didn't really exist. There had to be some other explanation for what I saw, for the sounds and sensations that haunted me. If I gave in to superstitious fear, I'd be no better than the backwoods folk who believed in this Dogman legend. I spent a restless night trying to convince myself it was all in my head, but when I examined the crawl space in the morning light, my blood ran cold. There in the soft dirt were a set of large, fresh tracks, 3 long clawed toes. Just like the witnesses had described, it was too much. Legend or not, something was stalking the woods around this cabin. I had to get out of here. I threw my stuff in my backpack, hands shaking. I'd hike out to the trailhead where I'd parked the car. I could still make it back to Chicago before dark if I hurried. But as I reached for the doorknob, a horrific howl split the air just beyond the walls. I froze. Through the window, I glimpsed a massive shape moving between the trees, far too fluid to be a bear. A cold sweat trickled down my back. The thing paced back and forth at the tree line, letting out another unearthly howl. It was as if it knew I was about to flee and was calling to its brethren, like it was toying with me, relishing my terror. I was trapped, a prisoner in my own cabin, my hands balled into fists. To hell with this, I thought. If this Dogman wanted a fight, it would get one. I grabbed my uncle's old hunting knife and his shotgun that I'd found in the closet. If I was going down, I'd go down swinging. The time for doubt and disbelief was over. I watched through a crack in the curtains as the beast prowled between the trees, its shape disturbingly human in posture and movement, but it was far larger than any man, with shaggy dark fur and a wolf-like head. I caught glimpses of curved claws and a bushy tail. It was like something out of a nightmare. As I observed its behavior, a chilling realization crept over me. This thing wasn't just some mindless animal or abomination. There was an uncanny intelligence in the way it moved. The way its eerie amber eyes seemed to be cataloging every detail of the cabin and surroundings. What did it want? Hours ticked by in tense silence. The creature never strayed far, circling the clearing. It was playing the long game, waiting for me to make a move. As the shadows lengthened, my mind spun into dark places. The financial stress, the relationship troubles that had driven me out here. They all seemed so distant and trivial now. I'd gladly take a mountain of debt and a messy breakup over being besieged by an unknown monstrosity. With evening approaching, I knew I couldn't just sit here forever. I'd have to make a break for it. I loaded the old shotgun, stuffed the knife in my belt, and shrugged on my backpack. One way or another, this ended tonight. Before I could lose my nerve, I burst out the front door into the clearing, shotgun at the ready. A startled snarl erupted from the trees to my right. I whirled and loosed a shot at a dark shape, ducking behind a large trunk. In the muzzle flash, I saw a furred limb, a clawed hand paw. The shot splintered bark, but the creature was already gone, moving with blinding speed. I took off in the opposite direction, crashing through underbrush toward the trail. Branches clawed at my face and clothes. My heart felt like it would explode. From behind me came the sounds of snapping twigs and heavy footfalls. It was pursuing me. Of course it was. The trail was up ahead, a pale ribbon in the gathering dusk, if I could just reach it. Then it was a straight shot to the car. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was bounding after me on all fours, covering ground at a terrifying rate. I saw its powerful limbs rippling beneath matted fur, its jaw hanging open to reveal a blood-red tongue lolling between yellow fangs. I hit the trail, lungs screaming, legs churning. Only a quarter-mile to the trailhead. The forest blurred on either side of me. Blood roared in my ears. But beneath it all, I could hear the thing's panting breaths as it closed the distance, getting closer, closer. 100 yards from the parking lot, my toe snagged a root and I went sprawling face first in the dirt. The shotgun flew from my grip and I tasted blood. Behind me, I heard the creature skid to a halt. A deep, rumbling growl vibrated through my body. I scrambled forward on hands and knees, feeling its hot breath on the back of my neck. Trembling, I rolled over and stared straight into the glowing amber eyes of the beast. Its lips were peeled back in a snarl, its muzzle mere inches from my face. I could smell the carrion reek of its breath. It placed a clawed hand paw on my chest, pinning me to the ground. Intelligent eyes bored into mine, as if daring me to move. I knew I should be terrified, but in that moment, I was transfixed by the raw, ancient power of the being. For a stretched second, we remained locked in that macabre tableau. Then the pressure on my chest eased. The creature stepped back, still holding my gaze. Without breaking eye contact, it raised its muzzle to the sky and let out a long, mournful howl that echoed off the trees and mountains. The hairs on my neck stood up. There was something undeniably sorrowful in the sound. In the next heartbeat, the creature turned and loped off into the darkening forest, leaving me shaking and bewildered on the trail. I laid there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. When I finally climbed to my feet, I had the unshakable sense that the creature had been trying to tell me something, that it had let me go for a reason. But what? I stumbled the last few yards to my old hatchback, hands still shaking. After my encounter on the trail, all I wanted was to get as far away from those woods as I could. But as I fumbled with my keys, I paused. My backpack with my uncle's laptop was still hanging off one shoulder. The photos, the articles about previous dogman sightings. Suddenly I was struck with the disturbing thought. What if I wasn't the first person the creature had confronted this way? What if there was a pattern to its behavior that could hint at its true nature or motivations? I'd only skimmed a fraction of the information my uncle had collected. With a sigh, I tossed my backpack in the passenger seat. It looked like I wouldn't be putting this behind me just yet. As I sped down the dirt logging road, the dark forest whizzed by outside the cracked windows. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the creature loping after me. But there was nothing. The woods had fallen still, no sign of the unnatural presence that had been stalking me. Yet I couldn't shake the sense that I was still involved in something I didn't fully understand. The creature had deliberately let me go, and I needed to find out why. As soon as I reached the highway, I pulled over and dug out the laptop, hands still trembling slightly. Time to dive deeper down this rabbit hole and uncover the truth about the dogman. I pored over the articles and accounts for hours, cross-referencing details. A picture began to emerge, as disturbing as it was fascinating. This was not the first time the dogman had interacted with a human in this manner, stalking them, scaring them, but ultimately letting them go. In fact, such behavior was sprinkled throughout the lore. One logger in the 1980s reported the creature terrorizing his campsite for days, only to pin him down one night, stare into his eyes, and then melt back into the forest. A hiker in the 90s described an almost identical encounter to mine, right down to the mournful howl. There were other stories too, whispers and legends of the dogman guarding the forest, punishing those who disrespected it. A thought seized me, as cold and stark as the lunar light washing over the forest. What if the dogman wasn't just a predator, but a protector, an ancient guardian of these primordial woods, warding off threats and trespassers? Had I offended it in some way, triggered some defense of its territory? I thought back to my first careless night at the cabin, the can of beer I'd tossed into the brush, the branch I'd hacked off for firewood. Little things, but things that showed no respect for the forest. Maybe that's what had drawn the creature's attention, and its ire. Pieces were falling into place, but it still didn't explain why it had let me go in the end. If I'd transgressed, why not finish me off? Unless it was less a punishment than a warning, a message to take back to the wider world. I shivered, and it had nothing to do with the nighttime chill. I knew then what I had to do. I had to go back into those woods and face the dogman one last time. I had to understand what it wanted from me, and I couldn't let fear stop me. I took a deep breath of the sharp, piney air, steeling myself. I'd come to these woods to prove something to myself. Now, accidentally, I'd have to prove something to the creature that ruled them. The small parking lot was deserted when I pulled in just before dawn. A low mist hung over the treetops, stained pale orange by the rising sun. The forest was waking up, a dawn chorus of birdsong echoing beneath the pines. It seemed almost too idyllic after the horrors of the previous night. But I knew better now. I hoisted my backpack, now stuffed with a few supplies, and set off down the trail at a brisk clip. I had a general idea of where I needed to go, and I wanted to get there before I lost my nerve. The creature had held an intelligence in its gaze that I couldn't shake. If it truly was some kind of guardian of the forest, then the heart of its territory would be deep in the oldest part of the woods, where the trees grew close and thick. The trail quickly faded out, leaving me to navigate through the dense underbrush. Low branches snagged at my hair and clothes. The air grew heavy and close, laden with the smells of earth and decay. Despite the golden rays slanting through the canopy, a deep gloom settled over the forest floor. As I trekked deeper into the primordial woods, a strange sensation came over me. The modern world felt distant, unreal. Out here, in the domain of the dogman, older rules held sway. I found myself slipping into an almost meditative rhythm, my senses hyper-attuned to my surroundings. I don't know how long I walked, hours probably, though time seemed to warp and stretch beneath the ancient trees. The woods had a watchful quality, as if the forest itself was alive and aware. I knew I was getting close. I could feel it in my bones. Then the trees opened up into a small clearing dominated by a towering white pine. The air practically thrummed with a wild, ancient energy. I knew with unshakable certainty that I had reached the heart of the dogman's territory. I walked to the center of the clearing and knelt, setting my backpack aside. Reaching within, I deliberately pulled out the empty beer can I'd carelessly tossed my first night at the cabin. It seemed like a lifetime ago. Slowly, solemnly, I began to dig a small hole in the loamy soil. As I laid the crumpled can to rest and covered it over with rich black earth, I felt an old heaviness start to lift from my spirit. This was an apology, a gesture of respect for the wilderness I had ignorantly violated. A twig snapped at the edge of the clearing. My head snapped up, and there it was, the dogman, watching me from between the trees. In the daylight, I could see its features clearly: the shaggy fur, the lupine snout, the intelligent amber eyes. I stood slowly, hands open and unthreatening. The creature padded forward until we were face to face, ancient being and mortal man. Its eyes bored into mine, searching, appraising. I held its gaze, pouring all my regret and newfound understanding into that look. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the guardian of the forest. "I'll do better." Something shifted in its expression, a softening around those wild eyes. Then it dipped its great shaggy head, slowly and deliberately, a noble acknowledgement. Message sent and received. In the next heartbeat, the dogman turned and loped off into the trees, vanishing like a shadow. I stood there for a long time, breathing in the mysterious, untamed essence of the forest. When I finally made my way back to civilization, I was not the same man who had fled these woods in terror the night before. The forest and its enigmatic guardian had marked me, changed me, and I knew, without a doubt, that no matter where I went or what troubles I faced, a part of me would always belong to these ancient, primordial woods. The financial woes, the relationship struggles that had driven me out here felt manageable now. Challenges to be faced head-on rather than run from, because I had seen true wildness, looked it in the eyes and made my peace with it. Everything else was just details. As the lights of the city rose to greet me, one final howl lifted from the distant forest, mournful, primal, knowing. A reminder that the wilderness is always there, waiting for those who need to remember their place in the old ways of the world. The broken branches crunched under my boots as I made my way deeper into the shadowy forest. Beads of sweat trickled down my neck in the humid July air. The straps of my heavy backpack dug into my shoulders, but I trudged onward, desperate to put more distance between myself and the messy life I was fleeing in Seattle. As a 28-year-old web designer drowning in credit card debt, I was in dire need of a reset. The daily grind of client calls, impending deadlines, and past due notices had whittled me down to a shell of my former self. I longed for escape, for a chance to unplug from the digital hell that my life had become. So I set out for the Olympic National Forest, seeking solace among the towering Douglas firs and jagged peaks. I had fond childhood memories of summer camping trips with my family, roasting marshmallows, swimming in glacial lakes, pointing out constellations in the inky night sky. I craved a return to that blissful simplicity. After hours of hiking, my leaden legs carried me into a shaded glen. Shafts of golden daylight pierced the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in an emerald patchwork. The earthy scent of pine needles and loamy soil filled my lungs. A crystal-clear stream cut across my path, its cheerful babbling a balm to my frayed nerves. This looked like an ideal spot to make camp for the night. I unslung my pack and busied myself gathering kindling, the repetitive task lulling me into a meditative rhythm. Once I had a respectable pile of twigs and branches, I set about constructing a basic lean-to from a tarp and paracord. The snug shelter would offer some protection from the elements and any curious wildlife. Exhausted from the day's exertions, I crawled inside and stretched out on top of my sleeping bag. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the wind whisper through the boughs overhead. Sleep soon overtook me, and I drifted off, surrendering to the forest's primordial lullaby. But my slumber was shattered by a piercing howl that ripped through the night. I bolted upright, my heart pounding against my rib cage. The haunting cry echoed through the trees, closer this time. It sounded like no animal I had ever heard before, a chilling blend of lupine and human. Ice flooded my veins as realization dawned. I was not alone in these woods. Something was out there, something unnatural, and it knew exactly where I was. The eerie howls continued to reverberate through the inky forest. I huddled in my flimsy shelter, too petrified to move. My mind raced through the possibilities of what ungodly creature could be lurking among the shadows. Bears? Wolves? The primal vocalizations sounded vaguely canine, but with an intelligent, almost human-like cadence that defied explanation. I had heard whispers around campfires, dark tales shared in hushed tones, of things that stalked the untamed wilds of the Pacific Northwest, things that walked on two legs and hungered for human flesh. The windwalker, the midnight whistler, the boggy creek monster. Mere legends, I had always scoffed. Old wives' tales and urban myths, nothing more. But now, hunkered down in this god-forsaken stretch of wilderness, I wasn't so sure. Fear has a way of making you question everything you thought you knew. With a trembling hand, I fished my cell phone out of my pocket. No signal, of course. I was miles from the nearest tower, cut off from any chance of rescue. I cursed myself for not investing in a satellite phone or emergency beacon before setting out on this misguided quest for tranquility. The snapping of branches underfoot made me freeze, phone slipping from my clammy fingers. Heavy footfalls, drawing closer with each thunderous beat of my heart. A shadow fell across the tarp and I could make out a hulking silhouette, at least 8 feet tall. I held my breath, not daring to make a sound. Sweat soaked through my shirt as my body heat rose with the tide of terror coursing through me. The seconds stretched into an eternity as the figure paused outside my makeshift refuge. A wet snuffling reached my ears, accompanied by a low, menacing growl that made my blood run cold. It sounded massive, feral, ravenous. I squeezed my eyes shut, mumbling desperate prayers to a god I wasn't sure I still believed in. After what felt like hours, the footsteps retreated, fading into the distance. But the relief was short-lived. An agonized human scream tore through the night, echoing off the mountains. The kind of scream that can only mean one thing: a swift and violent end. Bile scorched the back of my throat, my muscles seized with pure, unadulterated dread. I fought the urge to bolt from my hiding place and make a mad dash through the forest. Some primal instinct warned that to run would only attract the attention of the hungry predator. So I lay there in the claustrophobic dark, listening to the awful quiet that settled over the glen, punctuated by the erratic hammering of my pulse in my ears. Exhaustion finally defeated adrenaline, and I sank into a fitful sleep plagued by visions of gleaming fangs and gore-streaked muzzles. Ashen daylight seeped through the tarp, rousing me from my restless slumber. For a few blissful seconds, I forgot the horrors of the previous night. But reality came crashing down as I spotted the muddy footprints that encircled my shelter. Footprints that were far too large to belong to any natural animal. I had 2 options: stay put and pray that the creature didn't return, or pack up and try to hike my way out of its territory. The latter seemed marginally less suicidal. If I could just make it back to the trailhead, flag down a passing car. With shaking hands, I rolled up my sleeping bag and collapsed the lean-to. I shoved my meager supplies into my backpack, trying to ignore how the straps felt like a noose around my shoulders. Every rustle of leaves or chirp of a bird made me flinch. My nerves stretched tighter than piano wires. I followed the stream downhill, figuring it had to empty into a river or lake eventually. As I slogged through the underbrush, I couldn't shake the prickling sensation of being watched, of hostile eyes tracking my every step from the dappled shadows. Branches clawed at my face and snagged in my hair as I picked up my pace, boots thudding against the spongy earth. My breaths came shorter and faster, but I didn't dare slow down. The babbling of the stream grew louder, spurring me onward. It had to be close now. But when I burst through a wall of shrubbery, I skidded to a halt at the scene that greeted me. The stream emptied into a reed-choked pond, its surface mirror-flat and black as tar. Deer bones and antlers littered the muddy banks, some old and sun-bleached, others new with shreds of sinew still clinging to them. A reeking odor of decay hung thick in the air. It was a killing ground, an open-air abattoir for the vicious predators that called this forest home. And I had just stormed into it like a lamb to the slaughter. My stomach clenched and I doubled over, retching up the meager contents of my gut. I tried to get my bearings, to formulate a plan, but my panic-fogged brain refused to cooperate. I sank to my knees in the gore-streaked mud, a helpless sob tearing from my throat. How had things gone so wrong so quickly? Just yesterday, I had been a carefree 20-something, my biggest concerns paying down my visa bill and dealing with demanding clients. Now I was lost in a literal monster's den, my life hanging by the most fragile of threads. Despair wrapped its icy fingers around my heart and squeezed. No one knew where I was. No one would be coming to save me. I was utterly, hopelessly alone. A twig snapped behind me and I whirled around, scrambling backwards in the muck. The creature emerged from the tree line, ducking under low-hanging branches with too fluid grace. It was a nightmarish hybrid of animal and man. Powerfully muscled limbs were encased in shaggy black fur, tapering to wickedly curved claws. A barrel chest heaved with each breath, straining against a filthy patchwork of clothing that might have once belonged to unlucky campers. But it was the head that froze me in my tracks. A lupine skull with malevolent amber eyes, and a long snout lined with jagged fangs. The dogman had found me, and it looked ravenous. The beast stalked toward me, moving with a predator's easy confidence. Drool glistened on its jagged teeth as its lips peeled back in a feral snarl. It uttered a guttural growl that made my bones vibrate. I tried to scrabble backward, but my hands slid in the muck, pitching me onto my back. The mud's icy fingers seeped through my shirt as I gasped lungfuls of fetid air. The creature loomed over me, blocking out the watery sun. Its bulk was staggering, more massive than any wolf or bear. Time dilation stretched the moment into agonizing slow motion. Thoughts of my loved ones, of all the things left undone and unsaid, flickered through my mind like a morbid highlight reel. I saw my mom's kind smile, my sister's sparkling eyes, my best friend's booming laugh. Tears streaked down my cheeks, carving hot trails through the grime. "Please, no," I choked out, throwing up a trembling hand as if that could ward off the hulking monstrosity. The dogman lunged with shocking speed, jaws snapping closed on empty air as I rolled to the side on pure instinct. Claws raked my shoulder, shredding fabric and skin. White-hot pain exploded through me and I screamed. Somehow, I managed to get my feet under me, staggering off in a blind panic. Reeds slashed at my face as I plunged into the stagnant shallows of the pond. The water dragged at my boots, threatening to pull me under. Behind me, I could hear the creature splashing closer, snarling with rage. My hip bumped something hard, and I glanced down to see a sunken log, waterlogged, and slimy with algae. Desperate, I groped along its length until my fingers closed around a knobby branch. With a cry, I tore it free of the rotting trunk, just as the dogman pounced. We went down in a tangle of thrashing limbs, frigid water closing over my head. Fangs sank into my forearm, and I felt the bones splinter. My agonized howl came out as a mouthful of foul-tasting bubbles. The monster shook me like a rag doll, trying to tear the arm from its socket. Agony rolled through me in nauseating waves. My grip tightened on the splintered branch, and with the last of my strength, I swung it up to smash against the beast's skull. Once, twice, 3 times, until its jaws loosened and inky blood bloomed in the churning water. I wrenched free of its slackened grasp and floundered through the reeds, choking on pond scum and my own terror. The creature's enraged bellow shook the trees as it gave chase, but this time I had a head start, born of desperation and adrenaline. By some miracle, I dragged myself up the opposite embankment and back into the relative shelter of the trees. I crashed through the undergrowth, slipping on exposed roots, thorny vines shredding my clothing. I could feel hot blood seeping through the makeshift tourniquet of my shredded shirt. The snarls and thudding footfalls grew fainter behind me, and I realized with a hysterical bark of laughter that perhaps the creature was just as eager to avoid the stinking pond as I was. But still I ran, the pain in my mangled arm fading under the onslaught of endorphins and shock. I didn't stop until my foot caught on a buried stone and sent me sprawling face first onto the carpet of moldering leaves. I lay there gulping like a landed fish, too spent to rise. The stench of my own fear sweat mingled with the coppery tang of blood. Eventually, the need to keep moving overrode the desire to just give up. I pushed myself upright with my good arm and surveyed my surroundings. I was in the deepest heart of the forest now, ancient trees coiling into a canopy that blocked out nearly all sunlight. In every direction, the landscape looked exactly the same, an endless expanse of gnarled trunks and dense thickets. I was well and truly lost, injured, defenseless, and the monster was still out there. The only question was how long I could evade it before exhaustion betrayed me, but I was far from ready to lay down and die. Grim determination hardened in my gut. I would fight tooth and nail for every breath, right up until the bitter end. Picking a direction at random, I stumbled onward into the gloom, hoping against hope that I was heading toward civilization and not just deeper into the dogman's territory. Either way, I knew I was in for the longest night of my life. The sun dipped below the horizon, bleeding crimson and violet hues across the sky. Indigo shadows pooled between the trees, creeping across the forest floor like spilled ink. Night fell swiftly this deep in the Olympic wilds, and night meant one terrifying thing: the hunter would have the advantage. As the last of the meager light faded, I was struck by the suffocating silence. No scurrying of small creatures in the underbrush, no hooting of owls or chirping of crickets. It was as if every living thing in these woods knew to make itself scarce after nightfall. Every living thing except me. Each rasping breath and crunching footfall sounded obscenely loud in my ears, amplified by the lack of ambient noise. I imagined the dogman perking up at the sound, lips skinning back from yellowed fangs in a diabolical grin, anticipating the moment when its hapless prey would stumble into the range of its powerful limbs and snapping jaws. That is, if it wasn't already stalking me on silent paws. My spine prickled with the unshakable sensation of malevolent eyes boring into my back. What did they say in all those wilderness survival books? If you can see the predator, it's already too late. I shook my head angrily, trying to dispel the creeping anxiety. Fear was a luxury I couldn't afford, not if I wanted to survive this nightmare. I had to keep my wits sharp and my senses heightened. Succumbing to mind-numbing terror would only get me killed that much quicker. My throat ached with dehydration, and my stomach cramped painfully, reminding me that it had been nearly a day since I'd had anything to eat or drink. Any hope I'd had of finding my way back to the trail had evaporated as I'd slogged through miles of dense undergrowth, the terrain refusing to change. For all I knew, I was wandering in circles. All the while, my injured arm throbbed with a bone-deep ache. I could still feel the ghost of the creature's fangs buried in my flesh. My makeshift bandage was tacky with congealing blood, and I knew the wound needed treatment that I had no means to provide. Out here, even a minor injury could prove fatal if infection set in. The darkness pressed in until it felt like a physical weight on my chest. Every skittering leaf or sighing breeze jolted me like an electric current. My imagination conjured twisted shapes crouched in the shadows, mad yellow eyes, matted fur, gleaming claws. A branch cracked like a gunshot somewhere off to my left, and I leapt nearly out of my skin. Pulse thundering in my ears, I strained to make out any other sounds of movement, but the forest had fallen deathly silent once more. With a trembling hand, I drew my phone from my pocket and smacked the power button. The screen flared painfully bright in the gloom. Still no service bars. 12% battery remaining. 1:47 a.m. I stared at those numbers until they blurred, then swore viciously. Exhaustion and hopelessness crashed over me in a suffocating wave. I slumped against a tree trunk, legs finally giving out beneath me. The rough bark clawed at my skin through my tattered shirt as I slid to the ground in a graceless heap. Hot tears spilled down my cheeks, mingling with the layer of grime and blood already coating my face. I wanted to scream at the unfairness of it all, at my own damned foolishness for venturing into these godforsaken woods alone and unprepared. What had I been thinking? That I could just run away from my problems? That a few days of connecting with nature would somehow straighten out the disaster zone my life had become? Now, I was going to die out here, torn to bloody ribbons by a creature that shouldn't even exist outside of campfire tales and low-budget horror flicks. All because of my own stupid, selfish desire for an escape. The bitter irony was nearly laughable. A twig snapped nearby, so loud in the preternatural stillness that I flinched violently enough to bash my already aching head against the tree. Then another, and another, steady, purposeful, drawing closer with each pop of splintering wood. I shoved my fist against my mouth, biting down on my knuckles until I tasted blood. Anything to stifle the hysterical sobs clawing their way up my throat. I shrank back against the tree, willing myself to melt into the shadows, become just another part of the forest. The footfalls halted on the other side of my meager shelter. A dark form blotted out the faint slivers of moonlight filtering through the canopy. It was close enough to touch if I stretched out my arm, close enough to smell the reek of old blood and rancid meat on its breath. This was it. The end. I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting my last sight on earth to be those glowing amber eyes and gore-flecked maw. I pictured my parents' faces, trying to draw some final crumb of comfort before the jaws closed around my throat. "I'm sorry," I breathed, voice cracking on a sob. "Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry." I braced myself for the white-hot agony of fangs and claws shredding my flesh, for the metallic bloom of my own blood filling my mouth as my screams faded to gurgles. But the killing strike never came. After a small eternity, I dared to open my eyes a crack. The shadow still loomed over me, eclipsing the stars. But it hadn't lunged, hadn't pounced, it just watched, studying me with a predator's unblinking intensity. What are you waiting for?" I whispered, half delirious with fear and exhaustion. "Just get it over with already." The shadow huffed, a sound somewhere between a growl and a sigh. Then, to my utter disbelief, it slowly sank back on its haunches, seated itself on the carpet of leaves and pine needles a few feet away, for all the world like an oversized dog awaiting orders from its master. I gaped, temporarily forgetting to be terrified in the face of this bizarre new behavior. The creature remained motionless, though I could feel the weight of its gaze boring into me. Was it trying to communicate? Did it want something from me beyond the obvious pound of flesh? The thought seemed ludicrous, like something out of a cheesy sci-fi flick. This thing was a monster, a soulless killing machine. It didn't have wants or needs beyond sating its feral bloodlust. Did it? Swallowing hard, I addressed it directly, feeling only slightly ridiculous. I don't understand. What do you want?" The dogman tilted its massive head, jaws parting slightly. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it might actually answer, but instead it stretched out one clawed hand paw and gingerly set something on the ground between us. I squinted, momentarily baffled. It looked like a hunk of raw, bloody meat. The cloying stench of offal made my gorge rise, and I started to turn away in revulsion. But then I caught sight of the scrap of bright fabric still clinging to the glistening red mass. With a jolt of pure, sickening horror, I realized I was looking at the torn remnants of a yellow rain jacket, a child-sized rain jacket. Bile seared the back of my throat as understanding crashed over me in a nauseating wave. It wasn't just deer that the creature had been preying on. It had killed, was still killing human beings. Men, women, children. How many torn and broken bodies lay scattered throughout this forest, waiting to be stumbled upon by horrified hikers? How long had this monster been stalking these woods, glutting itself on the flesh of the unwary? Ember-bright eyes bored into me, unblinking, expectant. Slowly, horribly, it began to dawn on me what the dogman wanted. It was trying to feed me, like a wolf providing for its pups. It had brought me an offering from its most recent kill. But the implications of that were too terrible to contemplate. If the creature saw me as kin, as something to be nurtured rather than devoured, I didn't have time to finish the thought before an ear-splitting crack rent the air. The dogman lurched to its feet with a savage roar, whirling to face the disturbance. More cracks followed, sharp and percussive, and my stunned brain finally registered what I was hearing. Gunshots. Someone was shooting at the monster. Voices reached my ringing ears. Male, rough with age and flavored with a hint of the local accent. They were shouting, calling to each other as they crashed through the underbrush. The beams of powerful flashlights split the darkness, sweeping through the trees like searchlights. "God damn it, Lester, you missed." "I ain't missed, I winged the bastard. Look, it's bleeding." "Less jawing, more shooting, it's getting away." The dogman snarled in fury and launched itself toward the voices and the assault rifles they carried. More gunfire erupted, strobing through the night, and inhuman howls of pain and rage shook the boughs. I saw my chance, and I took it. Bolting from my hiding place, I plunged into the forest in the opposite direction of the cacophony. Branches whipped at my face and caught at my clothes, but I barely felt them. I ran like the devil himself was on my heels, which wasn't too far off the mark. At my back, the sounds of pursuit faded beneath the staccato boom of gunshots and bestial roars. Guttural human curses mingled with splintering wood and meaty thwacks. The would-be hunters had become the hunted, and I had a sick feeling I knew which side would emerge victorious. But as the miles fell away behind my pounding feet, a new thought crept unbidden into my mind, more terrible than any monster. The men hadn't been government agents or forest rangers, just local hunters likely out for a weekend of deer stalking and beer swilling. Good old boys from the backwoods armed with more ammo and bravado than sense. And they had known about the creature, recognized it on sight. They'd set out tonight with a specific target in mind, which could only mean one thing. The rumors were true. The locals knew the Dogman legend was more than just a tall tale spun around campfires. They'd known for years, maybe generations, and they'd kept it secret. Let hapless outsiders like me go on believing we were safe within the national park boundaries until we disappeared down the gullet of an all-too-real nightmare. Cold fury crystallized in my gut, tempering my terror into something hard and sharp. Enough was enough. I was done being this thing's prey, this town's sacrificial lamb. Asher Reynolds might have hiked into these woods a spineless yuppie, but by God he wasn't hiking out one. I would find a way to stop this creature, to expose the ugly truth festering in the forest's diseased heart. Whatever it took, however long I had to fight, this ended now. With grim resolve, I turned my feet toward civilization and safety, and silently declared war on the monsters, both human and otherwise, that had made these mountains their stalking ground. They had no idea what was coming for them. The trees began to thin, grudgingly giving way to scraggly underbrush and spongy turf. My heart leapt at the first flash of movement that didn't belong to a nocturnal predator. Up ahead, the wan glow of headlights cut through the pre-dawn gloom. Car engines rumbled over the birdsong, accompanied by the crunch of tires on gravel. The trailhead. I'd done it. I'd survived. Sheer relief surged through me, chased by a dizzying rush of exhaustion as the adrenaline that had sustained my battered body through the night drained away. I half ran, half staggered toward the promised daylight, uncaring of the branches that snagged my hair and sliced my cheeks like icy razors. I burst from the tree line into a scene of carefully cultivated cheer. A small dirt lot bordered by cheerful signage welcoming visitors to the Olympic National Forest, complete with faded cartoon mascots. The contrast with the primordial horrors lurking beyond the trail markers was dizzying, obscene. A few vehicles were parked in haphazard angles, some still idling. Sleepy-looking campers milled around them, nursing steaming cups of coffee and making final checks of their gear before setting off. So ordinary, so banal, as if the world hadn't just tilted on its axis, as if they weren't unwittingly walking into the hunting grounds of a living nightmare. I must have made quite a sight lurching into their midst, clothes filthy and ripped, skin scored with countless cuts and bruises, one arm hanging at a nauseating angle. From the wide-eyed gawking and nervous muttering, I gathered that I looked every bit the crazed mountain man from the gas station's gory tales. "Help," I croaked, voice rusted from dehydration and overuse. "Please, I need help." For a moment, no one moved. Then a matronly woman in a fleece jacket broke from the knot of wary onlookers and hurried toward me, motherly concern creasing her features. "Oh, you poor thing. What on earth happened to you? Were you attacked by an animal? Here, sit down before you fall down." She guided me to a weathered picnic bench, and I collapsed onto it gratefully, muscles screaming. Now that I'd stopped moving, a bone-deep ache was setting in, the precursor to a pain that I knew would be beyond description. The woman pressed a water bottle into my trembling hand, and I gulped at it greedily, heedless of the rivulets that ran down my chin. The group was clustering around now in tight, anticipatory silence. They knew something was very wrong, that my wounds went beyond a simple hiking accident. They just didn't want to be the first to say it aloud. "We need to call the Rangers," a man's voice interjected as I came up for air. "And maybe the police. This guy looks like he tangled with a lot more than a bear." "I know what I tangled with," I said, raising my voice so they could all hear. No more beating around the bush. It was time to yank the elephant into the room, kicking and screaming. It was the Dogman, the lunar beast, they call it sometimes. 7, 8 feet tall, jaws like a steel trap, claws like cut glass. Walked on two legs, but sure as shit wasn't human. It killed. I swallowed thickly. Unwanted images of shredded yellow fabric dancing behind my eyes. It killed everything that crossed its path, deer, rabbits, people. Silence. Then the whispering started, like the hiss of a fuse burning down. I caught snatches here and there. Crazy, shock. Get a grip before he snaps. But I also saw the faces of the older campers, the ones who'd grown up in the area. They had paled beneath their weathered tans, and they weren't meeting my wild eyes. They knew. Of course they knew. I'm not crazy, I said, louder now. Anger was rising in me, a righteous burn. And I'm not in shock. You know it's out there. You've known for a hell of a long time. Maybe you've even covered up the disappearances, the bodies that didn't make it home to their families. How could you? How could you let this go on? The crowd rippled uneasily, an almost guilty undercurrent running through them. But still, no one spoke up. Cowards to the last. Well, I won't, I gritted out from between clenched teeth. I won't be silent. I'm going to tell everyone what's really lurking in these mountains. The news, social media, anyone who'll listen. No more hikers are going to die because they didn't know to be afraid of the dark. Now, son, one grizzled old-timer began, his face a mask of condescension and pity. I know you think you saw something out there, but you're not well. You're rambling about legends and conspiracy theories, and that arm looks infected. Let's get you to a hospital, My laughter was brittle, edging toward hysteria. Oh, I'm going to a hospital, all right, and I'm going to show them exactly what bit me. Then we'll see who's rambling. I turned to the crowd at large, seeing the uncertainty and fear in their eyes. Good. About time they felt a piece of what had been clawing at my sanity all night long. This ends now, I declared, my ragged voice ringing with conviction. No more secrets, no more cover-ups. The world needs to know the truth about what stalks these woods after dark. And if you won't help me expose it, then stay the hell out of my way. With that, I leveraged myself upright, wobbling only slightly as the last of my flagging strength threatened to desert me entirely. I fixed the gawking onlookers with a final, flinty glare before turning on my heel and limping toward the parking lot. Behind me, the buzz of conversation swelled like an agitated hive. Let them gossip and speculate. By the time I was done, the existence of the dogman would be an undisputed fact, not a campfire story to be dismissed by the willfully ignorant. I spotted an unattended SUV with "My other car is a John Deere" bumper sticker and a camouflage steering wheel cover visible through the window. Bingo. Exactly the kind of vehicle a weekend warrior who fancied himself the next Davy Crockett would drive. Ignoring the inferno of pain singing through my nerves, I staggered to the car and wrenched open the passenger door. As I'd hoped, a small duffel bag emblazoned with some outdoor supply company's logo sat on the seat. I pawed through it one-handed, scattering granola bars and hand warmers until my fingers brushed against the smooth, cylindrical body of a satellite phone. Hey, what in the Sam Hill do you think you're doing? I looked up to see a man with an impressive beard and a faded NRA cap bearing down on me, his paunchy belly straining against a red flannel shirt. His expression was a thundercloud of righteous indignation, right up until he got a good look at my mangled arm and blood-crusted face. Then it morphed into something closer to shocked horror. Borrowing this? I replied, brandishing the sat phone. I'll give it back once I've called in the cavalry. If you've got half a brain, you'll get back in your car and get as far away from these woods as the wheels can take you. He gaped at me a moment longer, clearly torn between defending his property and putting as much distance as possible between himself and the wild-eyed lunatic raving about monsters. Self-preservation won out, and he scrambled back without another word, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste to retreat. I punched in the first number that came to mind, the one drilled into my head since grade school. 911. The line clicked and hissed, the sat phone struggling to find a reliable signal through the dense tree cover. For a few agonizing seconds, I thought the call wouldn't connect. Then a blessedly human voice crackled to life, professionally crisp. 911, what's your emergency? My name is Asher Reynolds, I said, enunciating each word with care so there could be no mistaking my intent. I'm at the White River Campground off Highway 410, and I need to report a murder. Multiple murders, going back years, maybe decades, all covered up by the locals. A pause, ripe with confusion and burgeoning unease. Sir, what do you mean by covered up? Are you in any immediate danger? Are you injured? I'll explain everything to the police when they get here, I replied, injecting steel into my tone. But they'd better come armed for more than a bear, and tell them to bring body bags. They're going to need them once they start searching these woods. Sir, I don't quite understand. Are you saying there's some kind of serial killer in the area? Do you need medical attention? Just send everyone you've got, I snapped, weariness and pain sharpening my words into barbs. Cops, rangers, federal agents, a goddamn army battalion. I want this place locked down and crawling with search parties within the hour. No one else is going to be a dogman's chew toy on my watch. I could practically hear her bafflement, but to her credit, the operator didn't demand further clarification. Units are being dispatched to your location now, sir. Please stay on the line with me until they arrive. Are you somewhere safe? I laughed. A dry, hollow sound, utterly devoid of humor. I looked out over the placid parking lot, the mingling cluster of concerned campers, the sun-dappled tree line that seemed so benign in the lightening dawn. Somewhere beyond that emerald veil of forest, the beast was licking its wounds, yellow eyes ablaze with fury and hunger, already anticipating its next kill. Lady, none of us have been safe since we set foot in this park, I said softly. But that changes today. I'm ending this one way or another. The dogman's reign of terror is over. And as I heard the first distant wail of sirens splitting the morning calm, I knew I meant every word. This was a declaration of war, and damn the casualties. The Olympic National Forest would run red with retribution before I was done. No one else would fall prey to the nightmare that had stalked these mountains for far too long. It was time for the hunters to become the hunted, and I would be the one leading the charge. The dogman had messed with the wrong yuppie. The encounter I'm about to describe happened to me just under 2 years ago, in the summer of 2023. I was 23 years old at the time, working as a delivery truck driver in the small town of Millfield. I had been dating a girl named Jenna for about 6 months when her family decided to move across the country to California for her dad's new job. Jenna wanted to try to make the long-distance relationship work, despite my reservations. I had attempted long distance once before in college, and it crashed and burned spectacularly. But I cared about Jenna and wanted to give it a shot for her sake. During our 6 months together, Jenna had flown out to visit me in Millfield a few times. This particular story took place during one of those visits in late June. Jenna was going to stay with me for about 10 days before the big move. I had requested the full week off work to spend time with her, but unfortunately, due to staffing issues, I was only able to get a few of the days off, including that Friday. I woke up that Friday morning around 4:30 a.m., same as always. My internal body clock was permanently set to trucker time. I lived in a dingy basement apartment with my childhood buddy Mike at the time. It wasn't much to look at, but the rent was dirt cheap, and it suited our bachelor lifestyle just fine. As I stepped out into the pre-dawn darkness that morning to head to my truck, something odd caught my eye. Directly across the street from our building stood a decrepit old church that looked like it dated back to the 1800s. Peeling brown paint, brittle wooden shingles, the works. It had one of those tall bell towers with a steep pitched roof capping it off. In all the time I had lived there, I had never once seen a single soul enter or leave that building. The place gave off majorly creepy vibes. All the windows were frosted and yellowed with age, making it impossible to see inside. But on this particular morning, I noticed a faint light glowing in the top window of the bell tower. I squinted at it, puzzled. Had that light been on when Jenna and I got home late last night from the airport? I couldn't recall. I was so tired I probably wouldn't have noticed. Shrugging it off as my imagination, I hopped in my truck and headed off for my delivery route. That afternoon, with the summer sun blazing overhead, I returned home from work. The mysterious light in the bell tower was the last thing on my mind as I bounded up the steps, eager to see Jenna and start our weekend together. "Hey babe, I'm home," I called out as I entered the apartment. Jenna poked her head out of the kitchen, a big smile on her face. "Welcome back. I made us some sandwiches for lunch." As we sat down to eat, a thought suddenly popped into my head. "Hey, did you happen to notice a light on in that creepy church tower last night when we got back from the airport?" I asked. Jenna furrowed her brow. "No, I don't think so." "Why, was it on this morning?" I nodded. "Yeah, I saw it glowing up there in the dark when I left for work." "Super weird, right? I've never seen any lights on in that place before." She considered it for a moment before shrugging. "Huh. Yeah, that is weird. Maybe someone forgot to turn it off." Something about her nonchalant response made me feel like I was overreacting. "Yeah, I'm sure that's it," I said, pushing the niggling sense of unease to the back of my mind. The church light mystery could wait. I wanted to focus on enjoying this precious time with my girlfriend before she moved away. The next few days passed by in a blur of summer fun. Jenna and I went hiking, had a picnic by the lake, visited some of the kitschy local tourist traps. The more time we spent together, the more I dreaded her impending departure. Late Wednesday afternoon, we were lounging around the apartment in a food coma after going out for a big lunch. Jenna suddenly perked up with a mischievous glint in her eye. "I have an idea," she said. "What's the scariest horror movie you've ever seen?" I thought about it for a moment. "Probably The Woman in Black, that old British ghost story flick with Daniel Radcliffe. I saw it in theaters with some buddies when I was like 13, and it scared the absolute shit out of me. Couldn't sleep right for a week," I said with a chuckle. "Perfect," Jenna replied with an impish grin. "Let's watch it tonight. And then afterwards, let's go investigate that light in the church tower." I stared at her incredulously. Jenna was by far the more adventurous one in our relationship, but this seemed a little nuts, even for her. "You can't be serious," I said. "You really want to go poking around that creepy-ass church in the middle of the night?" "Oh, come on, it'll be fun," she cajoled. "Where's your sense of adventure? I'm leaving in a few days. This could be like our last little thrill together." I could tell she had her heart set on this. And truth be told, there was a part of me that was deeply intrigued, despite my trepidation. Heaving a sigh, I relented. "All right, fine. Woman in Black and a late-night church excursion it is. But if we get attacked by a vengeful spirit, I'm blaming you." Jenna just laughed and threw a couch cushion at my head. Later that night, after the sunset, Jenna and I settled in on the couch to watch The Woman in Black. I felt my palms start to sweat as Daniel Radcliffe made his way across the foggy moors towards that isolated haunted house. Something about the dreary, washed-out color palette and ominous soundtrack just really got under my skin. By the time the ghostly woman in black made her first appearance on screen, I was thoroughly creeped out. I leaned into Jenna, thankful for the warmth and solidity of her presence. She seemed to be enjoying the movie, eyes glued to the screen, occasionally letting out a little gasp at the jump scares. When the credits finally rolled, I sat up and stretched, feeling the tension slowly bleed out of my shoulders. Jenna turned to me with eyes shining. "Okay, that was awesome. Thoroughly creepy. I can see why it freaked you out so much as a kid," she said. "No kidding. I'd managed to mostly block out the memory of that trauma," I joked. Then I sobered up. "So, I guess it's go time? Operation Investigate the Creepy Church?" Jenna nodded firmly. "Yep, grab your flashlight. Let's do this." I headed to my bedroom and rummaged around in my closet until I found my heavy-duty mag light. I also discreetly tucked my Glock 19 into my waistband. I figured it probably wouldn't do much good against malevolent spirits, but you never know what kind of living, breathing whack jobs might be lurking around an abandoned church at night. Better safe than sorry. We headed out into the muggy summer darkness, making our way across the deserted street. The light was still on up in the church bell tower, casting an eerie glow against the inky black sky. My mouth felt dry as we approached one of the side windows. Up close, I could see that the window was boarded up with rotting wood planks. On a whim, I gave one of the planks an experimental tug. To my shock, it pulled away easily, the rusty nails barely putting up a fight. Heart pounding, I pried off a few more planks until there was a space just big enough for a person to wiggle through. Before I could second guess myself, I hoisted myself up and through the gap, landing in a crouch on the dusty floor inside. I reached back to help Jenna clamber in after me. The musty smell of aged wood and decaying paper enveloped us as our eyes adjusted to the dimness inside the church. Wan moonlight filtered in through the grimy windows, casting strange shadows across the peeling walls and piles of jumbled rummage and debris. The place looked like it hadn't been inhabited by anything other than rats and insects in decades. I clicked on my flashlight and did a slow turn, taking in our surroundings. Jenna stayed close by my side as we picked our way through the foyer area and into what must have once been the main congregation hall. Rotting wooden pews stretched out before us in half-collapsed rows. At the far end, I could make out the dark rectangle of a doorway that seemed to lead to the back of the church. We made our way down the aisle, the floorboards creaking and groaning underfoot like the arthritic joints of an ancient creature. When we reached the door, I turned the tarnished knob and it opened with a rusty squeal that set my teeth on edge. The narrow stairwell leading up to the bell tower unfolded before us, choked with cobwebs and shadows. The sickly yellow light filtering down through the cracks felt cold and fetid. For the first time, I found myself seriously questioning the wisdom of this little adventure. But Jenna was already moving towards the stairs with determined purpose. I had no choice but to follow, my spine tingling with every step upwards into the unknown. As we neared the top of the winding stair, I strained my ears for any sound of movement from above. All I heard was the scrabbling of tiny rodent feet and the frenzied thudding of my own pulse in my ears. We emerged into a cramped circular room at the top of the tower. By the light of my flash, I could see that it was crowded with moldering stacks of boxes and crates and other assorted detritus. And there, set into one wall, was a crude wooden ladder leading up to a trapdoor in the ceiling, the source of the mysterious light. I swallowed hard, battling the almost overwhelming urge to turn tail and run, but I couldn't let Jenna think I was a total wuss. Shouldering past her, I gripped the sides of the ladder and hauled myself up until my head bumped against the rough underside of the trapdoor. I hesitated for one long, gut-churning moment. Then, holding my breath, I reached up and pushed against the door with one hand. It resisted for a fraction of a second before swinging outward on rusty hinges with a keening creak that made the hair on my arm stand up. Bracing myself for God knows what, I poked my head up through the opening and blinked in surprise. The small belfry room was completely empty apart from the dully gleaming bronze church bell hanging silently in the center. Wan light filtered in through the slatted openings on all four sides that looked out over the sleeping town below. And there, jammed into an old sconce on the wall, was a battered camping lantern, the source of the mysterious light. No ghostly apparitions, no hooded figures performing dark rituals, just an old light that someone had forgotten to turn off. I found myself letting out a slightly manic laugh as I clambered up into the belfry, reaching out a hand to help Jenna up after me. We stood side by side, gazing out through the narrow gaps at the twinkling lights of Millfield laid out before us, under the star-strewn sky. "Well, I guess that solves that mystery," Jenna said after a moment, sounding equal parts relieved and sheepish. Here I was all excited for a real paranormal encounter. "Hey, I'm not complaining. Creepy vibes aside, this is actually a pretty rad view," I replied, draping an arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. She nestled into my side with a contented sigh. We lingered up there for a while longer, just drinking in the peaceful summer night. The adrenaline from our little amateur sleuthing mission was starting to wear off, replaced by a sleepy, languid feeling. Finally, we climbed back down the ladder and made our way out of the church the same way we'd come in. I did my shoddy best to hammer the boards back into place over the window, while Jenna held the light. We scurried across the street and let ourselves back into my building, collapsing onto the couch in a tangle of limbs and slightly musty clothes. "You know, all things considered, that was a pretty fun night," Jenna murmured, her eyes already heavy with impending sleep. "Thanks for going along with my crazy whims as always." I smiled and kissed the top of her head, breathing in the sweet smell of her shampoo. "Anytime, babe. Anytime." Later that night, or more accurately, early the next morning, I found myself in that hazy place between sleep and wakefulness. The memory of our church adventure felt simultaneously vivid and dreamlike, the details already taking on the soft edges of surreality. Which was why, when I felt Jenna's urgent hand on my arm shaking me, it took me a moment to fully surface into confused alertness. What's up?" I slurred, struggling to pry my eyelids open. John, wake up." Jenna's voice was high and thready with barely restrained panic. Something in her tone caused a spike of icy fear to pierce through the fog of my drowsy brain. My eyes snapped open. In the grainy dimness, I could just make out Jenna's wide-eyed, ashen face, inches from my own. She was sitting bolt upright in bed, one trembling hand still clenched around my bicep. Her gaze wasn't on me, though. It was fixed on a shadowy corner of the room. "Jenna, what is it?" I asked, a creeping feeling of dread unfurling in my gut as I struggled upright. Her only response was to raise a shaking finger and point to the corner she was staring at, never taking her eyes off that spot. Who's there?" she whispered. I felt my blood turn to ice water in my veins. Adrenaline dumping into my system, I scrabbled for the bedside lamp, nearly knocking it over in my haste. With fumbling fingers, I switched it on, flooding the room with sudden harsh light, and saw nothing. The room was empty save for the two of us. No intruders lurking in the shadows. No ghostly apparitions waiting to drag us into the abyss. Just my familiar junky bedroom, looking exactly as it always did. I turned to Jenna, opening my mouth to reassure her that she must have just had a bad dream. But the words died in my throat as I saw her face. Her eyes were closed, head lolling to the side. She was clearly fast asleep and had been the whole time. Even as I watched, she lay back down, curling into herself with a small sigh, out like a light. A cold sweat prickled along my hairline as I stared down at her slumbering form, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined her waking me up? Had it been some sort of insanely vivid dream within a dream? I glanced at the clock. 3:33 a.m. glowed at me in baleful red numbers. With a shudder, I reached over and pushed the Glock further back in the drawer of my nightstand. My hands were shaking too badly to risk handling it. Sleep was certainly off the table at this point. I sat up against the headboard, switching on the TV and settling in to watch infomercials on mute until dawn. All the while, that niggling, irrational fear gnawed at me, the sense of some unseen presence watching from the shadows. I kept the lights on. The next morning, Jenna woke up looking as fresh as a daisy, while I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. When I described what had happened in the night, she looked at me like I'd grown a second head. "I don't remember any of that," she said slowly, brow furrowed. "I didn't wake up at all last night. I must have been really out of it." I scrubbed a hand over my face. "Maybe I dreamed the whole thing, or maybe I'm just losing my mind." Jenna rubbed my back soothingly. "You've been under a lot of stress lately with me leaving soon. It's probably just your brain working through some stuff." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But the sense of unease lingered. Later that day, as we puttered around my apartment packing up Jenna's things, she suddenly paused and turned to me with a troubled expression. "You know, I had the strangest dream last night," she said haltingly. "I dreamt there was a woman standing in the corner of the bedroom watching us. She was all in black with long dark hair covering her face, like something out of a Japanese horror movie." I felt the blood drain from my face at Jenna's words. The image she described sounded uncomfortably similar to the ghostly woman from The Woman in Black. But that was just a movie, right? A fictional story meant to scare people. It couldn't possibly have anything to do with reality. And yet, the timing was undeniably eerie. Watching that film, visiting the old church, and now Jenna dreaming of a spectral woman in black mere hours later. I didn't want to acknowledge it, but deep down, I knew there were no such things as coincidences. Not when it came to the supernatural. Jenna left to go back home to California a few days later. We made an effort to keep in touch, but the long-distance thing took its toll, just as I'd feared it would. Within a couple months, We had drifted apart and eventually broke things off for good. I stayed in that basement apartment for a little while longer, but I never quite felt at ease there again after that night. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every errant shadow or creak in the walls. Sleep became an elusive creature. On the nights when I finally managed to drift off, I was often plagued by unsettling dreams. Dreams of being watched by unseen eyes, dreams of ghostly women in black with long, tangled hair and grasping, corpse-pale hands. In the light of day, I tried to rationalize it all away. I told myself I was just letting my imagination run away with me, spooked by too many scary movies and the power of suggestion. But in my heart of hearts, I knew that something in that old abandoned church had attached itself to me. Some malevolent entity had followed me home that night and had no intention of letting me go. I finally ended up moving out of the apartment after my lease was up, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place across town. But if I'm being honest, I was running. Running from whatever dark presence had sunk its claws into me ever since Jenna and I had gone poking around where we shouldn't have. Even now, 2 years later, I still find myself lying awake some nights, wondering if I truly left it behind, or if it's still out there somewhere, waiting, watching, biding its time until it can drag me back into its shadows for good. I'll never know if it was the same woman in black from the movie that haunted us that night. A part of me hopes that she was just a figment of our overactive imaginations, born of too little sleep and too many scary stories. But another part of me, the part that still can't shake the bone-deep feeling of dread that washes over me whenever I think back to that summer. That part of me knows better. That part of me is sure that we looked through a doorway we were never meant to open that night, and that whatever we saw on the other side has been following me ever since, just waiting for me to let my guard down, waiting to remind me that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. I didn't become a park ranger to save the planet or protect wildlife. I did it because it was one of the few jobs where I didn't have to deal with people. That, and I was in dire need of a steady paycheck. In 1999, I landed myself a ranger position at Kisatchie National Forest in Louisiana. Far enough from the world to suit my preference, but close enough that I could make it into town for a beer. Not much happened out here, which is exactly how I liked it. Well, most days. So let's just say my luck ran out the morning a hunter, Clyde Murchison, radioed in about a missing buddy. Hunting accidents happen more often than we'd like to admit, but it wasn't the call that got to me. It was what he said next. Clyde mentioned they'd found something, but he couldn't even begin to describe what it was. He just said I needed to get down there, fast. I figured it was a cougar attack. Those weren't unheard of out here. And I mentally braced myself for the usual gruesome scene. Mauled body, half-eaten carcass, the works. What I didn't expect was the bizarre situation that would soon make me question why the hell I ever thought this gig was a good idea. When I arrived at the location deep in the forest's southern section, Clyde was pacing back and forth near a dense thicket, his face pale as death. There were 3 others with him, and none of them looked much better. One guy pointed shakily toward the trees and muttered that I needed to see for myself. I wasn't sure what I was looking for at first, but when I spotted the remains of Clyde's friend Eddie, I felt my stomach churn. Eddie wasn't just mauled. He was absolutely torn apart in a way I'd never seen before. Limbs ripped off, skin shredded like paper. It was too much damage for any cougar or bear. That was the first red flag. The second was the sheer brutality of it. This wasn't an animal trying to eat. It was something far worse. Clyde told me the story as best he could, his voice shaking. They'd been quietly tracking a buck when Eddie suddenly went completely silent behind them. They turned around and he was just gone, vanished. Then they heard these unnatural noises, and when they finally found Eddie, he was in pieces. And here's the unsettling part. They swore they hadn't heard anything prior to Eddie disappearing. Not a single noise. That's what didn't sit right with me. The forest is never that quiet. Something able to do this level of damage and leave no trace shouldn't have been able to sneak up on anyone like that. I radioed back to the station requesting assistance, but I left out the grisly details over the airwaves. No need to stir up panic quite yet. We decided to start hiking back toward the station, the 4 shaken hunters and me, keeping Eddie's body wrapped in a tarp for transport. But the forest felt different now. Something was off. I'd spent enough time out here to know when the woods got unnaturally still, and at that moment, they were practically holding their breath. An hour into our trek, Clyde was the first to hear it. A strange clicking noise echoing through the trees around us. Not the typical sounds insects make, but something deeper, almost like bones grinding together. We froze, eyes scanning the dense foliage. My hand instinctively went to my sidearm, though I wasn't sure what good it would do. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something I'd ever dealt with before. Clyde whispered that the sound was getting closer, louder. One of the other hunters, a guy named Wendell, pointed toward a large pine tree and mouthed something I couldn't quite make out. I followed his gaze and saw it. A figure crouched low against the bark, nearly blending in with the forest itself. At a glance, it resembled a deer, but not quite. Something was wrong. Its limbs were too long, bones jutting out at unnatural angles. And the antlers, they were massive, but twisted in ways that defied reason. Almost as if they were fused to the creature's skull. Its patchy fur didn't conceal the grotesquely human-like face peering out at us. I blinked hard, trying to will the monstrous sight to disappear. But no, it remained, observing us with an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. No animal I knew could possibly move the way this thing did. Clyde wore the same wide-eyed expression of dawning horror. Before I could even begin to formulate a plan, the creature darted into motion. Not directly at us, but circling, moving so fast it was a blur between the trees. I shouted for everyone to stay together, but Wendell panicked. He broke formation, sprinting off in the opposite direction, and within seconds, that thing was on him. I barely had time to draw my gun before Wendell's blood-curdling scream pierced the air. His body was yanked up as easily as a rag doll. And then, just like that, he was gone. Taken. There was no time to process it. The others turned and ran, crashing through the brush, and I had no choice but to follow. My heart pounded against my ribcage as we fled, that awful clicking sound never far behind. We didn't stop running until we hit the creek bed near the old ranger station, chests heaving, sweat-soaked and shaking. Clyde looked like he might keel over at any second, face still that ashen shade of pale. But there was no time to rest. Whatever that monstrosity in the forest was, it wasn't done with us yet. I could hear it in the distance, the unnerving clicking growing louder again. This was no longer a chase. The thing was stalking us, toying with us, letting us tire ourselves out. We stumbled into the dilapidated station and slammed the door behind us, hands trembling as we engaged the feeble lock. The building was showing its age, and I doubted it could keep out a determined raccoon, let alone the nightmarish creature hunting us. Clyde slid down the wall to the floor, muttering under his breath, utterly convinced we were all dead men. I tried the radio again, desperate for help, but the static drowned out any hope of response. For a fleeting moment, I considered making a break for the emergency satellite phone in the supply shed 50 yards behind the station. But one look at the others' terrified faces told me no one was volunteering to step foot outside again anytime soon. Instead, we sat in tense silence, shotguns clutched in white-knuckled grips, startling at every creak and groan of the old wood around us. The creature circled the building, dragging its elongated limbs across the outer walls, occasionally scraping at the windows with a sound like nails on a chalkboard. I couldn't bring myself to look, certain that if I did, I'd see that twisted human face leering back at me. Hours crawled by, though it felt like an eternity. We barely breathed, straining to hear over the hammering of our own hearts, praying that the scratching and clicking would cease, that the thing would lose interest and move on. Finally, after what seemed like half the night, the forest fell still once more. The oppressive quiet felt almost like a physical presence. For one hesitantly optimistic moment, I thought maybe, just maybe, we'd gotten lucky, that we were safe. But Clyde shook his head vehemently, bloodshot eyes wide and haunted. He insisted he could still feel it out there, watching, waiting. I opened my mouth to offer some thin reassurance when a new sound crackled from the radio at my hip, barely audible through the white noise. A woman's voice, calm and clear, calling my name, telling me to meet her at the creek, that she knew what was happening, that she had answers. I didn't recognize the voice, but something about it pulled me to my feet before I could question it further. Clyde reached out to stop me, fingers digging into my arm with bruising force, but I shook him off. I needed information, needed to understand, and whoever this mystery woman was, she claimed to have it. I stepped out into the night, Clyde's desperate pleas fading behind me as I made my way down to the water's edge on shaky legs. But there was no one there waiting for me. Just the burbling of the creek and the hum of insects, as if the world hadn't just tilted on its axis. I should have turned back then, should have realized I'd been lured out, separated from the relative safety of the group, but I felt an inexplicable pull, an invisible thread tugging me deeper into the trees, overriding all rationality and self-preservation. Each leaden step took me further from the station, from any chance of help or backup. The hairs on my arms stood at attention, that primal sixth sense screaming that I wasn't alone out here. And then I saw it. Wendell, or rather what remained of him. The creature had left his body displayed in the center of a small clearing like some sort of macabre art installation. He was barely recognizable, more pulped meat and splintered bone than man. Bile seared the back of my throat, my mind reeling, trying to reconcile the gruesome scene with reality. This close, I could see the wounds more clearly in the moonlight. They were vicious, yes, but there was an almost surgical precision to them, as if the creature had dissected Wendell. It struck me then, an icy revelation that sent my pulse skyrocketing. This wasn't just a hunt, it was a message, a taunt. The thing was showing us what it was capable of, that it saw us as nothing more than playthings to be broken and discarded at its leisure. I should have run then, before it was too late. But shock rooted me to the spot, some stubborn part of my brain still frantically trying to apply logic to the illogical. And that hesitation cost me everything. A branch snapped behind me, and I spun, fumbling for my pistol. The creature emerged from the shadows as if birthed by them, its two long arms nearly brushing the forest floor as it stalked forward. And it was smiling. I swear on everything holy that abomination wore a smile, a perverse mimicry of human expression that didn't belong on any earthly face. It didn't charge or snarl. It simply watched me with an almost curious tilt of its head, like a cat toying with a cornered mouse. I knew then, with a soul-deep certainty, that I wasn't making it out of these woods alive, that this thing, whatever it was, had marked me, had chosen me. In one last futile act of defiance, I raised my gun and fired. The shots rang out, deafening in the oppressive silence, and I watched in dawning horror as the bullets found their mark and did nothing. The creature jerked and twitched as they tore through its unnatural flesh, but it didn't fall, didn't even slow. Instead, it unfurled to its full height, towering over me, and I saw its wounds knitting back together before my eyes. Realized with sinking dread that I hadn't even managed to truly hurt it. Pain, it seemed, was a foreign concept to this being. With a deliberate, almost leisurely gait, it closed the distance between us. I scrambled back, tripping over exposed roots, my gun falling from numb fingers. This was it. This was how I died, alone in the dark, at the hands of a monster straight out of mankind's deepest, most primal nightmares. A blur of motion in my periphery, a shout of rage and terror. Clyde burst into the clearing like a man possessed, swinging a fire axe in a wild arc. The rusted blade bit deep into the creature's neck, black ichor spraying across the leaves. For a single breathless moment I thought it might be enough, that Clyde's desperate attack had found some hidden weakness. But the thing simply reached up with one spindly hand, wrenched the axe free, and tossed it aside as easily as a child discarding a toy. It rounded on Clyde, its movements jerky and uncoordinated now, but no less horrifyingly fast. He never stood a chance. I could only watch, paralyzed by a fear beyond anything I'd ever known, as it tore into him with a savagery that defied description. His screams seemed to go on forever, even after I knew he must be dead, echoing inside my head long after his ruined body hit the ground. The creature turned back to me, its grotesque face split in a parody of a grin, gore dripping from its elongated jaws. I wanted to close my eyes, to shut out the sight of my own impending death, but I couldn't look away, hypnotized by the depthless void of its gaze. It took a step toward me, then another, unhurried, savoring my terror. And then, between one blink and the next, it was gone, melted back into the shadows as if it had never been there at all, leaving me alone with the ragged sound of my own breathing and the copper stench of spilled blood. I don't know how long I knelt there in the dirt, waiting for it to come back and finish what it started. Seconds, minutes, hours. Time lost all meaning in the aftermath. Eventually, I realized distantly that dawn was lightening the sky, that the forest was coming alive with the sounds of a new day, uncaring of the horrors that had unfolded in its depths. It took every ounce of my remaining strength to make it back to the station on wooden legs, to call it in. I don't remember the words I used, only the hoarse scrape of my own voice, the tremor in my hands as they clenched and unclenched on the radio. When help arrived in the form of grim-faced state troopers and EMTs, I repeated the story in a flat, affectless tone. Hunting accident, animal attack. The phrases fell from my lips by rote, even as my mind screamed the truth. They didn't press for more details. I think on some level they knew I couldn't give them the answers they wanted. That whatever had happened out there, it was beyond the scope of any formal report or investigation. In the end, they chalked it up to a tragic encounter with an unknown predator, packed up the bodies, or what was left of them, and shipped them off to the coroner. I handed over my badge and my gun, and no one tried to stop me. I think they were relieved in a way. Easier to let sleeping dogs lie, to pretend that the world still made sense, that there weren't things lurking in the shadows that defied all logic and reason. I left Kasachi that same day, the weight of 3 deaths heavy on my soul. I told myself I was done with the forest, with the secrets it kept, that I'd find a nice, safe desk job and try to forget I'd ever set foot in those godforsaken woods. But I knew, deep down, that I would never truly escape. That the memory of that thing, that twisted abomination wearing a mockery of a human face, would haunt me until my dying day. Because in that last moment, when it had looked into my eyes, I'd seen something else. Not just hunger or malice, but a glimmer of something far worse. Something ancient and knowing, as old as the forest itself. And it had let me live, let me walk away, because it wasn't done with me. I was marked now, a pawn in a game I didn't yet understand. And one day I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, it would come for me again. And when it did, there would be no escape, no mercy. But that is a story for another time. For now, I carry on, one day at a time, jumping at shadows and sleeping with the lights on, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the nightmare to come calling once more. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, as I tried to find my footing in a world that felt irrevocably changed. I went through the motions of normal life, waking, working, sleeping, but it was all just a flimsy facade, a desperate attempt to pretend that everything was fine, that I was fine. But the truth was I was far from it. The memories of that night in the forest, of the things I'd seen and the friends I'd lost, haunted my every waking moment. I saw their faces in every crowd, heard their screams in every silence. And always, always, the shadow of that creature loomed large in my mind. I tried to tell myself it was over, that I'd left Kasachi and its horrors behind me. But deep down I knew better. I could feel it like a physical presence, the weight of its gaze on the back of my neck. Watching, waiting. I threw myself into research, scouring every obscure tome and crumbling manuscript I could get my hands on for any scrap of information about what I'd encountered. But there was frustratingly little to go on. Vague mentions of forest spirits and ancient entities, of beings that walked the line between the natural and the supernatural. Nothing concrete, nothing that could help me understand or prepare for what I knew was coming. The paranoia began to set in, a constant companion that shadowed my every step. I jumped at every creak and groan, every rustling leaf and snapping twig. Sleep became a distant memory, my nights haunted by twisted visions of two long limbs and eyes that glinted with malevolent intelligence. I pored over ancient texts and forgotten lore, seeking any mention of creatures that matched the description of the thing I'd encountered in the woods. Beings that blurred the boundaries between animal and man, between the mundane and the mystical. The scraps I found were maddeningly vague, hinting at old gods and forest guardians. Things that had walked the earth long before humanity's ancestors crawled from the primordial ooze. Entities worshipped and feared in equal measure by cultures long since lost to the sands of time. But for every tantalizing hint, there were a dozen dead ends. Myths and legends that crumbled to dust when subjected to the cold light of reason. I began to doubt my own sanity, wondering if the horrors I'd witnessed had been nothing more than the product of an overtaxed mind, a waking nightmare born of grief and trauma. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was out there, biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I became a ghost, haunting the stacks of dusty libraries and dimly lit occult shops, chasing down every whisper and rumor. My friends and family watched helplessly as I withdrew further into myself, consumed by my obsession. They couldn't understand, and I couldn't explain. How could I tell them that I'd seen the face of true evil, that I'd looked into the abyss and felt it look back? So I soldiered on alone, my quest for answers driven by equal parts desperation and dread. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the marrow, that my time was running out, that the creature would come for me again, and when it did, I needed to be ready. But how does one prepare for the unimaginable? How does one steel themselves against a horror that defies all natural law? These were the questions that plagued me day and night, as I delved ever deeper into the shadows. And then, just when I thought I could go no further, when the weight of my own fears threatened to crush me, I stumbled upon a lead. A crumbling, leather-bound journal tucked away in a forgotten corner of a university library, its pages brittle with age. The journal spoke of a place, a remote village nestled deep in the heart of the bayou, where the old ways still held sway. A place whispered about in hushed tones by the locals, where strange lights danced in the swamp at night, and the trees seemed to have eyes. It was there, the journal claimed, that one might find answers, that one might learn the true nature of the creature that stalked the woods, and perhaps, if they were very lucky, how to stop it. I knew as I read those faded words that I had no choice, that this was the path I'd been set upon, the road I must walk, no matter where it led. And so, with a heavy heart and a sense of grim determination, I set out for the bayou. Little did I know, as I made my preparations and said my goodbyes, that I was walking into a nightmare, far deeper and more twisted than anything I could have imagined, that the secrets I sought would come at a price higher than any man should have to pay. But that, as they say, is a story for another time. For now, suffice it to say that my journey was only just beginning, and the true horrors were yet to come. The drive to the bayou was a blur, the miles disappearing beneath my wheels as if in a dream. The landscape changed gradually, the ordered sprawl of the city giving way to tangled wilderness, to twisting roads that wound through dense thickets of cypress and Spanish moss. I felt the weight of the place pressing down on me as I drove, a sense of ancient stillness, of secrets long buried. The air itself seemed thicker somehow, laden with the cloying scent of decay and damp earth. By the time I reached the village, night had fallen, cloaking the world in shadows. The settlement was little more than a handful of ramshackle buildings clustered around a single dirt road, their weathered facades seeming to lean together, as if in shared secrecy. I parked on the outskirts, the engine ticking softly as it cooled, and stepped out into the humid darkness. The silence was absolute, broken only by the distant hum of insects and the occasional splash of something unseen in the nearby swamp. I made my way into the heart of the village, my footsteps echoing unnaturally loud on the packed earth. There was no sign of life, no light in the windows or smoke from the chimneys. It was as if the entire place was holding its breath, waiting for something. And then I saw it, rising from the center of the village like a malevolent sentinel. A massive tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching up to claw at the star-strewn sky. There was something about it, something that set my teeth on edge and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. As I drew closer, I saw that the tree was adorned with strange totems and fetishes, bits of bone and tattered cloth fluttering in the breeze. And there, at its base, was a symbol carved into the bark, a symbol I recognized from the journal, the mark of the creature. I stood there for a long moment, transfixed by the sight, a creeping sense of dread settling in the pit of my stomach. I knew with a certainty that went beyond reason that I was in the presence of something ancient and powerful, something that had watched humanity's struggles with cold indifference for eons. And then, from the shadows at the edge of the village, a figure emerged. An old woman, stooped and weathered, her eyes glinting in the moonlight with a knowing look that sent a shiver down my spine. She beckoned to me, her gnarled fingers curling in a gesture of invitation, and I found myself moving forward as if in a trance, drawn by a force I couldn't name. As I drew level with her, she spoke, her voice a rasping whisper that seemed to come from the very earth itself. "You've come far, child," she said, her gaze boring into mine. "Far to find that which haunts you." I nodded, my throat suddenly dry, my words sticking in my throat. She smiled then, a thin, humorless thing that didn't reach her eyes. "The spirit of the forest," she intoned, "the guardian of the green. You've seen it, haven't you? Looked upon its true face." I could only nod again, the memory of that twisted visage rising unbidden in my mind's eye. The old woman regarded me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. "It is a dangerous thing to attract its attention," she said at last. "To be marked by its gaze." "Marked?" I managed to croak, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vastness of the night. The woman's smile widened, becoming something predatory. "Oh yes," she whispered. "It has tasted your fear, your desperation. It will not rest until it has consumed you utterly." A chill ran through me at her words, a bone-deep terror that threatened to overwhelm me. "How do I stop it?" I asked, hating the pleading note in my voice. "How do I make it leave me alone?" The old woman regarded me for a long moment, her eyes seeming to see straight through me. "There is a way," she said at last, her voice low and laden with meaning. "A ritual passed down through generations. A way to appease the spirit, to offer it a different prey." I felt a flicker of hope then, a desperate, clawing thing that burned in my chest. "Tell me," I urged. "Please. I'll do anything." She nodded slowly, as if she'd expected no less. "The ritual must be performed at the dark of the moon," she intoned. "When the veil between worlds is thinnest, you must bring an offering, a life given freely in exchange for your own." I recoiled at her words, a wave of nausea washing over me. "A life?" I whispered, horrified. "You mean I have to kill someone?" The old woman shrugged, as if the question was of no consequence. "The spirit demands blood," she said simply. "Without it, there can be no bargain." I stood there for a long moment, my mind reeling, trying to process the enormity of what she was asking. To take a life, an innocent life, in cold blood. It went against everything I'd ever believed, every principle I'd ever held dear. And yet, what choice did I have? The alternative was a fate worse than death, an eternity spent in the clutches of a monster beyond imagining. Slowly, hating myself with every fiber of my being, I nodded. The old woman smiled again, a cruel, satisfied thing. "Good," she whispered. "You will return here when the moon is dark. Bring your offering, and I will guide you in the ritual." With that, she turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the weight of my own damnation. I stumbled back to my car in a daze, my mind whirling with the implications of what I'd just agreed to. I knew deep in my bones that I was crossing a line from which there could be no return. that the price of my salvation would be paid in innocent blood. But what other path was there? What other hope did I have of escaping the nightmare that had consumed my life? As I started the engine and pulled away from the village, I felt a grim resolve settle over me. I would do what needed to be done. I would make the sacrifice and pray that it would be enough. And if not, if the ritual failed and the creature claimed me anyway, well, at least I would have tried. At least I would have fought until the very end. With that thought ringing in my mind, I drove on into the night, the road stretching out before me like a ribbon of darkness, leading me ever deeper into the heart of the bayou and the horror that awaited me there. The days leading up to the dark of the moon were a blur of feverish activity and gnawing dread. I moved through the world like a ghost, my thoughts consumed by the looming specter of what I was about to do. I made my preparations with a sort of detached efficiency, gathering the materials I would need for the ritual, scouting out secluded spots in the bayou where I could carry out the grim work without fear of interruption. And always, the question of my victim haunted me. Who would it be? Some faceless drifter, lured in by the promise of easy money or a warm bed for the night? A hitchhiker plucked from the side of the road, never to be seen again? I told myself that it didn't matter, that whoever I chose, their life was forfeit the moment the creature had marked me, that their death would be a mercy compared to the fate that awaited me if I failed. But still, the guilt gnawed at me, a constant companion in the long hours of the night. I saw their faces in my dreams, heard their screams echoing in the silence of my thoughts, and always the question, was I truly prepared to go through with it, to cross that final, irrevocable line? As the moon waned and the day of the ritual drew nearer, I felt myself slipping further and further into a kind of numb desperation. I moved through the motions of my life like an automaton, smiling and nodding at the appropriate moments, all the while feeling as though I was watching myself from a great distance. And then, the night was upon me. I drove out to the bayou as if in a trance, the old woman's instructions ringing in my ears. I had my offering. A young man, barely more than a boy, really. I'd found him at a truck stop on the edge of town, a runaway with haunted eyes and a desperate air. It had been almost too easy to lure him into my car, to spin a tale of a job waiting for him in the next town over. He'd hesitated for only a moment before climbing in, his wordless gratitude hanging heavy in the air between us. Now, as I dragged his unconscious form from the trunk of my car, the weight of what I was about to do crashed over me like a wave. I stood there for a long moment, staring down at his slack face, his chest rising and falling gently in the moonlight. Could I really do this? Could I take this innocent life, snuff it out like a candle flame, all for the slim chance of saving my own skin? In that moment, I wavered. I felt the first stirrings of doubt, of horror at what I had become, and for a single, breathless instant, I almost turned back, almost threw the boy in my car and drove away, consequences be damned. But then, the memory of the creature's eyes, of its twisted, leering grin, rose up in my mind like a specter, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that there could be no turning back, that this was my only chance, my only hope of salvation. With a heavy heart and shaking hands, I gathered up the boy's limp form and carried him into the depths of the swamp, to the place the old woman had shown me. There, at the base of a gnarled cypress tree, I laid him out like a sacrifice, his pale skin seeming to glow in the sickly light of the moon. I began the ritual, my voice trembling as I intoned the ancient words, the syllables thick and heavy on my tongue. I felt the air around me grow heavy, charged with a palpable sense of malevolence. And then, as I raised the blade above the boy's chest, I felt it, a presence ancient and cruel, watching from the shadows, waiting with a hunger that made my blood run cold. I knew then, with a certainty that stole the breath from my lungs, that the creature was here, that it had been waiting for me all this time, waiting for me to seal my own damnation. And in that moment, as the knife hovered over the boy's heart, I hesitated. I looked down at his face, so young, so innocent, and I knew with a sudden blinding clarity that I couldn't do it, that no matter the cost to myself, I could not take this life. With a cry of anguish, I flung the blade away, sending it spinning into the darkness. And as I did, I felt the creature's rage, its howl of fury echoing through the swamp like a physical force. I threw myself over the boy's body, shielding him with my own, as the thing descended upon us in a whirlwind of teeth and claws. I felt its hot breath on my face, smelled the fetid stench of its rotting flesh, and I knew with a grim certainty that my fate was sealed. But even as the creature tore into me, even as I felt my life slipping away in a haze of blood and agony, I felt a flicker of something else, a sense of peace, of rightness, the knowledge that in the end, I had made the only choice I could. As my vision faded and the darkness closed in, I heard the boy stir beneath me, his eyes fluttering open in confusion and fear. And with my last breath, I whispered to him the only truth I had left to give. "Run," I rasped, my voice a thin, reedy thing. "Run, and don't look back. And whatever you do, don't let it catch you. Don't let it make you like me." And then the void took me, and I knew no more. I awoke to a world of mist and shadow, my body a distant throbbing ache. For a long moment I lay there, disoriented, trying to piece together the fragmented memories of what had happened. And then, like a dam breaking, it all came rushing back. The ritual, the boy, the creature's fury as I denied it its prize. I sat up with a gasp, my hands flying to my chest, expecting to find torn flesh and shattered bone. But there was nothing. No wounds, no scars, not even the slightest twinge of pain. I stared down at myself in confusion, my mind racing. How was this possible? I had felt the creature's claws, its teeth. I had felt my life slipping away, my blood soaking the earth beneath me, and yet, here I was, whole and unharmed, as if it had all been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. I climbed to my feet, my legs shaky beneath me, and looked around, trying to get my bearings. I was still in the swamp, that much was clear. But it was different now. The colors muted and strange, the air thick with an otherworldly haze. And there, in the distance, I saw it. A light, flickering and dim, beckoning me through the mist. I hesitated for only a moment before setting off towards it, drawn by a force I couldn't name. As I walked, the landscape around me continued to morph and change in unsettling ways. The trees that loomed on either side of me seemed to twist and writhe, their branches contorting into unnatural, almost grotesque shapes. It was as if they were alive, possessed by some dark and malevolent force that caused them to strain towards me with grasping claw-like limbs. The very ground beneath my feet felt wrong as well. Where before there had been solid earth, now there was a spongy, almost organic quality to the terrain. Each step I took made the ground yield and shift, like I was walking on the surface of some gigantic, putrid creature. The sensation was deeply unnerving, adding to the overall sense of wrongness that pervaded this strange liminal space. And yet, despite the horrors that surrounded me, I found I could not tear my gaze away from the light that glimmered in the distance. It shone like a beacon, cutting through the swirling mists and flickering shadows, drawing me onwards with an almost magnetic pull. With each passing step, it grew brighter and more distinct, resolving into a shimmering, pulsing glow that seemed to promise safety, or at least answers, if only I could reach it. I pressed on, ignoring the way the twisted vegetation seemed to grasp at me as I passed, ignoring the queasiness that roiled in my gut with each squelching step. My entire being was focused on that distant light, on the hope that it represented. As I drew closer, I could make out more details. The light seemed to be emanating from a circular clearing just ahead, ringed by towering trees that swayed and danced like worshippers around a pagan bonfire. In the center of the clearing there was a shape, an altar or plinth of some kind, from which the light was radiating outward. I stepped into the clearing, my breath catching in my throat. Up close, the altar was even stranger than I had first thought. It seemed to be made of some kind of pulsing, fleshy substance that throbbed in time with the flickering light. Veins of glowing energy ran through it, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. And there, atop the altar, was a shape that made my heart seize in my chest. It was the creature, or at least a representation of it, a statue or idol, carved from some dark glistening stone that seemed to drink in the light around it. The statue depicted the creature in all its horrific glory, its elongated limbs and twisted antlered head captured in loving, awful detail. But it was the eyes that held me transfixed, two orbs of swirling hypnotic energy that seemed to bore into my very soul. As I stared into those eyes, I felt a sudden, wrenching sensation, as if a hook had been plunged into my navel and was yanking me forward. The world around me blurred and spun, the colors bleeding together into a sickening kaleidoscope. And then, with a final, wrenching jolt, I found myself standing once more in the clearing. But now, everything had changed. The trees, the altar, the statue, all were gone, replaced by a featureless gray expanse that stretched out in all directions, like the surface of some dead, forgotten moon. And there, standing before me, was a figure, tall and gaunt, clad in robes of deepest black. It regarded me with eyes that glinted like chips of obsidian. When it spoke, its voice was a rasping whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of some long-forgotten tomb. "Welcome," it said, its thin lips curling into a smile that held no warmth. "Welcome to the place between worlds, the place where all truths are laid bare and all debts are paid." I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. I could only stare at the figure before me, my mind reeling with questions and fears. The figure chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "You have many questions," it said, "and well you should, for you stand now at the threshold of a great and terrible knowledge." It gestured around us, at the featureless expanse. "This place," it said, "is a crossroads, a nexus between the world you know and the worlds that lie beyond. It is a place of power and of choice." The figure took a step towards me, its robes whispering against the ground. "You denied the creature its prize," it said. "You chose mercy over your own survival. That choice has brought you here, to this moment." I found my voice at last, though it was little more than a croak. What happens now?" The figure spread its hands. "Now," it said, "you must choose again. The creature still hunts you, still craves your flesh and your fear. You may return to your world and face it once more. Or," it paused, its eyes boring into mine, "or you may remain here. You may take up the mantle of the guardian and stand watch over the boundary between worlds. You may ensure that no other suffers as you have suffered." I stared at the figure, my mind whirling. To go back, to face the creature again. The thought filled me with a terror so deep and primal that it threatened to overwhelm me. But to stay here in this strange, liminal place, cut off from everything and everyone I had ever known. "If I stay," I said, my voice trembling, "if I become the guardian, will I ever be able to return, to see my loved ones again?" The figure was silent for a long moment. "No," it said at last. "That is the price of the mantle. You will watch over the boundary for eternity, never again to walk among the living." I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the choice pressing down on me. In my mind's eye, I saw the boy's face, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. I saw the old woman's knowing smile, and heard her words echoing in my ears. "You have been marked. The creature will never stop hunting you." And in that moment, I knew what I had to do. I opened my eyes and met the figure's gaze. "I'll stay," I said, my voice steady. "I'll become the guardian." The figure nodded, as if it had known all along what my choice would be. "Then it is done," it said. "From this moment forth, you are the watcher on the threshold, the keeper of the boundary. May your vigil be long and your purpose true." As the words left its lips, I felt a change come over me, a sense of power, of purpose flowing into my limbs like molten metal. I stood straighter, taller, my eyes shining with a new and ancient light. And then, the figure was gone, and I was alone in the gray expanse. No, not alone, for I could feel them now. the countless souls that walked the boundary, the lost and the weary, the hunted and the haunted. They were my charge now, my responsibility, and I would not fail them. I would stand watch, for as long as it took, until the stars themselves burned out and the worlds crumbled to dust. For I was the guardian, and this was my solemn duty. Time passed differently in the gray expanse, I soon learned. Days, months, years, they blurred together in an endless, featureless haze. And yet I did not age, did not hunger or tire. I simply was, a constant presence on the threshold between worlds. I walked the boundary, my senses attuned to the ebb and flow of the energies that swirled around me. I could feel the creature's presence, always lurking just beyond the veil. Its hunger a palpable force that pressed against the barrier. But it could not cross, could not reach me here. The power that had been granted to me held it at bay, kept it confined to the shadowed realm it called home. And so I walked and watched and waited, my mind filled with the weight of my responsibility. I saw them sometimes, the souls that wandered too close to the edge, drawn by the siren call of the worlds beyond. Lost, broken things, their eyes hollow and their hearts heavy with despair. To them I offered what comfort I could, a word of guidance, a gentle touch, a reminder that they were not alone. Some heeded me, turning back to the light with renewed purpose. Others were too far gone, too consumed by their own darkness. These I could not save, though it tore at me to watch them slip away, drawn inexorably into the hungering maw of the creature's realm. But such was the nature of my duty, to guard and to guide, but never to interfere with the choices of the living. And so I walked, a lonely figure in a world of mist and shadow. The faces of those I had left behind, the boy, Clyde, even the old woman, faded from my memory, replaced by the endless procession of souls that passed beneath my watchful gaze. Until, one day, something changed. I felt it before I saw it, a ripple in the fabric of the boundary, a disturbance in the flow of energy. I turned, my senses straining, and there, in the distance, I saw a figure approaching. At first I thought it was another lost soul, another weary wanderer seeking solace or release. But as it drew closer, I realized my mistake. This was no mere mortal, no fragile being of flesh and blood. It was the creature, or at least a part of it. A projection, a manifestation of its power and its will. It stood before me, its form flickering and indistinct, like a heat haze given nightmarish shape. "Guardian," it hissed, its voice a sibilant whisper that crawled across my skin like 1,000 skittering insects. "You have denied me for too long. You have kept me from my rightful prey." I stood my ground, my power flaring around me in a shimmering aura. "I have done my duty," I said, my voice ringing with a strength I did not feel. "I have protected the innocent from your hunger. I will not yield." The creature laughed, a sound like the cracking of ancient bones. "Foolish little mote," it said. "You think you can stand against me? You think your pitiful power can hold me at bay forever?" It took a step forward, its form solidifying, becoming more real with each passing moment. "I offer you a choice, Guardian. Stand aside and let me pass. Let me have the souls that are rightfully mine, or face the consequences of your defiance." I could feel the weight of its power pressing down on me, the sheer, terrifying magnitude of its hunger. It would be so easy, I knew, to give in, to step aside and let it pass, to surrender my charge and my purpose. But I had made a promise, a vow that bound me more surely than any earthly chain. I had sworn to protect the innocent, to stand as a bulwark against the darkness, and I would not forsake that oath, not even in the face of annihilation. "No," I said, my voice a whisper that carried the weight of mountains. "I will not yield, not now, not ever. If you want the souls in my care, you will have to go through me." The creature snarled, its form rippling and twisting with rage. "So be it," it hissed. "Then you will die, Guardian, and your precious wards will follow you into oblivion." It lunged forward, its claws raking the air inches from my face. I felt the searing heat of its breath, smelled the fetid stench of its corruption. But I did not flinch, did not falter. Instead, I reached deep within myself, tapping into the wellspring of power that had been granted to me so long ago. I felt it surge through me, a white-hot torrent of energy that filled me to bursting, and then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the worlds, I unleashed it. The creature reeled back, its form shattering like glass under the onslaught of my power. It howled in agony and rage, its voice a discordant symphony of pain and fury. But I did not relent. I pressed forward, pouring every ounce of my strength into the attack. I could feel the boundary between worlds buckling and straining under the force of our clash, could feel the very fabric of reality beginning to unravel. And still I pushed, driven by a resolve I had not known I possessed. For the souls in my care, for the boy and all the others like him, I would not fail. I would not falter. With a final wrenching cry, the creature broke, its form dissolving into 1,000 shards of shadow. It fled howling back into the depths of its realm, its power broken and its hunger thwarted. I sank to my knees, my strength spent, my body trembling with the aftershocks of the battle. But even as I knelt there, gasping for breath, I felt a sense of triumph, of vindication. I had faced the creature, and I had emerged victorious. I had proven myself worthy of the mantle I bore, of the trust that had been placed in me. And though I knew that the creature would return, that it would never truly be defeated, I also knew that I would be ready, that I would stand as I had always stood, as a guardian on the threshold. For that was my purpose, my calling, and I would not rest until it was fulfilled. In the aftermath of my battle with the creature, I found myself changed once more. The power that had flowed through me, the raw, unchecked energy of the boundary, had left its mark upon my very being. I could feel it thrumming beneath my skin, a constant, pulsing reminder of my true nature. No longer was I a mere mortal, bound by the limitations of flesh and blood. I was something more, something greater, a true guardian in both name and essence. With this newfound strength came a clarity of purpose, a singular focus that drove me forward. I threw myself into my duties with renewed vigor, patrolling the boundary with a diligence bordering on obsession. I became a fixture of the gray expanse, a constant presence that the lost and the weary came to seek out. To them, I was a beacon of hope, a guiding light in the darkness of their despair. And I reveled in it, in the knowledge that I was making a difference, that I was fulfilling the purpose for which I had been chosen. But even as I embraced my role, even as I poured myself into the task of guardianship, I could not shake the nagging sense that something was amiss. A feeling of unease, of impending doom that lurked at the edges of my consciousness like a gathering storm. It was the creature, I knew. Though it had been defeated, though its power had been broken, it was not gone. It lurked still in the shadows of its realm, nursing its wounds and plotting its revenge. I could feel its malice, its hatred, seeping through the boundary like a noxious miasma. It was biding its time, waiting for the moment to strike, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that when that moment came, I would be the one to face it, that the fate of all the souls in my care, of all the worlds that balanced on the knife's edge of the boundary, would rest upon my shoulders. It was a heavy burden, a responsibility that threatened to crush me beneath its weight. But I bore it gladly, for I knew that there was no one else who could. And so I waited and watched and prepared myself for the battle to come. I honed my powers, sharpening them to a razor's edge, until I felt as though I could cut through the very fabric of reality itself. I delved deep into the mysteries of the boundary, seeking out the hidden knowledge that had been denied to me for so long. And with each passing day, each new revelation, I felt myself growing stronger, more certain of my purpose. Until at last, the day came. The day I had been both dreading and anticipating for longer than I could remember. I felt it before I saw it, a ripple in the fabric of the worlds that set my teeth on edge and my heart racing. A sense of wrongness, of discordance, that permeated the very air around me. And then, there it was, the creature in all its terrible glory, rising up from the depths of its realm like a nightmare made flesh. It was different than before I saw. Stronger, more vital, its form pulsing with a dark and terrible energy. It had fed, I realized, gorging itself on the fear and despair of countless souls, until it had become a thing of pure, unbridled malevolence. But I was different too. I had grown, had evolved, had become something more than I ever could have imagined. And as I faced the creature, as I stared into the abyss of its hunger, I felt no fear, only a grim, unyielding determination. "You cannot have them," I said, my voice ringing out across the expanse like a clarion call. "The souls in my care are under my protection, now and forever. You will not touch them." The creature laughed, a sound like the shattering of 1,000 mirrors. "Foolish guardian," it hissed. "You think you can stand against me? You think your pitiful power is a match for mine?" It raised a hand, and I felt the force of its will pressing down upon me. The creature's power crashed over me like a tidal wave, a crushing force that sought to grind me into dust beneath its implacable weight. Its darkness swirled around me, probing at my defenses, seeking the tiniest crack or flaw through which to pour its malevolence. But I stood firm, a rock against the tide, my own power rising up to meet it. The energies of the boundary surged through me, a brilliant, searing light that burned away the shadows and forced the creature back. "You're right," I said, my voice steady and clear, despite the maelstrom raging around us. "I am no match for you, not alone, but I am not alone." I reached out with my mind, with my very essence, to all the souls I had sworn to protect. I felt them there, waiting on the other side of the veil, their hopes and dreams, their love and courage, a shining beacon in the darkness. "These souls," I cried, "are more than just my wards. They are my strength, my sword and shield against the likes of you, and together we will cast you back into the abyss." I unleashed the full might of my power then, a blinding surge of energy that merged with the radiant force emanating from the souls behind me. The creature screamed as our combined light pierced its shadowy form, burning away its substance like mist before the rising sun. It writhed and thrashed, its claws raking furrows in the gray expanse as it sought to escape the searing torment of our onslaught. But there was nowhere for it to hide, no shadow deep enough to offer shelter from the cleansing fire. "Go back," I commanded, my voice thunder and fury. "Back to the pit that spawned you, and trouble these souls no more." With a final agonized howl, the creature dissipated, its form shredding apart like a tattered banner caught in a gale. The wisps of its being scattered to the ethereal winds, until not a trace remained to mark its passing. I stood in the sudden silence, my chest heaving, my body trembling with the aftershocks of the titanic energies I had channeled. Behind me, I sensed the souls slowly withdrawing, their task completed, their light dimming as they returned to their rest. But as they faded, I felt something else, a profound sense of connection, of unity, that transcended the boundaries of life and death, a bond forged in the crucible of shared struggle, tempered by the heat of our combined resolve. I knew then, with a certainty that suffused my entire being, that I would never be truly alone, that the souls I guarded were more than just my charge. They were my kin, my reason for being, and together we would stand eternal vigil against the darkness, a beacon of hope and courage for all the lost and weary souls that might find their way to our door. As I turned back to face the gray expanse, I felt a smile tug at the corners of my lips. The battle was over, but my watch had just begun, and I would not falter, would not rest, until the very last soul found its way to the light. The boundary settled back into its accustomed patterns in the days and years that followed, the ebb and flow of its energies a soothing constancy to my senses. The souls came and went as they always had, some lingering for a time under my protection, others passing quickly through to whatever destiny awaited them beyond. But something had changed, a fundamental shift in the very fabric of my existence. Where once my role as guardian had felt like a solemn duty, a sacred trust placed upon me by powers beyond my ken, now it felt like a joyous privilege. Each soul that passed through my domain was a precious gift, a shining fragment of the vast and ineffable tapestry of life. and each one left an indelible mark upon me, a memory cherished and held close through the long, lonely watches of eternity. I never saw the creature again, never felt the stain of its malice darken the threshold of my realm. Perhaps it had been truly destroyed, its essence scattered to the cosmic winds, never to coalesce again. Or perhaps it simply knew better than to challenge me a third time, knew that I had found a strength and purpose beyond its reckoning, a power that could never be overthrown. But in truth, it mattered little, for I had found my place, my calling, and nothing could sway me from it. Not the creature, not the endless march of time, not even the siren song of the life I had left behind. For I was the guardian, the watcher on the boundary, and I would hold my post until the very stars burned out and reality itself crumbled to dust. It was a strange existence, a life unlike any I could have imagined in my mortal days. But it was mine, wholly and completely, and I embraced it with all the fervor of my being. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between the passages of the souls, I would let my mind wander back to the world I had known, to the sun-dappled forests and the laughing streams, to the faces of the friends and loved ones I had left behind. I wondered what had become of them in the long years since I took up my vigil, wondered if they still remembered me, still thought of me from time to time. I liked to think they did, that somewhere in some quiet corner of their hearts, they held a space for the man I had been, the man who had given his life, his very existence, to keep them safe from the horrors that lurked in the shadows. And as I stood my eternal watch, that thought comforted me, warmed me through the long, cold nights of my guardianship. The knowledge that even as I protected them, they too, in their own way, watched over me. A silent communion of souls, a bond unbreakable and forever. And so I remained, the guardian on the threshold, the keeper of the boundary, watching, waiting, until the end of all things. And through it all, I held fast to the truth that had become the cornerstone of my existence. That in the end it was not the power we wielded or the battles we fought that defined us. It was the choices we made, the convictions we held dear, even in the face of the darkness. And I had made my choice long ago, on a blood-soaked night in a Louisiana forest. A choice to stand against the darkness, to be a light for the lost and the weary. A choice that had led me here, to this place, this moment. And I knew, with a certainty that transcended all doubt and fear, that I would make that choice again. 1,000 times, in 1,000 different ways. For I was the guardian, and I would hold the line, now and forever. I was standing on the edge of the cliff, trying to catch my breath as I looked out over the vast expanse of the Allegheny Mountains. It was 1986, and I had just finished a grueling week at the steel mill. The hiking trip had been planned for months. Me, Sam, and Marcus getting away from the grind to find some peace in the wild. We'd been doing these trips since college, always chasing that perfect moment of solitude. But this time things felt different. Sam was the one who suggested we head to the less traveled parts of the Alleghenies, far from the usual trails. "There's something about this place," he'd said, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Untouched, you know? We won't see another soul out there." It was a tough sell at first. Marcus wasn't too keen on straying from the known paths, and neither was I, truth be told. But Sam had a way of making things sound like the adventure of a lifetime. So we agreed. It wasn't the first time we'd trusted Sam's instincts, and usually it paid off. The first day was uneventful, which was exactly what we were hoping for. We hiked deep into the mountains, leaving civilization far behind. The air was crisp, and the trees thickened as we went, their branches weaving into a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was like stepping into another world, one where time moved differently. By late afternoon, we found a small clearing by a stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. Marcus started on the tents while Sam went off to gather firewood. I stayed by the stream, filling our canteens and soaking in the quiet. There was something about the place that gnawed at me, though. The silence was too thick, too still. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Sam returned with an armful of wood, his usual grin plastered on his face. "This place is something else, huh?" he said, dropping the logs near the fire pit Marcus had dug. "Not a soul for miles. It's perfect." I nodded, but the unease didn't leave me. We had been in remote places before, but there was something different here. The forest seemed alive in a way I couldn't explain, as if it was watching us, waiting. We sat around the fire that night, trading stories and jokes just like old times. Marcus, ever the skeptic, kept ribbing Sam about his perfect spot, but Sam just laughed it off. I didn't say much, just listened, and kept an eye on the darkness beyond the firelight. It wasn't until the second day that things started to unravel. We woke early, planning to hike further up the mountain to get a better view. The trail was steep and treacherous, but the promise of untouched beauty kept us going. The further we climbed, the thicker the air seemed to get, pressing down on us like a weight. Around noon, we reached a plateau where the trees thinned out, and the ground was covered in a soft, spongy moss. It was eerily quiet, the only sound our heavy breathing and the crunch of our boots on the ground. Sam was leading the way when he suddenly stopped, holding up a hand to silence us. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. I strained my ears but heard nothing. "What is it?" I asked, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Sam didn't answer right away. He was staring into the distance, towards a cluster of trees at the far end of the plateau. "There's something out there," he said finally, his voice tight with something I'd never heard from him before. Fear. Marcus, ever the pragmatist, scoffed. "It's probably just a deer or something. We're in the middle of nowhere, Sam. There's nothing out here but us." But Sam wasn't convinced, and neither was I. There was a tension in the air that I couldn't ignore, a feeling that something was wrong. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. We pressed on, though, none of us willing to admit that we were scared. The trail became harder to follow, and the trees grew closer together, their branches tangling above us like a web. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. That's when we found the bones. The bones were scattered across the trail, picked clean and bleached white by the elements. At first we thought they were from an animal, maybe a deer or a bear. But as we moved closer, it became clear that these weren't animal bones. They were human. Marcus swore under his breath, his usual bravado gone. Sam was silent, his face pale as he knelt down to examine the remains. "This doesn't make any sense," he muttered. "No one comes out this far. How did they—" Before he could finish, a sound echoed through the trees, low and guttural, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was close, too close. We all froze, fear tightening around our throats like a vice. "What the hell was that?" Marcus whispered, his eyes wide with panic. Sam stood up slowly, his hand inching towards the hunting knife on his belt. "We need to go," he said, his voice trembling. "Now." We turned back the way we came, moving quickly but cautiously, every rustle of the leaves sending us into a fresh wave of terror. The forest, once serene, now felt like a predator stalking its prey, the shadows lengthening and deepening with every step we took. That's when we saw it. At first it was just a shape, barely visible through the trees, but as it moved closer, it became clear that this was no animal. It walked on two legs, hunched over, its skin pale and stretched tight over a gaunt frame. Its face was a twisted mockery of human features, a gaping mouth filled with jagged teeth, and limbs that were too long, too thin to belong to anything natural. We ran. The thing gave chase, its movements unnaturally fast, covering ground with terrifying speed. I could hear its breathing, wet and ragged as it closed in on us. We didn't stop to think, didn't look back. We just ran, our bodies driven by pure animalistic fear. But Marcus wasn't fast enough. I heard him scream as he was dragged into the underbrush, his voice cutting off abruptly. Sam and I didn't stop. We couldn't. We crashed through the forest, tearing through branches and thorns, the sound of pursuit close behind. We stumbled back into the clearing by the stream, our camp still standing as if nothing had happened. But there was no time to think, no time to rest. The thing was still coming. Sam grabbed the hatchet from his pack, turning to face the direction we'd come from. "We have to fight it," he said, his voice steady despite the terror in his eyes. I wanted to argue, to tell him we should keep running, but I knew it was pointless. We couldn't outrun it. We had to stand our ground. The thing burst from the trees, its mouth open in a soundless scream, its arms outstretched like claws. Sam swung the hatchet, the blade biting deep into its chest, but it didn't slow down. It slammed into him, knocking him to the ground, its teeth sinking into his shoulder. I grabbed a fallen branch, swinging it with all my strength at the creature's head. It barely reacted, its focus entirely on Sam. But the blow was enough to give him a chance. He rolled free, gasping in pain as the thing turned its attention to me. I swung again, this time catching it in the jaw. It staggered back, and in that moment Sam lunged forward with the hatchet, burying it in the creature's neck. The thing let out a high-pitched shriek, flailing wildly as it tried to pull the blade free. And then it stopped. The creature collapsed to the ground, its body twitching before finally going still. Sam and I stood there panting, staring at the lifeless form at our feet. It didn't vanish, didn't dissolve into the air. It was real as the blood on Sam's hands and the pain in my chest. We didn't speak as we packed up the camp, moving quickly and efficiently, the adrenaline still pumping through our veins. The body was still there when we left, lying in the dirt like a grotesque reminder of what had happened. The hike back to civilization was a blur. Neither of us said much, our minds too numb to process everything. When we finally reached the trailhead, it was as if a weight had been lifted from our shoulders. But the memory of what we'd seen, what we'd done, would never leave us. The authorities found the remains of Marcus the next day, along with the creature's body. It was reported as an unknown animal attack, something that defied classification. Sam and I were questioned, but we stuck to the story, knowing that no one would ever believe the truth. As we drove back to the city, the mountains fading into the distance, Sam looked over at me, his face pale but determined. "We did what we had to do," he said simply. And that was that. There was nothing more to say. But the incident haunted me. I couldn't stop thinking about that creature, about the way it had moved, the way it had looked. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, like something out of a nightmare. And the more I thought about it, the more questions I had. What was that thing? Where had it come from? And most importantly, were there more of them out there? I tried to push the thoughts away, to focus on my job and my life. But the memories lingered, always there at the back of my mind. Months passed, and slowly things started to return to normal. Sam and I drifted apart, each of us dealing with the trauma in our own way. I threw myself into my work at the steel mill, trying to lose myself in the heat and the noise. But even there, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was wrong. It started with small things, strange noises in the night, shadows that seemed to move on their own. At first, I chalked it up to paranoia, to the lingering effects of what we'd been through. But then the rumors started. People were disappearing in the mountains, hikers and campers vanishing without a trace. The authorities were baffled, unable to find any clues or leads. But I knew. Deep down, I knew what was happening. I tried to warn people, to tell them to stay away from the Alleghenies. But no one would listen. They thought I was crazy, that the trauma had gotten to me. Even Sam didn't want to hear it. He had moved on, or at least he was trying to. But I couldn't let it go. I started doing research, digging into the history of the area, and what I found only confirmed my worst fears. There had been stories about the creature for decades, tales passed down through generations of locals. They called it the Wendigo, a creature born of hunger and desperation, a once human thing that had turned to cannibalism to survive. And now it seemed it was back. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't let more people fall victim to this thing. So I made a plan. I would go back into the mountains, back to where it had all started. And this time, I would be prepared. I spent weeks getting ready, gathering supplies and weapons. I knew I couldn't rely on anyone else for help. This was something I had to do alone. As the day of my departure approached, I found myself growing more and more anxious. The thought of facing that creature again filled me with a terror I had never known before. but I couldn't back down, not now. Too many lives were at stake. On the morning of my departure, I loaded up my truck and headed out, the rising sun painting the sky a bloody red. It felt like an omen, a warning of what was to come. The drive to the trailhead was long and lonely, the road winding through the mountains like a serpent. As I got closer, I could feel the weight of the past pressing down on me, the memories of that fateful trip flooding back. I parked my truck at the trailhead and shouldered my pack, the weapons I had brought feeling heavy and unfamiliar in my hands. I had never been much of a hunter, but I knew I would need every advantage I could get. The hike up the mountain was grueling, the trail seeming to stretch on forever. With every step, I could feel the presence of the creature growing stronger, like a dark cloud hanging over the forest. By the time I reached the plateau where we had found the bones, the sun was already starting to set, the shadows lengthening across the ground. I set up camp quickly, my hands shaking as I built a fire. I knew I wouldn't sleep much that night, not with the knowledge of what was out there. As darkness fell, I sat by the fire, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. It was close to midnight when I heard it, the same low, guttural sound that had haunted my dreams for months. My heart leapt into my throat as I grabbed my rifle, my hands slick with sweat. The creature emerged from the shadows, its pale skin glowing in the firelight. It was just as I remembered it, all teeth and claws and hunger. But this time I was ready. I raised my rifle and fired, the shot echoing through the night. The creature staggered but didn't fall, its eyes fixed on me with a hatred that chilled me to the bone. It lunged forward, its claws slashing through the air. I fired again and again, the bullets tearing through its flesh. But it kept coming, its wounds healing almost as quickly as I inflicted them. I realized with a sinking feeling that I was outmatched. This thing was beyond anything I had ever faced before. As the creature closed in, I reached for my last resort, a Molotov cocktail I had prepared, filled with gasoline and holy water. I lit the rag and threw it, the bottle shattering against the creature's chest. The thing went up like a torch, the flames consuming its flesh. It shrieked in agony, thrashing and flailing as it tried to put out the fire. But it was too late. The holy water had done its work, weakening the creature's unnatural resilience. I watched as the Wendigo burned, its body crumpling to ash, and as the last embers died away, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. It was over. The creature was gone, and the mountains were safe once again. But even as I made my way back down the mountain, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The forest felt different somehow, the silence heavier than before. It was as if the Wendigo's presence had left a stain on the land, a darkness that couldn't be erased. When I finally reached civilization, I found that the disappearances had stopped. The authorities chalked it up to a rogue bear or a pack of wolves, something that had moved on to other hunting grounds. But I knew the truth. I tried to move on with my life, to put the memories of the creature behind me. But it was harder than I thought. The nightmares came almost every night, visions of teeth and claws and pale, hungry eyes. I started to withdraw from the world, spending more and more time alone. Even Sam, who had once been my closest friend, seemed like a stranger to me now. The only one who seemed to understand was an old Native American man I met at a bar one night. He listened to my story without judgment, his eyes deep and knowing. And when I was finished, he told me a tale of his own. "The Wendigo is a creature of hunger," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "It is born from the desperation of a man who has turned to cannibalism to survive. And once it has tasted human flesh, it can never be satisfied." He looked at me then, his gaze piercing. "You may have killed the creature, but the hunger never dies. It will find a new host, a new body to inhabit, and the cycle will begin again." His words haunted me, the implications too terrible to consider. But deep down, I knew he was right. The Wendigo was more than just a creature. It was a curse, a manifestation of the darkest parts of human nature. And so I made a decision. I would return to the mountains, to the place where it had all began. I would stand watch over the land, a guardian against the hunger that lurked in the shadows. It wasn't a life I had ever imagined for myself, but it was the only one that made sense anymore. The steel mill, the city, the life I had once known, all of it seemed like a distant dream now. As I stood on the edge of the cliff once more, looking out over the vast expanse of the Alleghenies, I felt a sense of purpose settle over me. This was my duty now, my calling, and I would see it through, no matter the cost. Years have passed since that day. The world has moved on, the memories of the creature fading into legend. But I am still here, keeping watch over these ancient mountains. It's a solitary life, one that many would find unbearable. But for me, it is a sacred trust. I am the guardian, the one who stands between the world of men and the hunger that lurks in the shadows. There are times when I question my choices, when the loneliness and the isolation become almost too much to bear. But then I remember that fateful trip, the horror we faced, and the lives that were lost. And I know that I am where I am meant to be. I often think of Sam and Marcus, of the friendship we once shared, and the bond that was forged in the crucible of fear. I wonder what they would make of the man I have become, the life I have chosen. But in the end, it doesn't matter. This is my path, my destiny. And I will walk it to the end, a silent sentinel against the darkness. For I know that the Wendigo is still out there, waiting, watching, and as long as I draw breath, I will be there to meet it. For I am the watcher in the woods, the guardian of the Alleghenies, and I will never rest until the hunger is banished forever, and the mountains are free once more. This is my solemn vow, my eternal vigil, and I will keep it unto the end of my days. As the sun sets over the mountains, casting long shadows across the land, I turn my gaze to the horizon. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying with it the echoes of the past. And in that moment, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. For I know that as long as I am here, the Wendigo will never claim another victim. And that knowledge gives me the strength to carry on, to face whatever trials may come. And so I stand, a lone figure against the gathering dark, a guardian of the wild places. And I know that no matter what horrors the future may hold, I will be ready. For I am the watcher, the protector, and I will never falter, never fail. This is my oath, my sacred duty, and I will uphold it now and forever. For I am the keeper of the mountains, the guardian of the Alleghenies, and in me the spirit of the wild endures, unbroken and unbowed. Let the Wendigo come, if it dares, for I will be waiting, ready to meet it head on, and in the end, only one of us will walk away. But I know in my heart of hearts that it will not be the creature, for I have faced it before and emerged victorious, and I will do so again, as many times as it takes. For I am the watcher, the guardian, and I will never rest, never waver. This is my destiny, my calling, and I embrace it with all that I am. Let the mountains bear witness. Let the winds carry my resolve. For I am here, and I will remain a bastion against the darkness, a shield for the innocent. And in me, the spirit of the Alleghenies lives on, now and forever. My name is Aaron Dowd, and I never imagined that a simple job could turn into the worst day of my life. I've worked for the U.S. government for almost a decade now, specializing in genetic research at a secluded facility nestled deep within the forests of Virginia. The project, codenamed Albatross, was designed to explore the boundaries of gene editing and its potential applications in enhancing human capabilities. But as with all things that meddle with nature, there were unintended consequences. The facility was an imposing structure hidden away from the public eye, surrounded by high fences and dense woods. It was meant to be secure, impenetrable, but nothing is ever as secure as it seems. And today, everything went wrong. It started as a routine day. I had just finished my coffee when Dr. Lenora Hunt, the head of the project, called for an emergency meeting. Her voice had an edge to it, something I'd never heard before, the kind of tension that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. "We've lost contact with Sector 7, she said, her voice tight. "And the specimen in that sector Experiment 441 has broken containment. Experiment 441 was no ordinary subject. It was a hybrid of several predatory species, designed to enhance certain human traits: speed, strength, resilience. But something had gone terribly wrong with its development. Instead of enhancing human abilities, it became a monstrous fusion of animalistic rage and cunning. It wasn't supposed to be alive, let alone free. A team was assembled to assess the situation. Dr. Hunt, myself, and 3 security personnel who looked like they'd seen more than their share of combat. We geared up quickly, knowing time was against us. The hallways leading to Sector 7 were unnervingly quiet, only the hum of fluorescent lights above breaking the silence. The facility had a cold, sterile feel to it: white walls, steel doors, the scent of antiseptic hanging in the air. But beneath that, there was something else: fear. We reached Sector 7's main entrance. The thick metal door was bent and torn, as if something had wrenched it open with inhuman strength. Blood smeared across the floor and walls, a gruesome testament to whatever had happened here. One of the security personnel gagged, the stench of death overpowering even the antiseptic. We stepped inside. The room was a nightmare. Tables overturned, equipment shattered, and more blood. But no bodies. Dr. Hunt approached a terminal, her hands trembling as she tried to access the surveillance footage. I kept my eyes on the shadows, every nerve in my body screaming that we were not alone. The footage showed the last moments before the cameras cut out. Experiment 441, no longer the sedated subject we had known, had torn through its restraints and gone berserk. Its body was massive, over 7 feet tall, a grotesque blend of human and beast. Muscles rippled under skin that seemed stretched too tight, patches of fur growing in irregular patches. Its limbs were too long, fingers ending in claws that looked sharp enough to rend steel. But it was its face that haunted me. Distorted, animalistic, with a twisted snarl that barely resembled a human expression. Then the screen went black. Before we could react, a noise echoed from the far side of the room. A scraping sound, metal on concrete. We turned as one, flashlights cutting through the darkness. There, at the edge of the light, it stood. Experiment 441. It moved with a terrifying speed, crossing the room in seconds. One of the guards opened fire, the gunshots deafening in the enclosed space. Bullets struck the creature, but it didn't slow down. It plowed into the guard, tossing him like a rag doll into the wall. The sickening crunch of bones breaking filled the air. Dr. Hunt screamed, fumbling with a syringe of sedative. She never got the chance to use it. The creature was on her before she could even raise her arm. It lifted her off the ground, claws digging into her flesh. The sound of her choking on her own blood will stay with me forever. I don't remember making the decision to run, but suddenly I was sprinting down the corridor, the other 2 guards right behind me. The facility was a maze, and every turn felt like it could be our last. I could hear it behind us, the thudding of its massive feet, the scraping of claws against the walls. We reached the central control room where we could initiate a lockdown, but as we slammed the door shut and locked it, one of the guards collapsed, clutching his chest. The other guard and I didn't have time to check if he was alive. Experiment 441 was battering against the door. Its roars, no, not roars, more like a savage cacophony, filled the room. The door was reinforced steel, but we knew it wouldn't hold forever. I scrambled to the console, trying to activate the lockdown. My hands were shaking, but I managed to input the codes. Red lights flashed as the facility's alarms blared. The doors throughout the facility slammed shut, and the creature's battering stopped. For a moment, there was silence. But the silence didn't last. A crash echoed through the air as Experiment 441 broke through the door. The guard beside me fired again, emptying his clip into the creature's chest. This time it staggered, but didn't fall. It was hurt, bleeding from multiple wounds, but it kept coming. The guard screamed in defiance as the creature charged, claws outstretched. I watched in horror as it ripped him apart. Desperation took over. I grabbed a scalpel from a nearby table. Useless, but the only thing within reach. I moved toward the exit, trying to stay calm, trying not to think about what I'd just seen. But before I could reach the door, it was on me. I swung wildly, the scalpel glancing off its arm, doing nothing to stop its advance. Its claws lashed out, catching me in the side. The pain was blinding, but I kept moving, knowing that stopping meant death. I threw myself through the door and hit the emergency override. The door slammed shut behind me, the sound of the creature's roars muffled by the thick metal. I lay there on the cold floor, blood seeping from my side, trying to catch my breath. I don't know how long I stayed there before I heard the distant sounds of helicopters' reinforcements. They must have seen the lockdown protocol and come to investigate. When they found me, I was barely conscious, but I was alive. They secured the facility, and I was taken to a nearby hospital. The last thing I remember before blacking out was seeing the lifeless body of Experiment 441 being dragged away by the response team. I was told later that the creature was killed by the security team, those who survived anyway. They'd found it in the control room, still trying to claw its way through the steel door. I don't know if I believed them. I saw how resilient it was. But they had the body, or what was left of it, and that was enough for me. The facility was shut down after that. Albatross was deemed too dangerous, and all the research was destroyed. I left the project, left the facility, and never looked back. But the nightmares followed me. Every night, I'd find myself back in that facility, running from something I couldn't quite see, but could feel. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my side aching where the creature's claws had torn into me. I tried to move on, to put the whole thing behind me, but it wasn't that easy. The scars on my body were a constant reminder of what had happened, of what we had done. We had played God, and we had paid the price. I started seeing a therapist, trying to work through the trauma. It helped a little. But there are some things that can't be unseen, some experiences that change you forever. I often wonder about the others involved in the project. Dr. Hunt, the security personnel, the other researchers. I wonder if they're haunted by the same memories, the same guilt. We were all responsible in our own way for what happened. We all had blood on our hands. But mostly, I think about Experiment 441. What was it, really? A monster? A victim? A little of both? I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know. But I do know that it will haunt me for the rest of my life. It's been 5 years since that day. 5 years of trying to piece my life back together, of trying to find some semblance of normalcy. I've left the government, left the world of genetic research behind. I work in a quiet lab now, doing routine tests. Nothing that could ever lead to something like Experiment 441. It's not exciting, but it's safe. And after what I've been through, safe is enough. But sometimes, late at night, when the lab is empty and the only sound is the humming of the machines, I think I can hear it. That savage cacophony echoing in the distance. And for a moment, I'm back there, in that bloody control room, fighting for my life. I know it's not real. I know Experiment 441 is dead. But the fear is real. The memories are real. And they'll be with me forever. I've learned to live with it the best I can. I focus on the present, on the people in my life, on the small joys that each day brings. I try not to dwell on the past, on what could have been, on what we unleashed. But I'll never forget. I can't. Because as much as Albatross was a nightmare, it was also a warning. A warning of what can happen when we push too far, when we cross lines that were never meant to be crossed. And it's a warning I'll carry with me, always. A reminder of the worst day of my life, and of the price we pay when we try to play God. We are not meant to wield such power. We are not meant to reshape life itself. That is a lesson I learned in blood and terror, and it is a lesson I will never forget. As long as I live, I will carry the scars of Experiment 441, and I will do everything in my power to ensure that nothing like it ever happens again. That is my burden and my promise. To the memory of those we lost, and to the future we nearly destroyed, I will keep that promise, no matter the cost. In 1996, I wasn't looking for trouble. In fact, I was just trying to get away from it. You spend enough time in the woods, and you start to feel like the only thing out there you can count on is yourself. My name's Curtis Rollins, and I'd been a ranger for about 12 years when I ended up in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming. You know, the kind of place where even your own thoughts echo if you're quiet long enough. That's where I found myself, thinking it'd be a good idea to sign on to patrol the Teton National Forest. It was supposed to be just another regular day. You get up, do your rounds, check the trails, make sure nobody's off getting themselves lost or eaten by a mountain lion. The usual. Only things got weird fast. My first clue should have been the radio. Dead silence. Now in a place like this, you expect some dead zones, but not this bad. I hadn't had a peep from base in hours. Figured the mountains were messing with the signal again. I've always liked working alone, though. Gives me time to think. And if there's one thing I've got plenty of, it's thoughts. Not all good ones, mind you. Like why I've been divorced twice, why I still can't quit smoking, or why I still don't own a gun, despite running into every kind of wildlife Wyoming has to offer. But hey, if a moose charges you, just stand your ground and hope for the best, right? It's a mantra I lived by, and it hadn't failed me yet. That day I was making my way down one of the lesser-known trails, a rocky, narrow path with no business being used by hikers, but you get all kinds out here. I was just about to turn around when I saw it, a pair of boots sticking out from behind a tree. Not the rest of a person, just the boots. Not a good sign. I approached, stomach tightening. What I found wasn't much better. A body. But the way it was torn up, well, no mountain lion did this. Something had gone to town on this guy. His chest was a mess, shredded like paper, and there was no mistaking the bite marks, big ones. Whatever took him down wasn't done quickly. You could see the fear etched into his half-gone face. The smart thing would have been to head back, call it in, get back up. But the radio still wasn't working, and I wasn't about to leave the scene without figuring out what in the hell had done this. I pulled out my old Polaroid camera. Yeah, I know, who carries one of those around? But when the Park Service is cheap, you make do with what you've got. Snapped a few shots, just enough to prove I wasn't losing my mind. Then decided to look for tracks, and that's when I found the trail. Now I've tracked wolves, bears, all sorts of critters. But this was different. The tracks were large, bigger than anything I'd seen before. But they weren't from a bear. Clawed, sure, but more elongated. I followed them, careful to stay quiet, even though my brain was screaming at me to turn around. I've been stubborn my whole life, though. Probably why I'm still a park ranger, when I could have done something more sensible with my life. The tracks led me deeper into the woods, to a part of the park that wasn't even on the map. There was this strange scent in the air, like a mixture of damp earth and something rotting. The trees were thicker here, more oppressive, and the silence, well, it was a silence that pressed in on you, made your skin crawl. I kept following the tracks, even as the daylight started to fade. Now, I'm not one to scare easy, but there was something about this place that felt wrong, like I was trespassing on something ancient and malevolent. The tracks seemed to go on forever, winding through the dense foliage, leading me further and further from anything familiar. As night began to fall, I realized I had to make a decision. Turn back and risk losing the trail, or push on and face whatever was out there in the dark. I've never been one to back down from a challenge, even when common sense is screaming at me to do just that. So I pushed on, using my flashlight to guide my way. The darkness seemed to swallow the light, pressing in on me from all sides. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves had me on edge. I kept telling myself it was just the wildlife, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. But deep down I knew better. I don't know how long I walked, minutes, hours. It all blurred together. But eventually I found myself in a small clearing. The tracks led right to the center and then vanished. I swept my flashlight around, looking for any sign of where the creature might have gone. That's when I heard it. A low growl coming from the shadows at the edge of the clearing. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, I turned towards the sound, my flashlight shaking in my hand. And there, in the beam of light, I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, It was hunched over, gnawing on something I couldn't see clearly. But when it stood up, I realized just how wrong I was. It was tall, taller than any bear, and built like something out of a nightmare. Its fur was matted, hanging off in clumps, and its limbs seemed too long. Its back arched unnaturally. The head, it reminded me of a wolf, but something about the way it moved, the way it twisted toward me, was all wrong. Like someone had taken a wolf and stretched it into a shape it had no business being in. And the smell, that smell hit me like a punch to the gut. It was the same rotting stench I'd noticed earlier, but stronger, more pungent. It made my eyes water and my stomach churn. That's when it turned fully, and I saw the thing it had been chewing on. Another hiker, or what was left of them. The creature had torn them apart, leaving nothing but a bloody mess. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but I was frozen, my feet rooted to the ground. The creature took a step towards me, its eyes glinting in the light of my flashlight. They were intelligent eyes, filled with a hunger that went beyond the physical. It took another step, and then another. I could hear its heavy breathing, see the steam rising from its nostrils in the cold night air. It was close now, close enough that I could have reached out and touched it. And then it spoke. Not with words, but with a voice that echoed in my mind. "Leave," it said, the word reverberating through my skull. "Leave and never return." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the noise I was making. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept running, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I don't know how I made it back to the ranger station. It's all a blur of fear and adrenaline. But somehow, I stumbled through the door, collapsing onto the floor. It took me a while to catch my breath, to calm my racing heart. But even as I sat there trying to make sense of what I'd seen, I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just let that thing roam free, not after what it had done. I radioed for help, praying that someone would answer. But there was only static. I tried again and again, but nothing. It was like the creature's presence had somehow interfered with the signal. I knew I had to go back out there to try and find a way to stop it. But I also knew I couldn't do it alone. I needed help, someone who would believe me, someone who could handle themselves in the wilderness. That's when I remembered an old friend, a retired hunter named Jack. He'd spent his whole life tracking game in these woods, and if anyone could help me, it was him. I drove to his cabin, not caring about the late hour. When he opened the door, I must have looked like a madman, wide-eyed and rambling about monsters in the woods. But Jack, he just listened, nodding slowly as I told my story. When I was done, he disappeared into his cabin, returning a few minutes later with a worn duffel bag. Inside were rifles, knives, and other hunting gear. He looked at me, his eyes hard and determined. "Let's go hunting," he said, and I felt a surge of relief. I wasn't alone anymore. We set out at dawn, following the creature's tracks back into the heart of the forest. Jack moved silently, his eyes scanning the underbrush for any sign of our quarry. I followed close behind, my heart in my throat. We found the clearing where I'd first seen the creature, but there was no sign of it, just the remains of its latest victim scattered across the forest floor. Jack knelt down, examining the tracks. "It's old," he said, his voice low. "Older than anything I've ever seen. This is no ordinary animal." We pressed on, deeper into the woods. The air grew colder, the shadows longer, and then we heard it. That same low growl, echoing through the trees. It came from all around us like the creature was everywhere at once. We stood back to back, our weapons at the ready, and then it emerged, rising up from the shadows like a nightmare made flesh. It was even more terrifying in the daylight, its matted fur and elongated limbs a mockery of nature. Its eyes locked onto us, and I could feel the weight of its hunger, its desire to tear us apart. Jack fired first, the rifle shot echoing through the forest. The creature stumbled, but didn't fall. It charged, moving with a speed that defied belief. I fired my own weapon, aiming for its head, its heart, anything that might bring it down. But it kept coming, shrugging off the bullets like they were nothing. It slammed into Jack, sending him flying. I heard the sickening crunch of bones breaking as he hit a tree. I was alone now, facing down the creature. It turned to me, its eyes filled with a malevolent intelligence. I knew it was toying with me, savoring my fear. I pulled out my flare gun, my last resort. I aimed it at the creature, my hand shaking. It took a step towards me, its jaws opening wide. I fired, the flare arcing through the air. It hit the creature square in the chest, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, the creature let out a roar of pain, the flare igniting its fur. It thrashed and writhed, trying to put out the flames, but the fire spread, consuming it from the inside out. I watched as it fell to the ground, its body convulsing in its death throes. And then, it was over. The creature lay still, its body nothing more than a charred husk. I collapsed to the ground, my energy spent. I don't remember much after that. I know I made it back to the ranger station, that I called for help for Jack. But it's all a haze. The official report said it was a bear attack, but I know the truth. I saw it with my own eyes, felt its hunger, its malevolence. And I know it's still out there, somewhere in the depths of the forest, waiting for the next unlucky soul to stumble across its path. And when it does, may God have mercy on them, because that thing, that creature, it has none. And me? I left the Park Service after that, moved to the city, tried to put it all behind me. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear its voice in my dreams. Leave, it whispers, leave, and never return. But I can't, because part of me, the part that's still that stubborn, foolhardy ranger, knows I'll be back. Someday I'll return to those woods and I'll finish what I started, one way or another. It was 1991 when I realized that the forest doesn't care if you're brave, stupid, or both. I've been working as a park ranger for about 7 years, stationed in the White River National Forest, Colorado, thinking I'd seen it all. My name's Owen McCoy, and I've always thought myself to be a practical man. A realist, you know. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't get lost in thoughts, mostly because they're not very interesting. But I've always loved the solitude of the forest, even if my coworkers joke that I prefer the trees over people. It's hard to disagree with them. People talk too much. Trees keep things simple. I had my morning coffee, black like always, and was about to head out to check on a remote camping site. The usual stuff. Make sure no one's being a fool with a campfire. No one's littering the trails. That's where I met the Stanton family, 3 of them. Robert, his wife, Marlene, and their teenage son, Dylan. The kind of folks you knew didn't spend much time outdoors just by looking at them. City folk, soft hands, the whole deal. Robert kept asking about bears, and Marlene mentioned wolves like we were about to walk into some National Geographic episode. Dylan just looked bored out of his mind, glued to his Game Boy. My gut told me they'd end up being trouble. Still, they weren't the worst I've dealt with, so I gave them the standard "don't wander off the trail" speech, and figured that would be the last I'd see of them. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. I took the long route, hiking up to an old fire tower that hadn't been used in years. The sun filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in light and shadow. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and earth. As I climbed higher, the trees thinned out, offering glimpses of the valley below, a sea of green stretching out to the horizon. My radio crackled to life around noon, and it was my colleague, Mike. He was manning the main station and had been there longer than I had. Grumpy old man with bad knees, but a good ranger. "Owen, we got a call from the Stantons. Kid's gone missing. You're closest. Go check it out." Great. Just what I needed. A teenager who probably wandered off chasing a squirrel or trying to get a better signal on his Game Boy. I packed up and headed back down the trail toward their camp. When I arrived, Robert was in full panic mode. Marlene was holding on to him, looking like she was 2 seconds away from tears. Dylan had been missing for about 2 hours, they said. I asked the usual questions. Had he mentioned going off on his own? Had he been upset? Did he take any of their gear? The answers were all unhelpful. Dylan had just vanished. One minute he was sitting near the fire, the next gone. Robert suggested it was a bear or maybe a wolf. I dismissed that quickly. I knew these woods. Sure, there were predators, but this wasn't their style. Bears don't sneak up on you and snatch kids without making a mess. Wolves don't care for humans unless provoked. I tried to reassure them, telling them I'd find their son. But as I set off into the woods, following the faint trail from their campsite, a sense of unease settled over me. Something didn't feel right. The forest, usually alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of small animals, was eerily quiet. The first hour of searching was fruitless. I scouted out in concentric circles, calling Dylan's name, whistling into the trees. But the only response was the echo of my own voice and the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. It wasn't until I moved further away from the main trail, near a more overgrown part of the forest, that I saw something off. The trees here were different, older, darker, the kind of place where sunlight had to fight its way through the canopy. It felt like stepping into a different world. That's when I found the backpack. It was half buried in some brush, like it had been dropped in a hurry. I checked the tag, and sure enough, it had Dylan's name on it, but no sign of the kid. I radioed Mike, told him what I'd found, and that I was going deeper. He offered to send backup, but I declined. Didn't feel necessary at the time. Now, in hindsight, maybe that was my mistake. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. I'm not talking about the peaceful quiet of nature. This was different. No birds, no wind, just nothing. It was like the world itself was holding its breath. My gut, which had been nagging at me all day, started twisting into knots. Something was off, way off. And then I saw it. At first, it looked like a large dog or maybe a deer. It was hunched over near a fallen tree, its back turned to me. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a deer. The thing had fur, sure, but it was patchy, clinging to skin that looked too pale, almost sickly. Its limbs were long, unnaturally so, and its hands, because they weren't paws, were wrapped around something on the ground. I stopped dead in my tracks. I saw what it was holding. It was Dylan. My first thought was that the kid had gotten attacked by some kind of sick animal, but the longer I stared, the less sense that made. Whatever this thing was, it was too thin, too gaunt to be a predator, and it was doing something to him, like it was studying him, its head tilting side to side. It didn't look right. Its head was too flat, like something had squashed it down. I didn't think. I yelled, loud. In hindsight, maybe that wasn't the best move. The thing jerked its head toward me so fast I thought it might have snapped its own neck. Its eyes, or whatever passed for eyes, were black, deep, empty holes. It had no expression, just a smooth stretch of skin where a face should have been. It moved faster than anything I've ever seen, lunging forward before I even had time to react. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and crashing to the ground. My hand went for my knife, but I didn't have time to pull it out before the thing was on top of me. I kicked wildly, trying to get the damn thing off me, but it was strong, too strong for something that looked like it hadn't eaten in years. I could feel its breath, or maybe that was just the air around it, cold, damp, like it was sucking the warmth right out of me. In a panic, I grabbed a rock, big enough to do damage, and swung. It made contact with a sickening crack, and the thing let out this awful sound, like bones grinding together. It reeled back, giving me just enough time to get to my feet. I wasn't going to stick around to see if it recovered. I ran, crashing through the underbrush, barely able to breathe. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves seemed to hold a threat now. The forest, once a place of solace, had turned into a nightmare. I radioed Mike, telling him I needed backup now, that there was something out here, something wrong. He didn't argue. Said help was on the way, but I wasn't sure how much help they'd be. What could they do against something like that? When I got back to the Stantons' camp, Marlene was hysterical. I couldn't tell her what I saw, not in any way that would make sense. All I could say was that we had to leave. Now. Robert didn't argue. We packed up and headed back down the trail, my hand never leaving the hilt of my knife. Every step felt like an eternity. The trees seemed to press in around us, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. I kept looking back over my shoulder, expecting to see that thing following us, but there was nothing. Just the oppressive silence of the forest. We made it back to the ranger station in one piece, though I don't know how. Mike was already there, looking pale as a ghost. He didn't ask what happened, just looked at me like he knew. The official report we filed said Dylan Stanton was a victim of an animal attack. We didn't specify what kind of animal, because truth be told, none of us knew. But there wasn't a body left to confirm it, just traces of blood on the dirt. The parents bought the story, too shaken to question it. But Mike and I, we knew. That thing, whatever it wasn't just an animal. It was something else, something older, something wrong. After that, I took a leave of absence, told the higher-ups I needed some time away, maybe see a shrink or two. They were understanding. Losing a kid on your watch is rough after all. But every now and then, when I'm alone in the woods, I catch myself looking over my shoulder. Not because I'm afraid of what's out there, but because I know what's out there, and it's watching. I tried to go back to normal, to pretend like nothing had happened. But how do you unsee something like that? How do you forget the feeling of pure, primal terror? I started having nightmares, vivid ones. I'd be back in that part of the forest, the trees looming over me, the silence pressing down like a physical weight. And then I'd see it, that thing, crouched in the shadows, waiting. I'd try to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I'd try to scream, but no sound would come out. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the echo of that creature's scream still ringing in my ears. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what it was. I started digging, looking into old records, local legends, anything that might give me a clue. And that's when I found it. A story buried deep in the archives, dating back to the early 1900s. It was a newspaper article, yellowed with age, the ink faded, but the headline was still clear. Child vanishes in White River Forest. The details were sparse, but the gist was there. A family, out for a camping trip, just like the Stantons. A child, a little girl, who wandered off and never came back. And a description of a creature, a thing that was seen lurking in the woods around the time of the disappearance. A creature with long limbs, pale skin, and a face that wasn't quite a face. It was the same thing I had seen. The same thing that had taken Dylan. I don't know what to make of it all. Part of me wants to dismiss it, to chalk it up to a trick of the light, a product of fear and adrenaline. But I know what I saw. I know the cold, sinking feeling in my gut when I looked into those black, empty eyes. As for the Stantons, they moved away. I heard Robert turned into one of those conspiracy theorists, saying the government covered up what happened. He's wrong, of course. The government didn't cover up a damn thing. There's just no good way to explain what lives in the dark parts of the forest. Mike retired a year later, said his knees finally gave out, but I think it was more than that. He didn't want to be out there anymore. Can't say I blame him. The creature? I don't know. Maybe it's still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. Maybe it's something that's always been there, something we've forgotten in our modern world with our cell phones and our satellite maps. But here's what I do know. Sometimes the forest takes things back, and if you're lucky, it lets you leave. Or at least most of you. I got one final laugh out of this, though. I always said the trees keep things simple, and after that day, I think they really do. It's the things between the trees you've got to watch out for. Because the forest doesn't care if you're brave, stupid, or both. It just takes what it wants. And if you're not careful, it might just take you too. My name is Ethan Walker, and I've been a park ranger for the past 15 years. The job has taken me all over, from the lush forests of Oregon to the rolling hills of Pennsylvania to the Great Lake shoreline in Michigan. I've faced my share of dangers out here in the wilderness, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in the remote woods of North Carolina. I took this latest assignment in the Nantahala National Forest for a few reasons. First, I love the Appalachian Mountains. The biodiversity is incredible, and the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Second, to be quite honest, I needed the money. Park ranger salaries aren't the highest, And I have a mortgage to pay and a teenage daughter about to head off to college. An extra stipend for working in an isolated area was just the financial boost I required. Third, and perhaps most pressing, I was looking for an escape. My wife passed away 2 years ago after a long battle with cancer. Immersing myself in work, surrounding myself with nature, pushing my body to its limits. It was the only way I knew how to cope with the grief that still felt so raw. Out here among the waterfalls and wildflowers, hawks and black bears, I finally felt some measure of peace, but that sense of peace didn't last long. It started with little things, tools disappearing from my truck, the lingering smell of campfire smoke on clear, windless days. I'd be walking a trail and get the distinct feeling that I was being watched, but I could never spot anything out of place. One evening, after a particularly long day of trail maintenance, I returned to my cabin to find the front door slightly ajar. My heart raced as I approached carefully, one hand hovering over the bear spray on my belt. I called out to see if anyone was inside, but silence was the only reply. Upon entering, everything looked exactly as I had left it that morning. Except, on my desk sat a small cloth doll. It was old-fashioned and crude, with a cornhusk head and button eyes. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands, trying to understand where it could have come from. Then I saw the note, scrawled onto a scrap of yellowed parchment and pinned to the doll's chest. The handwriting was shaky, the message brief. "He's coming for you." A chill ran down my spine as I stepped back out into the gathering dusk. The forest, once so welcoming, suddenly felt different, sinister, full of secrets. What had I gotten myself into? That night I barely slept. The little cornhusk doll sat on my nightstand, button eyes glinting in the moonlight that filtered through the thin curtains. Every creak of the old cabin and every rustle of leaves outside had me jolting upright, scanning the shadows for signs of an intruder. By dawn, I was groggy and on edge. I brewed a strong pot of coffee and checked my phone, but of course, there was no signal. That was one of the trade-offs of working in such a remote location: complete solitude. I had planned to spend the day doing some wildlife surveys in the backcountry, but I couldn't shake the unsettled feeling that had lodged itself in my gut. Instead, I radioed the district office to report the doll and the strange note. My supervisor promised to send someone up to investigate, but warned it could be a few days given our isolated position. Trying to brush off my unease, I decided to focus on some much-needed projects around the cabin. I spent the morning chopping wood and doing minor repairs on the roof where some shingles had blown loose in a recent storm. Physical labor always helped clear my head. Around noon, I broke for lunch, settling on the cabin's small porch with a sandwich and a battered copy of A Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson. I had just started to relax when a flicker of movement in the tree line caught my attention. I set aside my book and stood up slowly, shielding my eyes against the midday sun for a better look. There, between the dappled trunks of 2 massive oaks, stood a figure. At first I thought it was another hiker, maybe someone in need of directions back to the main trail. But as I watched, my skin began to crawl. There was something off about the way the person was standing, preternaturally still with their head cocked slightly to the side. They were dressed all in black, from their hooded cloak to their heavy, mud-caked boots. I called out a greeting, but the figure didn't respond. Instead, they raised one pale hand and crooked a long finger, beckoning me into the forest. An icy rivulet of fear trickled down my back. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and bolt inside the ranger station, to lock the door and reach for the shotgun I kept in the supply closet. But some other impulse, something older and stronger than reason, compelled me to take a step forward. Then another. The figure retreated into the trees, and as if pulled by an invisible cable, I followed. The woods swallowed me at once, shadows pooling beneath the dense canopy above. The figure darted ahead, always just out of reach, leading me deeper and deeper into the wilderness. Branches scratched at my face and arms, roots seemed to writhe beneath my boots, threatening to send me sprawling. It wasn't until the ranger cabin had disappeared completely from view that I came back to myself. I stopped short, chest heaving, suddenly aware of how far I had wandered from the trail. What am I doing? I said aloud, my voice seeming to echo in the unnatural silence of the forest. I spun around, trying to spot the black-cloaked figure, but now they were nowhere to be seen. With mounting panic, I realized that I wasn't even sure which direction I had come from anymore. The trees all looked the same, and the sun was blotted out by the oppressive foliage overhead. For the first time in my long career as a park ranger, I was well and truly lost. And I couldn't shake the certainty that something or someone had wanted me that way. But why? And more importantly, how would I ever find my way back out again? I stumbled through the forest for what felt like hours, trying to use the slope of the land to guide me back towards the ranger station. My training told me to stay put when lost, to wait for help, but every hair on the back of my neck screamed at me to keep moving. There was something out there in the woods, and it was watching me. As the light began to fade, so did my hope. I pictured my daughter's face, imagined her waiting for a call that would never come. I thought of all the things I still wanted to tell her, the moments I would miss. A sob hitched in my throat. Just as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, I stumbled into a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient gnarled oak tree, its trunk twisted like an arthritic spine. Hanging from its branches were dozens of those little cornhusk dolls, swaying gently in the breeze. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the tree. That's when I heard it. A low rhythmic chanting rising and falling like a demented lullaby. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing off the close-packed tree trunks. Heedless of the branches that whipped at my face, I ran. Blind terror propelled me forward, sending me crashing through the undergrowth. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied, hounding my every step. I burst from the tree line so suddenly that I nearly tumbled off a steep embankment. Scrabbling at the loose earth, I managed to catch myself just in time. In the valley below, I could see the distant lights of a small town. Civilization, safety. Half climbing, half skidding down the slope, I emerged onto a narrow, winding road. In the distance, I spotted a lone figure walking along the shoulder. I opened my mouth to cry out, but the words died in my throat. The figure was dressed all in black, a hooded cloak obscuring their features. As I watched in mute horror, they slowly raised their head. Beneath the dark cowl, where there should have been a face, there was only a twisted mass of corn husks and twine. A scream finally tore loose from my chest. I turned and ran, adrenaline overpowering my fatigue. The road curved, and I caught a brief glimpse of a wooden sign, "Welcome to Whisper Hollow." The name meant nothing to me, but it filled me with dread all the same. What fresh hell had I stumbled into? I knew only one thing for certain. I had to find a way out of these woods, before whatever dark presence lurked here found me first. I walked all night following the winding road, constantly glancing over my shoulder for any sign of pursuit. Only once the gray light of dawn began to seep through the treetops did I allow myself a moment's pause. I sank down onto a large, flat boulder beside the road and took stock of my situation. My radio, phone, and compass were all missing, probably dropped somewhere in the panicked flight through the woods. I had no food, no water, and only the vaguest sense of where I was. The map of the national forest was a clear picture in my mind, but this narrow road was definitely not on it. In the distance, I could just make out the outlines of buildings. The town of Whisper Hollow. A shiver went through me at the memory of that hooded figure on the road, the glimpse of what lay beneath its cloak. What sort of people would live in a place so closely entwined with that thing in the forest? But I had no choice. I needed help, needed directions back to the ranger station, or at least to a familiar landmark. Steeling my nerve, I pushed off the boulder and started towards the little town. It wasn't long before I reached the first buildings. A handful of weathered houses hunkered down behind sagging picket fences. No cars in the driveways, no flicker of TVs behind the windows. The town had an abandoned feel, and I found myself tiptoeing past darkened storefronts with their faded signs, not wanting to break the eerie silence. I finally spotted what looked to be the town hall. a squarish brick building with dirty windows and a crooked flagpole out front. To my immense relief, I noticed a light was on inside. I hurried up the cracked concrete steps and pushed open the heavy wooden door. A wave of musty air hit me, carrying the scent of old books and stale coffee. It reminded me so viscerally of my late father's study that I had to pause for a moment, blinking away the sudden moisture in my eyes. "Hello?" My voice echoed in the dimly lit foyer. "Is anyone here? I need some assistance." A door creaked open to my right, and a figure emerged from the gloom. I tensed, but it was just an old man, stooped and liver-spotted, dressed in a threadbare suit. He regarded me with rheumy eyes, his expression unreadable. "Help, you say?" His voice was thin and papery, his lips barely moving over his words. And what sort of help would a stranger be needin' in Whisper Hollow? I hurried to explain my situation. The strange events at the cabin, my confused wanderings in the woods, the urgent need to get back to my ranger station. Through it all, the old man just stared, occasionally nodding his head or making a thoughtful sound. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment. Then he turned, shuffling towards a dusty desk in the corner. "I reckon you best sit down, son. You've stumbled into an old story, and not a happy one." He pulled a yellowed map from a drawer, smoothing it out on the desk. I could see the Nantahala forest, the winding roads and landmarks. But there in the center was a blank space. A hole in the map where Whisper Hollow should be. The old man tapped a gnarled finger against that void. "Folks round here know to stay clear of them woods. Known it for generations. There's something in there, something old and dark and hungry. And every few decades, when the stars align just right, it wakes up." He fixed me with a piercing stare, and I felt pinned beneath it. "Looks like you've gone and woke it up, son, and God help you now that you have." The old man's words rang in my ears as I left the town hall, the dusty old map clutched in my shaking hands. His directions had been clear enough. Follow the old logging road north until it meets the river, then trace the river west until I hit the ranger station. But his warning echoed louder. Once the thing in the woods wakes, it don't rest again until it's fed, and it feeds on fear. I set off at a quick clip, eager to put the unsettling little town behind me. The logging road was overgrown and dotted with potholes, but it was blessedly free of black-cloaked figures and corn-husked talismans. For the first time since I'd found that doll on my desk, I allowed myself a small sliver of hope. That hope began to shrivel as the day wore on, and the road showed no signs of meeting any river. The sun inched across the sky, shadows lengthening across the cracked pavement. Every rustle in the undergrowth had me flinching, my hand flying to the empty holster at my belt. I was just contemplating the possibility that the old man had deliberately led me astray when I rounded a bend and found myself at a dead end. The road simply stopped, giving way to dense thickets of mountain laurel and rhododendron. Despair rose like bile in my throat. I had no choice but to double back, to return to Whisper Hollow and demand a better map, a clearer route. The thought of facing the old man's knowing gaze made my skin crawl. But what choice did I have? I turned to retrace my steps and froze. There, standing in the middle of the road not 20 yards away, was the hooded figure. Corn-husk face, black cloak, the same aura of wrongness that I'd felt in the woods. It was perfectly still, facing me, waiting. My breath came in sharp gasps, my heart slamming against my ribcage. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Why are you doing this?" In response, the figure raised one long, pale arm. Slowly, deliberately, it pointed into the forest to my right. I shook my head vehemently. "No, I'm not going back in there. You can't make me." The figure continued to point, implacable and silent. A sudden gust of wind swept down the road, stirring the leaves at our feet. It almost sounded like whispering. Feed. Feed the hollow. A whimper escaped my throat. I took a step towards the forest, then another. The figure watched, its outstretched arm lowering as I passed. As soon as I crossed the tree line, a familiar chant surrounded me, low and rhythmic. It built to a frenzy as I stumbled deeper into the woods, trying in vain to block my ears. I could feel it behind me, herding me like a sheep to slaughter. A distant part of my mind wondered why it didn't just take me, what cruel game it was playing. The rest of me was lost in a haze of terror, my only thought to keep moving, keep ahead of the thing at my back. The chant rose to a crescendo just as the trees abruptly parted. I found myself in a wide clearing ringed by towering oaks. In the center was a sight that drove me to my knees. A massive stone altar stained black with old blood, and stretched out upon it, still and cold, was a body. A man, a park ranger. I don't know how long I knelt there on the forest floor, unable to tear my eyes away from the grisly altar. The chanting had stopped, replaced by a suffocating silence broken only by the frantic rasp of my breath. I recognized the dead ranger. His name was Mike. He'd been a fixture at the annual training conferences, always quick with a joke or a friendly smile. And now he lay splayed across the ancient stone, his chest a gaping ruin, his eyes staring sightlessly at the canopy above. Slowly, like a newborn foal finding its legs, I stood. I took one step towards the altar, then another. The rational part of my mind screamed at me to run, but I was beyond reason. I needed to understand, to make some sense of the nightmare I'd stumbled into. As I drew closer to the grim altar, details began to stand out in sharp relief. Strange symbols were carved into the stone, their edges softened by centuries of wind and rain. Scattered around the base were more of those crude dolls, their corn-husk faces grinning up at me. With mounting horror, I realized that Mike wasn't the only one. The ground around the altar was littered with bones, some old and bleached by the elements, others bearing scraps of mildewed green fabric. The remains of other rangers, other victims of this insatiable being. Why? The question burst from me in an anguished whisper. Why is it doing this? As if in answer, the wind picked up, sending dead leaves skittering across the clearing. They swirled around me in a vortex, faster and faster, until they coalesced into a shape. A man, tall and gaunt, dressed in antiquated ranger garb. His face was a ruin of rotting flesh, but his eyes burned with a dark intelligence. "You asked why," the apparition said, its voice the dry rustle of 1,000 dead leaves. "It is our duty, our sacred charge." "What duty?" I asked hoarsely. "What could possibly justify this?" The ghost ranger smiled, a terrible stretching of desiccated skin. "To feed the forest, of course. To pay the price it demands, so that the people in the world beyond can hike and hunt and play, all unaware of what stalks between the trees. The forest must be fed, and we, the rangers, are the ones who feed it." My mind reeled, trying to process the enormity of what he was suggesting. A pact, ancient and bloody, binding the rangers to this primordial evil. It was insanity. It was monstrous. The ghostly ranger seemed to sense my thoughts. "You will understand in time," he said almost gently, "as I did. As all who wear the uniform must. The forest always gets what it is owed." With that, the phantom began to unravel, breaking apart into swirling leaves once more. The wind died, and I was left alone in the haunted clearing, with only the creak of branches and the unblinking stare of my dead colleague. I sank to my knees in the blood-soaked dirt, my mind searching desperately for escape, even as the truth settled like a shroud over me. There was no way out, except the one that led to the altar. I was a park ranger, and the forest was hungry. My return hike to the ranger station passed in a blur, my feet carrying me over the once familiar trails as if of their own accord. I felt numb, hollowed out by the revelation at the altar clearing. The small cabin looked so ordinary as it came into view, its weathered boards and cheap curtains unchanged from when I'd left. Was it only yesterday? It felt like a lifetime, like the person who had poured his morning coffee in that kitchen was a stranger to me now. I stumbled through the door, my boots leaving smears of dark earth and darker blood on the threshold. Mechanically, I went to the radio, switched it on, my lips already forming the words that would bring more innocence into this nightmare forest. But my hand froze on the transmit button. The faces of the rangers I had known, had worked with, swam before me. Their easy camaraderie, their dedication to the job, their wry gallows humor. All of it a mask, a shield against the unthinkable truth. And Mike, Mike, who had showed me the ropes when I first started, who always had a kind word and a Snickers bar to share on the long treks. They had all understood the price of the uniform. Could I do any less? I was a ranger. This was my duty, my burden to bear. If not me, then it would only be someone else, another name to carve into that blood-stained altar. My hand fell away from the radio. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to go about my work as normal, as if the world hadn't tilted on its axis. I repaired trails, managed campsites, kept a smile fixed on my face as I directed tourists to the best fishing spots. And every night, I locked myself in my cabin and drank until the scratching at the door and the rustling in the trees faded into uneasy dreams. I was a husk, going through the motions as the life I had known crumbled around me. My daughter's excited college updates went unanswered, my concerned family's calls unreturned. What could I possibly say to them? How could I bridge the yawning gulf between their world and mine? The seasons changed, summer fading into fall. The forest blazed with color, all oranges and reds and golds that seemed to mock the darkness at its heart. The chant, the wordless whisper that had first drawn me under the hungry trees, was a constant now, ebbing and flowing at the edges of my awareness. I was no longer a warden of this forest. I belonged to it. I awoke one night near the end of October to find my body moving, rising from the tangled sheets as if hoisted on invisible strings. In a detached sort of horror, I watched my hand select my uniform from the closet, button up my shirt, lace my boots, an observer in my own mind as my feet carried me out into the chill night air. The moon was high and full, painting the barren trees in shades of silver and deepest shadow. I moved through the brush with preternatural grace, never stumbling, never faltering. The chant was so loud now, filling my skull until there was room for nothing else. By the time I reached the altar clearing, I was almost relieved. The waiting was over. The terrible anticipation, the dread and self-loathing, they were behind me now. There was only the task at hand. The black-cloaked figure was there, as I had known it would be. It stood at the head of the altar, those pale hands outstretched in a mockery of benediction. And there, stretched upon the stone, a woman, a hiker, judging by her pack and sturdy boots. Her eyes were open wide, gleaming with fear and reflected moonlight. I moved to stand beside her, my hands finding the hilt of the ceremonial blade without conscious direction. The obsidian knife was ancient, its surface pitted and stained with the memory of countless sacrifices. "Please," the woman whispered, tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. "Please, you don't have to do this." But I did. That was the truth of it. The inescapable reality that I had fought for so long and so hard. This was my purpose, carved into the fabric of my being, just as those arcane symbols were graven in the stone beneath us. I met the woman's terrified gaze, and I smiled. "Don't be afraid," I heard myself say, my voice soft and soothing as a lullaby. "It will all be over soon." I raised the blade, the chant building to a transcendent roar. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, every branch straining towards the altar, towards the blood that would feed its endless hunger. I thought of my daughter, my beautiful girl on the cusp of adulthood. I hoped that she would remember me as I was, not as the thing I had become. I hoped that she would never set foot in these woods, never know the price that had been paid for her freedom. Most of all, I hoped that when my successor came, as they inevitably would, they would grant me the same mercy that I now bestowed. The knife flashed down. The forest shuddered with obscene satisfaction, and Ranger Ethan Walker, the man I had been, was no more. When I took the job as a park ranger, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I never could have imagined the horrors lurking in the remote wilderness I was tasked to protect. Growing up in Michigan, I always loved the outdoors, camping, hiking, fishing in the pristine waters of the Great Lakes. It's what I lived for. So when I graduated college with a pile of student loan debt and slim job prospects, becoming a park ranger seemed like a dream come true. A chance to spend my days in nature while earning a steady paycheck. My first assignment took me to the rugged forests of Oregon. I was in awe of the towering Douglas firs, the crystal-clear mountain streams teeming with trout. But there was also an eerie stillness to the woods, a sense that I was being watched from the shadows. The other rangers warned me about the strange occurrences that plagued the park. Campers gone missing without a trace, inhuman shrieks piercing the night, ancient Native American legends of dark entities that roamed the land. I brushed it off as tall tales and campfire stories. Oh, how naive I was back then. If only I knew the nightmare that awaited me. It started small at first. Tracks in the mud that I couldn't identify, the lingering stench of decay on an early morning breeze. Then I began finding the mutilated carcasses of deer and elk, their bodies ravaged by an unnatural predator. When I reported it to my superiors, they ordered me to keep it quiet. The last thing the cash-strapped Parks Department needed was a PR disaster that scared away the tourists. So I suffered in silence as the woods came alive with a sinister presence. Something ancient and evil stalked between the trees, always just out of sight. Watching, waiting, slowly draining my sanity. I became jumpy, paranoid, barely able to sleep. The solitude of the ranger station that I once found so peaceful now felt like a prison. There was nowhere to hide from the creeping dread. Deep down, I knew I should quit, that no job was worth jeopardizing my mental health. But I was drowning in debt. Behind on my mortgage, my car payment, my insurance, quitting meant financial ruin. And so I stayed, even as my worst nightmares took root in reality. My next park assignment brought me to the Pennsylvania backcountry, a wild tangle of misty hollows and fog-shrouded ridges, a place of immense natural beauty and deep-rooted folklore. I knew the legends of that region all too well from my studies. Whispers of strange creatures, witches, and devil-worshipping cults had haunted those hills for centuries. But steeped in debt and desperate for work, I didn't have the luxury of being choosy about job locations. The position in Pennsylvania promised more pay, and I badly needed every cent I could get. The foreclosure notices were piling up, and my once good credit was circling the drain. I felt like I was slowly being buried alive. So I packed up my meager belongings and made the long drive from Oregon to Pennsylvania in my sputtering old Chevy, praying it wouldn't die on me. With each passing mile, the roads narrowed and the towns grew further apart, until it was just me and an endless tunnel of emerald leaves. An uneasy feeling crept over me, a sense that I was driving into the maw of something unknown and sinister. The remote ranger station that was to be my home looked like something out of a slasher film, a decrepit cabin with peeling paint and boarded-up windows. It sat alone in a sea of rustling trees. Inside wasn't much better. Sagging floorboards, cobwebs in every corner, a pervasive odor of mold and mouse droppings. But it had electricity and running water, which made it a palace compared to some of the places I'd stayed. That first night in the cabin was when the whispers started. Sibilant voices murmuring just outside the window as I tried to sleep on the lumpy cot, taunting me, beckoning me. The rational part of my exhausted mind told me it was just the wind in the branches. But as I lay there in the musty darkness, a creeping certainty took hold that something in that primordial forest knew I had arrived. And it was hungry. Morning brought oppressive, low-hanging fog that transformed the woods into a shifting phantasmagoria. Twisted shapes materialized and vanished in the mist. Even the birdsong sounded distorted and unnatural. With a shudder, I strapped on my pack and headed out to patrol my new territory. The wrongness hit me like a physico blow. This forest was sick, tainted, oozing malice from every gnarled root and mossy stone. Thorny brambles clawed at my legs like grasping talons. Streams burbled like mocking laughter. The very air felt greasy and corrupt. Each step I took was an effort, as if the undergrowth itself was trying to drag me down into an earthy tomb. That's when I discovered the first body. It dangled from a tree branch, arms outstretched like a grotesque marionette. Bile surged into my throat. I wanted to run, to get as far away from that horrific scene as I could. But it was my job to investigate. Trembling, I crept closer. The corpse wore a ranger's uniform. Its face was a ruin of blood and tattered flesh, as if savaged by wild animals. One eye socket yawned obscenely empty, yet I recognized it instantly from the photos I'd been shown during training. It was my predecessor, a man who'd gone missing months before. His radio crackled to staticky life, issuing forth a single raspy word: "Run." I should have heeded my predecessor's final warning and fled those cursed Pennsylvania woods. But where could I go? With no money and no prospects, I was trapped in that hellish wilderness as surely as a fly in a spider's web. And so I tried to bury myself in work, to ignore the uncanny signs proliferating around me. I investigated abandoned campsites where fires still smoldered in the pits, but no people could be found. I fielded panicked calls about hikers gone missing along the park's twisting trails. Neatly severed deer legs turned up on my doorstep like macabre gifts. Sleep became a distant memory as I patrolled the forest day and night. My eyes gritty and my nerves frayed, always watching the tree line for signs of the grim fate that pursued me. Then came that fateful night of the new moon. An impenetrable murk drowned the forest, and even the stars seemed to hide their faces. As I trudged through that primordial gloom on yet another patrol, a sound arose that turned my blood to ice water. An eerie piping, both enticing and maddening, that wormed into my brain and pulled me onward against my will into a part of the park I'd never explored. I clawed my way through underbrush that tore at my skin like teeth, compelled by that haunting melody. Bursting into a clearing, I beheld a sight that will haunt me until my dying breath. Dark figures cavorted around a bonfire in some sort of depraved ritual, their faces concealed by crude wooden masks. On a stone altar lay the body of a camper who'd been reported missing days earlier. The figures brandished gleaming knives, and inhuman chants spewed from their lips, an ancient language that scorched my ears. One of them turned to face me, and behind the mask I saw eyes black and dead as a shark's. In that moment I knew with numb certainty that no one would ever find my body. The dark legends that stalked these hills had sprung to nightmarish life, and I was to be their next sacrifice. I ran, crashing blindly through the night-shrouded forest, thorns ripping my flesh, the mad piping nipping at my heels. Branches snatched at me like demon claws. At last I burst from the tree line and flung myself into my decrepit cabin, slamming the bolt behind me. Chest heaving, I sank to the floor as the horrible revelation crashed over me. The malevolent force I'd felt stalking me, it wore a human face. The devil walked among us, and it had made these woods its lair. Shell-shocked and reeling, I did the only thing I could think of: requested an immediate transfer. Within days, I found myself assigned to a state park in the far northern reaches of Wisconsin. I'd always found peace in the unspoiled Northwoods. Surely there I could escape the supernatural evil that plagued me. But madness, it seemed, was not so easy to leave behind. It clung to me like a foul miasma, infecting the very air I breathed. The drive to my new post seemed to take forever, the forest pressing in on all sides. When at last I arrived at the remote ranger station, I discovered it was no better than the Pennsylvania hovel I'd abandoned. Paint curled from the walls, cobwebs draped every corner, and the sour reek of mildew permeated the air. But I was in too deep now. The debts kept mounting, and no other work would have me. And so, with leaden feet and a clenched jaw, I stepped over the threshold into my moldering new home. The first night brought a storm of biblical proportions. Thunder shook the cabin walls, and rain lashed the windows like 1,000 frantic fingers. As I lay on the sagging cot, watching lightning paint ghoulish shadows on the ceiling, a thump sounded from the porch outside. Then another, slow, ponderous, like the footfalls of something titanic and rotted. Heart pounding, I crept to the window and peered into the rain-swept night. 2 pinpricks of eerie blue light stared back at me from the darkness. They were too high, too widely set to be human eyes. My mind screamed for me to run, to hide, but my limbs remained frozen. The thing shambled closer with a tread that shook the earth, and in a flash of lightning I glimpsed a visage from the depths of hell, a gargantuan, skull-like face thatched with strips of peeling skin. Antlers sprouted from its head like a crown of swords, and a long, serpentine tongue slithered between needle-like teeth. The creature stooped to regard me with those luminous eyes that radiated a cold, alien intelligence. In their depths, I saw my own insignificance, an insect in the face of something ancient beyond comprehension and hungry beyond imagining. Then it turned and vanished into the roaring storm, leaving me slumped beneath the window in a puddle of my own fear-soaked sweat. From that night onward, nowhere felt safe. The forest crawled with whispering shadows, and each rustle of leaves sounded like dead voices murmuring my name. Park guests spoke of glimpsing a tall and pierced figure lurking at the tree line. I found the ravaged carcasses of deer strung up between pines like entre-totems, and always, whether patrolling sunlit trails or lying in my bunk at night, I felt its presence, watching, waiting, savoring my dawning insanity like a rare wine. Soon, even the familiar began to twist into the unnatural. The cheerful song of a starling warped into mocking laughter. My own face in the mirror became a gaunt, sunken-eyed mask I barely recognized. I took to the bottles of cheap whiskey I'd squirreled away, desperate to anesthetize myself against the creeping horror. But not even the fiery bliss of alcohol could burn away the visions that hounded me. Deep down, I knew running again would solve nothing. This primal evil, it seemed, would dog my steps no matter how far I fled. It had marked me, claimed me, and it would never let me go. All paths lead me back into its lightless embrace. All I could do was try to survive it. But oh, what a hollow thing survival is when your every moment is flayed raw by terror. I had gazed into the abyss, and the abyss had gazed back with a ravenous grin. There could be no escape for me, not in this life or the next. I was eternally damned. Numbly, mechanically, I continued to go through the motions of being a park ranger in northern Wisconsin. But my mind was a charnel house of dark visions, and the clinging miasma of fear never left me. I fielded calls from hysterical campers, swearing they'd seen stilt-legged shadows prowling the forest. I examined the shredded remains of tents ripped open as if by giant claws. At night, unearthly shrieks wailed from the benighted woods, the howls of something that had long lost its humanity, or perhaps never possessed it at all. No matter how much I drank to cushion myself from the horror, there was no respite. The antlered thing that haunted the forest hunted me relentlessly, a malevolent shade that lurked even behind my closed eyelids. I glimpsed it between dark trunks as I patrolled the trails, felt its hot breath misting the back of my neck as I huddled in my bunk. It wanted me to know there was no escape, that I belonged to it utterly. As the summer drew to a close and autumn's cool breath began to gild the leaves, the sightings from terrified campers and hikers grew more frequent. The desecrated animal carcasses appeared with grisly regularity, each more savage than the last. When a pair of hunters went missing along the park's lonely backcountry trails, I was tasked with leading the search party. For 3 days and nights, we combed those brooding woods, calling the hunters' names until our voices grew hoarse, never dreaming of the doom we courted with each shout. On the 4th day, we found what was left of them. It was strung up between 2 pines in a grotesque tableau, entrails dangling like streamers, faces frozen in rictuses of agony. The missing pieces of them were later found miles away, gnawed down to splintered bones and shredded scraps of fabric. What rational mind could accept such savagery? I dutifully filed my report with the police, but the words felt like ashes in my mouth. "Animal attack," the official line went, as if any earthly creature was capable of such malevolence. But I knew the truth that lurked behind that thin veneer of civilization. I had seen the face of the evil that stalked these forests, and it would haunt me into eternity. With the grim discovery of the hunter's remains, the park was closed to visitors. For the first time I could remember, an unnatural quiet settled over the woods, the silence of a predator contemplating its next kill. Alone in my drafty cabin with only a radio that remained stubbornly silent and the creeping shadows for company, I felt my tenuous grip on sanity fray a little more with each passing day. Then came the final night, when the gathering darkness pressed in on the cabin with a suffocating weight. I huddled in the sputtering light of a kerosene lamp, a rifle across my knees, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. When the lamp flickered out, plunging me into inky blackness, the tiny spark of hope I'd foolishly nurtured guttered out with it. From the night-shrouded forest arose a soft tread, the delicate snap of twigs beneath a careful foot. My heart thudded against my ribs as if trying to escape the cage of my chest. Through the window drifted a rhythmic creaking, the sound of something heavy settling on the aging boards of the porch. Knuckles white on the rifle stock, I edged toward the door. I knew I should bolt it, should barricade myself inside, but the same morbid curiosity that had drawn me to my predecessor's corpse now pulled me forward. If I was to meet my doom, let it be face to face with the antlered thing that had haunted my every step. With a trembling hand, I flung open the door, and there it stood, a gaunt silhouette blotting out the stars, twin circles of icy light where eyes should be. No, not light, pits. Pits that drank in the darkness and vomited it back out, drained of all warmth. In their fathomless depths, I saw my own annihilation writ large. I raised the rifle to my shoulder, but before I could summon the courage to pull the trigger, a gust of frigid wind tore it from my hand, sent it clattering into the black maw of the forest. Then it spoke, its voice the grate of stone on crumbling bone. One word, just one, but it seared my mind like a white-hot brand. Mine. I wished I could claim that the beast's guttural declaration jolted me from my paralysis, that I turned and fled into the sheltering arms of the night. But in truth, I was a marionette tangled in the strings of my own fear, unable to compel my leaden limbs to action. I could only stand, mute and trembling, as the antlered monstrosity ducked its massive head and shouldered its way into my cabin with a splintering of wood. The stench of wet earth and something far fouler rolled off the creature in dizzying waves as it loomed over me. In the darkness, its form seemed to writhe and distort, ancient skin sloughing off in strips to reveal the pulsing obsidian nothingness beneath. Hellish blue light glowed from the depths of its eye sockets, twin stars of pure malice that burned into my soul and laid bare every secret shame, every hidden fear. With a ragged cry, I launched myself at the hulking thing, swinging wildly in a final, futile show of defiance. My blows landed with fleshy thuds, yet it gave no more reaction than a mountain would to the flailing of an ant. A taloned hand shot out, wrapped around my throat, lifted me off my feet as if I weighed nothing at all. Skeletal fingers tightened, cutting off my air. As my vision narrowed to a pinprick and my pulse roared in my ears, the only thought that pierced the haze of my terror was that I would die here, alone and unmourned, another missing person whose file would grow dusty with neglect. The oblivion that rushed up to claim me almost came as a relief. But the antlered devil had other plans for me. With a dismissive flick of its wrist, it hurled me against the wall like a rag doll. Pain exploded through my body at the impact, and I crumpled to the floor in a broken heap, my extremities twitching in a marionette's grotesque parody of movement. The thing knelt over my paralyzed form, death mask face inches from my own. In a voice that slithered through my guts like a knotted rope of ice, it spoke words that flensed the very flesh from my mind. Your pitiful life is forfeit. Your soul is mine to devour. All that you were shall nourish the old growth. Why? I croaked through a throat lined with broken glass. An infant's question mewled to an uncaring God. Why me? But there was no mercy, no reason to be found in that piercing blue gaze. Only the inexorable workings of a process vaster and more ancient than human comprehension. I was not a person to this primordial thing. I was meat. I was warmth and wetness to fill its empty husk, succor to sustain it for another century of stalking its gossamer webs between the worlds. With an arm that stretched and deformed in unnatural ways, it seized me by the leg and dragged me out of the cabin, across the leaf-strewn ground that would soon cradle my lifeless husk. Into the forest it pulled me, into a darkness thicker than the world's ending, the only sound my nails splintering against the floorboards as I scrabbled for a hold. My last sight before the hungry shadows swallowed me forever was of those glowing blue eyes, searing my face like cold fire. My last thought was a fleeting wish that death would be a true oblivion, an endless, dreamless sleep. In the black eternity that followed, I learned that there are hells far worse than any the human mind can imagine, that death is not always the end, that in forgotten corners of primeval forests, ancient rites still hold sway. It keeps me alive in a fashion, this antlered god of a time before time. It sustains the guttering candle flicker of my consciousness, long after my body has been reduced to fodder and mulch. It gifts me with sight beyond sight, the better to bear witness to the depravities it visits on those foolish enough to stray into its domain. The hikers whose knapsacks grow dusty in the lost and found. The trail runners who vanish between one breath and the next. The children who toddle off into the twilight, as heedless of danger as they are of the bright baubles that litter the forest floor. It wants me to see, and I do see. Through eyes that stream endless tears, I am the watchful ghost who stalks these woods. I am the uneasy prickle of dread at the back of your neck when you stray from the path. I am the nightmares that jerk you awake in a cold midnight sweat. I am the final scream that no one hears. Tell my story. Carry my warning. Bar your doors, ward your windows, shutter your mind to the siren song of the forest's depths. Because out there, in the ancient rotting heart of an eldritch darkness, something waits, and it hungers. The creature's words oozed through my mind like toxic sludge, seeping into the cracks of my battered psyche. Your soul is mine to devour reverberated endlessly in my skull, a cruel reminder that my life, my very essence, was forfeit to this abomination. It fractured something deep inside me, the realization that I was nothing more than a husk to be drained and discarded by some incomprehensible evil. The foundations of my sanity, already corroded by months of terror, began to crumble in earnest. I felt myself fragmenting, memories and thoughts a jumbled kaleidoscope of horror. The thing hauled my limp body through the forest with no more effort than a child dragging a stuffed toy. My head knocked against roots and stones, fresh pain jolting through me with each impact, the only proof that I still lived. Branches whipped my face and tore at my uniform, as if the trees themselves sought to erase any trace of my existence. And ever on, the demon strode unerringly, purposely, drawing me into the black, pulsing heart of its domain. At last it flung me to the damp, leaf-strewn earth of a small clearing. Towering pines ringed the space like jagged teeth, their branches entwining overhead to shut out all light. In the center, a hummock of earth and twisted roots rose, an altar reeking of centuries of blood sacrifice. The antlered god loomed over me, a silhouette carved from congealed shadow. You are blessed. It thrust a skeletal hand into the soil of the altar mound, gouged a dripping wound that disgorged a writhing mass of rotted bones bound by ropey tendons. Flesh of the earth, take this vessel and be renewed. The glistening jumble shivered, then broke apart. Yellowed finger bones scuttled toward me like pale spiders, phalanges twitching with obscene eagerness. They swarmed over my paralyzed limbs, burrowing under skin, crawling through veins. The agony defied language, defied comprehension. In that moment, I would have welcomed the void of death, embraced eternal oblivion. Anything to escape the feeling of something alien growing, spreading, subsuming the tattered remnants of my humanity. Please, I wheezed through a throat filled with grave dirt, no longer sure if I was begging for mercy or for the release of annihilation. But the abomination that wore the forest like a cloak had no use for pleading. The pact must be served. Where its mouth should be, the skull face split in a lipless grin. Now you are mine. In a final paroxysm of unholy communion, the antlered god shoved a hand into my chest. Icy talons pierced my heart, shredded and remated in the image of something black and eternally hungry. Between one stuttering beat and the next, the last trembling mote of myself guttered out, replaced by a changeling shade, an unquiet spirit yoked to my shambling corpse of a body. I rose on legs that bent at unnatural angles, the remnants of my identity sloughing away like a molted skin. Gnarled roots twisted through my rotting flesh, stitched shut the most egregious of my wounds. My vision sharpened to a predator's keen clarity. while my mind faded to a trackless fog lit only by the fell gleam of the god's eyes. I had become a thing of the dark places, a night walker eternally bound to my master's side. No longer a man, but a hollow shell animated by the unclean energies of the forest's black heart. A revenant, a haunt, bereft of conscience, of remorse, of any desire but to feed the insatiable void that yawned within me. The primal guardian of the ancient woods turned its horned head to regard its new acolyte. "Come, my child, let us hunt." Without hesitation, I followed my liege back into the welcoming shadows of the forest, the leaves sighing a discordant welcome. The man I once was would have recoiled at the atrocities to come, but that man was no more. In his place crept a thing of claw and shadow, dead yet undying, the forest's relentless fury given fang and form. Campers whisper of my legend around guttering fires. Hikers glimpse my twisted silhouette skulking between the pines. I am the animal attack, the unknown accident, the empty tent, and the abandoned backpack. I serve the ineffable will of an elder god, and I am always eternally hungry. This is my warning, scrawled in blood and despair. Stay away from the lonely places. Stick to the well-worn paths. Ward your campsites with trembling. Ward your campsites with trembling prayers to gods of concrete and smog. And never ever answer the siren song of the night black forest. Because I'll be there, waiting, watching, salivating for the warmth of your terror, the sweet marrow of your screams. Many who come to these woods seek to reconnect with nature, to lose themselves in the cathedral hush of primeval green. They want to peel back the veneer of civilization, shed modernity's cacophonous skin, and find succor in the wilderness. Poor fools. If they truly opened their eyes, they would see the forest for what it is, a place of old power and ancient malice, where the laws of progress hold no sway. But even now, mired as I am in the unclean mire of the forest's corrupted heart, some distant part of me pities them, pities and envies their ignorance, their naivety. What I wouldn't give to lose my cursed sight, to once again walk beneath the aspens and oaks and see only sunlight and greenery, uncomplicated by the creeping horrors that lurk in every shadow. For I am a slave to the preternatural senses my new nature has bestowed, the pallid fungal growths that feed on the decaying leavings of the forest god's depravity, the skittering things, all chitin and mandibles, that gnaw endlessly at the roots of the world, the spectral figures that flicker at the edges of even my hellish sight, trapped between this world and the next. I see them all, at times, lost in the crimson labyrinth of my fractured mind. I wonder about the man I used to be. The frightened boy who loved the woods, the desperate youth who clung to the forest service as his only salvation. Did he cry out, railing against the dying of the light as the last threads of his humanity unspooled? Does some wretched ghost of him live on, a mournful shade entombed behind my lidless, leaden eyes? I suppose it hardly matters. That man, that life, is an ephemeral dream, dissipating like mist beneath a harsh sun. Only the hunt endures, the timeless ritual of pursuit and sanguine sacrifice. It is the only truth I know, the only one I need, so I serve my eternal vigil, a watchful revenant enthroned in a kingdom of root and bone. Supplicants do not whisper my name around campfires. They dare not speak it at all, lest they summon the crawling dark. Park rangers do not include me in their brochures, but the savvy ones know to leave their wards and talismans on nights when the moon hides its face. I am the myth that walks, the legend with fang and claw, the monster beneath the bed of the forest dreaming. I am the ghost story made snarling flesh, the childhood nightmare that follows you home and curls up at the foot of your bed. I am everything that you fear lurking in the rustling hush of an autumn wood. My story will never see the light of day, will never comfort those who grieve for the lost and the discarded. No search parties will brave the teeth of the forest to recover my moldering bones. I am beyond saving, beyond mourning, a shard of frozen shadow forever bound to my antlered liege. But perhaps, on the nights when you wake in a fever of nameless dread, the taste of loam thick on your tongue, and your heart shriveling in your breast, perhaps you will think of me. Spare a shuddering thought for the wretch that haunts the lonely spaces, the lost boy who gazed too long into the abyss and found it had a face both pitiless and familiar. Because now, at the hour when the shadows grow long and the wild places call with a voice of velvet darkness, now I hunt, and I am always, forever, hungry. So go on, tremble behind your locks and your lights, your fossil fuel talismans. Whisper your stories of the forest stalker, the antler man, old Bone Daddy and his moss-eaten rags. They will keep you safe for a time, but do not think you are beyond my reach, little rabbits. Do not think the old ways cannot find you, even in your cities of chrome and asphalt. When the equinox tides surge and the black moon calls, look for me in the places where the shadows gather and the wild things creep. I'll be there, waiting, hungry, forever hungry, and you all taste so sweet,